I swear to God, if they nerf Rise because Faker did well with him.
Honestly, true.
Like, I'm actually gonna cry. I'm actually gonna cry if that happens.
I think they will, just because.
Please don't.
Yo, dancing, woohoo.
We see the Elder Dragon playing around again.
I want to see what happens. I don't know though.
Oh, the teams. Oh, so.
Is it just dancing? I swear, Volibear's just gonna jump out, isn't he? That's what it looks
Oh,
like.
that would be so cool.
No, but I can't believe they're actually using a hologram yet again. Oh wait, no, is that panels? That's glass, isn't it? That looks like glass.
The holograms.
No, I'm pretty sure that's glass.
Oh, that's glass, yeah. I can see it now. But it's like see-through, so people from the outside can still see it.
Where's Volley? No, no. So anticlimactic. Who's this?
I don't know.
Oh, Kaisa. You sure you don't want to refresh just so that you're up to date?
I have refreshed.
Oh, okay. I don't want to like be the one spoiling it for you, but come on, I'm streaming. I gotta commentate somehow.
I didn't realize you were streaming.
Yeah, no, I literally just started it. I was like, okay, world's opening ceremony? Yes, please. Yo, they're
Freak
firing
clout.
missiles. Let's go.
Imagine they like blow up fireworks in the hall.
Oh my. Yo, Imperium skin line? They're gonna advertise it live on Worlds?
Firehouse kid.
No, I swear to God, this is
Final.
actually what it looks like. Do you disagree?
Final. No,
This-
I don't disagree.
this is-
Final lock skin. Final lock skin.
Nah, the Pike ultimate pentakill effect is about to occur.
Yes.
Oh my God, that is Lux. You actually called it.
I mean, Lux is their poster girl.
True, but
Other than like
man,
Ari. Other than KDA, Lux, I mean, yeah, Lux is their poster girl.
Nah, Ari is there.
No, other than KDA.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Surely this isn't gonna be more hype than Lil Nas one, right?
I'm I love you too. Have a good day.
Aww, he's rooted. Do you get the joke?
Yeah. It only just showed up for me.
Aww. Rip, rip the internet.
I'm very far behind.
Yeah, it's okay. I spoiled it.
That's fine. I don't like his hair.
What? Prom? What is it called? Perm. That looks like a perm, and they're not that bad.
Hair.
Oh, like,
It's just like all messy and I don't like it.
is this from the
Like
opinion
it's
of a
a bad
barber?
kind of messy. No, I just don't like it personally.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's dark
I
night.
really like the like beams of light that they fire everywhere. What is it called? Not holograms, just lasers. Yeah, lasers.
Just the lights.
Yeah. Yo, Pike, kind of hot.
It does look like a hologram because it's glass. That's like
Yeah.
360.
Also, I bet you that they're adding extra visual effects for like online viewers. So we're obviously seeing something pretty different to what they're seeing, but it's still pretty similar.
I don't think we'll be seeing much different. Because this is live, remember?
Yeah. But like, yeah. Obviously, they can still edit stuff on.
I don't think it's different. Like, what do you think is different about it?
The Pike Hawk. That's my guess. That looks a bit different, but everything else.
That
pretty
was
similar.
100% it. I'm telling you right now, that was the same.
Maybe from like the perspective of someone watching it through the glass, but like you have to remember that they can add extra visual effects onto the live stream, like prior to the upload, I guess. You could technically edit it, technically. Only a small amount though.
Yeah, not that much visual effects.
No, the pipe. Maybe like, since you know how they already set up all these visual effects, right now, like what we're watching. I'm not talking about the dances.
Yeah.
Yeah, like they could just add it as a layer on top of the stream. Does that make sense?
I guess, but not that much. I don't think there's that
Yeah,
much
but like,
difference.
oh my god, that's Lil Nas. Yo, what the hell?
I told you he was gonna be here.
No,
Let me
but
see
what
his-
is
Let me
that?
see the trip. Let me see the trip.
No, what is he wearing?
Armor.
No, who?
Have you not seen the arm? Looks like Lux. Like face Lux. Blonde hair. Armor. Like plate armor. I have to reload again. Yeah, it looks like Lux to me. Huh. Yeah, because the plate, there's plate armor. Yeah, definitely.
Oh my god,
Lux to me.
Azia.
What? The stream just keeps stopping and loading. Oh.
Unless they like position.
Oh, he didn't say the N word.
Oh, did he?
In the original song, he says the N word.
Oh yeah. Wait, what did he say?
It just bleeped out like a
Oh.
gasp. All the background dancers are female. Oh no, wait, no. That is a male. They look female. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I thought they were male.
No, I just looked at
Yeah,
them
like right
from
now,
afar.
I swear they either position the camera to like face into the glass or the screens, or they just added a layer on top because you don't get a Zia like that. Nah, that ain't real, bro.
What? Zia looking in like that.
Yeah, they either position the camera facing the screens inside the Coliseum.
Oh no, like we'll see everything, whereas someone else might not see that top screen.
Yeah, that's what I mean though.
No, we're just seeing it differently.
Yeah, I know.
Like they could see it all at the same time.
Yeah. Because like you're gonna have to position pretty well to look through the glass panels to see what we're seeing, basically.
I think it would still be better to go
Lil Nas
live.
is standing in the hand of a Zia. What the hell?
Yeah, they've got a platform under it, and it's lifting them up. That is actually sick. And all the sand falling off to cover the platform. That's actually genius.
San Francisco!
I love how the mic is peaking. So sad.
I don't think it was peeking, I just don't think it was singing.
No. The commentator right now.
Oh,
You can hear it?
I only just got there.
Yeah. My ears are dead.
At the precipice of history.
The
They have
clappers.
traveled thousands of miles. They have faced all challengers. And they
I think I'm gonna get
before you,
copyrighted for listening
ready
to
be
Star
gone
Walking.
ripped.
Nah.
While both teams hail from Korea's LCK, their roads to the Summoners Cup could not be more different. It is my distinct honor to introduce to you your 2022 League of Legends World Championship finalists.
Gotta love the hologram. It makes it so much more immersive.
Here in the finals, for the first time as an organization, bringing new blood and old
On the
to the
crowbar.
ultimate field of battle. Give it up for DRX! In the top lane, Kingin!
Flexing biceps. I see you.
Roaming the jungle,
What?
Pyosek! In
This is
mid
adorable.
lane,
He's flexing the
give it up
biceps?
for
Nah.
Zeka!
You'll see it. You'll see it. This is adorable.
And in the bot lane, a
He's got such a
near
baby
10-long
face.
year
I mean, that's
journey
all.
to the
That's all
finals.
Asians. What do you mean?
Let me hear it
Yeah.
for Deft! And by his side and support, Barrow!
Wait, we'll use the power of friendship.
On the other side of the rift is a team that is no stranger to this stage. Back in the finals for the first time since their dynasty was struck down in 2017 and looking to start their reign anew.
I think a movie might be banned.
It's T1!
Honestly, I just have one thing to say. I'm glad that they're streaming it in America. I can't wait to see it in
In
Australia.
the top lane,
But like,
Zeus!
at least it's in English. The past years, commentators were like Chinese, Korean, and stuff, so it's
In the
really hard to
jungle.
understand.
Owner! And the king, looking to reclaim his crown and put a fourth trophy in his case. Give it
See how
up
magic trick.
for Faker! Next to him, their AD carry. Let me hear it for Guma Yushi. And finally, his support, Carrier!
Why is the support shooting a gun?
Chase Center. The stage is set.
I'm trying to watch an LCS.
And this
Stream,
is
Zach.
the final score to settle.
I've also
One
experienced
team will
like
leave this arena
no,
world champions. The other
no.
You two should just watch
Like,
together
Give it up.
on your account so that you get the rewards
San
anyway.
Francisco, it's DRX and Team
Hello?
One.
이 2016년 마지막으로 롤드컵이 미국에서 열렸을 때 그는 우승했습니다. 6년이 지난 지금 베이커는 어린
what's this?
팀원들을 이끌고 다시 한번 우승에 도전합니다.
사실 결승전에
Like
오기까지
Gwen
굉장히 오래
or
걸렸고
what's his name? Silas.
또 우승하고 싶은 마음이 그동안 컸던 것 같아요.
첫 결승전을 앞두고 있는데 뭔가 이 결승에 오르는 상상을 너무나도 많이 했어서
It's an Anya custom skin.
아직도 뭔가 꿈꾸고 있는 것처럼 실감이 나지 않는 것 같아요.
마포고등학교. 그 학교에 조용하고 수줍음 많은 두 소년들이
Is
입학합니다.
that his invitation to Smash Bros?
그리고
아,
리그 오브
never mind.
레전드란 게임은 그들의 평범한 삶을 송두리째 바꾸게 됩니다.
Have you seen Smash Bros? Like,
학교에서 랭크 1등 우리
아.
학교에 있다 이런 얘기를 들었어서 그때 처음 알고
there's in Smash Bros when a
선수보다 내가 더
character gets
잘해줘서
invited,
제일
quote
잘하는
unquote,
학생이 되고
they get
싶다
a
그런 생각을 많이
piece of
했던 것 같아요.
mail, like an envelope with the Smash Bros logo on
2013년도
it,
때 데프트 선수랑 같은 게
and like
데뷔했었는데
people could, like the character grabs it like, huh,
운명이라도
alright, and then
되는데
it's like shows them.
같은 곳에서 시작해서
다른 길을 걸어와 다시 만나게 되었습니다.
제가 엄청 어릴 때 혁경이 이제 전성기를 달리고 있을 때 제가 롤드컵 우승 꼭 시켜줄 테니까 믿고 한 번만 나랑 같이 해달라고 말했던 기억이
I
있는데
think sick.
혁경
Okay, having hay fever.
미안해 내가 우승할게 이해해줘.
그 누구도 달성하지 못한 네 번째 우승을 노리고 있는 고투 페이커.
우승의 달콤함, 패배의 쓰라림. 절대로 우승을 놓치지 않을 겁니다. I'm ready for the fourth.
이 둘 중 한 명의 꿈이 깨진다는 건 정말 가슴 아픈 일입니다. 또한 이 둘 중 한 명의 꿈이 이루어진다는 건 모두에게 가슴 벅찬 일일 겁니다. 데프트의 문화는 멈출 수 분명해야 된다.
우승이라는 마지막 안무로 끝날 수 있게 혁경의 춤을 완성시켜 보도록 하겠습니다.
DRX가 영화 같은 여정을 밟아왔는데
Star walking.
The movies
That would be
over.
actually so sick. if like Faker and
마지막
what's his
레이스가
name both like skydived into the
시작됩니다.
stadium.
And there you have it. Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk here in the Chase Center ahead of our 2022 World Championship Final between T1 and DRX. I almost need a moment to catch my breath.
Yeah.
Made it back up here onto the analyst desk.
Have
with
you
Emily
ever
Denny's-
heard a louder cheer than what Faker got?
No.
No.
I've never heard a louder cheer in a League of Legends venue.
Yeah, we've been in a lot of venues. Never have we hit a decibel level that large, and never has it preempted the name. I mean, everyone knew where we were going, but if that doesn't describe or paint a picture of Faker's legacy for you, I really don't know what will help you understand at that point.
Yeah.
I was legitimately getting emotional when
Yeah.
like the players were being called up, and you saw like the energy from the DRX players, and then when you said Def's name, and like everyone erupted, like a part of me was just like, yeah, man, like there are so many people. We mentioned it earlier, and there are some people that are going to be like annoyed or frustrated that we keep going on about it, but they really are monoliths of our esport. Like they've been around for so long, and that feature did such a fantastic point of emphasizing where they started and where they are, and it's such an amazing story, and it's really incredible to be here to see them play against each other today. Like it's both bittersweet and amazing, because you know only one will walk away the victor.
That's exactly
but
right.
you know that like this is one of the best world championships that I think we have ever had.
We've already said it, we'll say it again because it bears repeating, that at the center of this matchup are two players in Faker and Deft. I think we would do a disservice to them to not walk through their stories one more time before we get to the rest of the players, the teams, and prepare for that first game of the series. Let's start on the side of Deft, Emily.
Yeah, so we already talked about his history with MVP Blue turned Samsung Blue. The fact that they got the better of White all this season and then went to Worlds. White finally beat them en route to winning the title. Then Deft goes to EDG, and prior to getting on EDG, he was known as a phenomenal team fighter, but a little bit shakier in lane. And I think the big thing that I want to stress about how dominant EDG were domestically, they also won the MSI Trophy in 2015, is that Deft, in his time with Mako, turned into not only a phenomenal team fighter, but a phenomenal laner. Now we see the series that still breaks my heart to this day that I brought up at the top of the day. Deft on KT Rollster eke out this particular win in the base race, but end up losing the series. A lot of people highlighted that as the series of that 2018 Worlds, the Inhib respawn just this past year. And again, like, they said in the preview, right? Like, this seems like something out of a movie, right? Like, Deft and his team coming out of nowhere. No one thought they would be here, beating EDG, his former team, on his birthday against Scout and Mako, who he played with. The fact that they are here, the fact that he has such a storied history, and it hasn't always been smooth sailing, right?
I mean, that moment there, right, as you talked about it, it feels so scripted. It's one of those things you see in a movie and you go, like, no, that
doesn't happen.
movie, it doesn't happen in real
unrealistic.
life. But then sports happens, and you get these incredible moments. And that inhibitor play alone, within like 60 seconds, my heart broke into a million pieces and then was put back together again, to watch Deft then break down himself on the stage in the interview. But across from him is the most decorated player in League of Legends. So Jat, this is no small feat. You've made it all the way to the finals, but you've got to go through a god.
Yeah, Faker has 3 world titles. If he wins, he has 4. No other active player has more than 1. That's how hard it is to win a League of Legends World Championship. First one happened in North America at the 2013 World Championship. It was a massive moment. He missed Worlds in 2014 and then went on perhaps the most dominant run in League of Legends history. 2015, they win again, only dropping a single game. 2016, they have a tough semifinals and then another 5-game finals, but he wins his 3rd championship. 2017 may have been his best Worlds run ever, but he didn't win the finals. And now, 5 years later, he is back again.
What's crazy to me is I think the only accomplishment that Faker doesn't have, which no one has, is to win everything in a year.
1 year.
And he's come really close quite a few times to the record, but that's the only thing that eludes him. And even this year, he won't be able to get it. But to say that that is the only thing that he's short of is truly incredible. The players will now be making their way to the stage as we get ever
What did
closer
I
to our
miss?
first match of the day.
Oh, absolutely. Love seeing DRX load
Nothing
onto
much.
the stage with plenty of cheers and fans
Just the
behind
intro
them. I
to
think
their
it's no
stories?
secret to them that they're the underdogs, but that has
Yeah.
been what has
Okay.
fueled them throughout this tournament so far. The fact that they could be that surprise team.
Well, back
the fact
now?
that, you know, they're taking the wins as
Okay,
they
I can't
come
wait to
and
see
they're
the
riding
draft.
that high towards their peak play.
It was an interview that
Whatever-
Kyoshik did with Ashley Kang. where
whatever
he
T1's
talked
top
about
laner play,
the
I'll try
mentality
one
shift
game of.
where coming into the World Championship with scrims
Whatever-
going the way that
whatever
they were going, like the whole atmosphere, it
either
was getting
mid lane picks
negative.
up.
It wasn't. It was not healthy
Wait,
for the team,
T1?
and they were struggling to know
Hey,
what
Dad.
to do. But then the
Not
coach
either
comes
team.
in and he says, "Listen, we need to stop thinking
either-
about what
it doesn't
like
matter
is
which one's
possible, and we
DRX
need
or
to just
T1.
start living in the moment. We need to start focusing on like
Let's
what is
see.
ahead of us. And if we lose, it doesn't matter. All that matters is that we do our best and we have a good time doing it." And Kyoshik talked about how that was a big mental shift for him, where he no longer thought about what he was doing wrong, and instead he only thought about doing his best and making sure that as long as he put everything on the table, that he could walk away happy. And it feels to me like that all of the players have just done that. They've put their heart and soul on the table, and they've shown what they can do. And so far, every single time it has been enough to get them to this point.
I think it's really interesting because in an additional interview, also with Ashley Kong, Deft talked about how one of the things he's realized at this tournament specifically, and it also could have come from that discussion with their coach, is like it's not about it's less about the
Guys,
result
I
than the
thought-
journey. Like
Did
it's
you say you
finally
wanted to
him
announce that?
coming through and
Oh, I thought you
accepting
said I'll have
like
mine right now.
I am like having a good time. I have accomplished
Thank
a
you,
lot, and
Chris.
obviously still he very much wants to win his first World's Trophy. But I thought it was really interesting to hear that coming out of him as someone who has, you know, been trying to push his way
How was it?
towards that World's Trophy and
Yeah, you had a
has
good
yet to
time?
be successful.
And so while Def looks for his first, Faker
was fun.
looking for his fourth, we have to acknowledge as well, there's one other person out there looking for their fourth World Championship title, and that would be Bengi, just this time behind Faker in the coaching position.
That it's so crazy to me, man. It's so
He's been
crazy
there for
to me.
all of them.
I mean, he was the magic man. You know, there was a period in time where there were questions like when T1 was struggling, he then subbed in, and then all of a sudden the whole T1 changes. It was just, it's such an incredible history for both of these players. That while Faker has been at the forefront, his loyal jungler has often been by his side.
Yeah, Faker was Batman, Bengi was Robin. It's the greatest example of League of Legends, and they won 3 World Championships together. Even in years when he was splitting time with other junglers, they'd win the games when Bengi was in there, the blank years in 2016. And even though Faker has been close so many times, it is actually another one of those fitting storybook things that coming into the World Championship, T1 makes a head coaching change, promotes Bengi to the head coach position. Many people have noticed an improvement in drafts, whether that's better collaboration or better driving from Bengi. Nobody knows, but we do know that the drafts have gotten better, and they're 3 games away from winning another World Final.
Yeah, Faker may be the GOAT, but Bengi, don't forget, he is the jungle. That was the name that was bestowed upon him.
Dad.
And can we just appreciate the fact that when you called Faker's name, he's silent. And, like, obviously the arena did not go quiet, but like that, what an incredible. He's given us so many moments throughout my favorite one being the role that he did. But like that's just another incredible moment for Faker to add to his collection, and like it's such a momentous occasion. I cannot wait to see these guys at the Rift.
Under 10 minutes to go, roughly 6-7 minutes. Jad, I want to start talking about the approaches of these teams diving into the series, right? Game 1 can be super important in terms of determining the direction of things like the series meta and draft.
Yeah, so I have some
Japanese,
draft
at
graphics
least.
that were made because we know T1 is on blue side for game 1 and DRX is on red side, and we can possibly point to what they're going to be playing because DRX in their last series had the exact same red side bans in every single one of their red side games. Now, it will depend a little bit on who your opponent is, but in this case, as you can see,
I haven't
Yumi,
used
Lucian,
Test Drive before.
Caitlyn banned in every game, and also what Gen G was banning against them. Notice the Heimerdinger in all 3 games, and also the last game of the EDG series, and also large Aatrox respect. Going over to what T1 has been banning on blue side, it's going to be a lot more flexible because you don't have to deal with the Yumi, Lucian, and Caitlyn. So if we move to T1's blue side banning, we'll also get to see that the things that are banned against them on red side are somewhat similar. So I'm not expecting Yumi Caitlyn to change from red side bans. That would be very pivotal. But this large amount of flexibility that T1 has, they can kind of go any direction they want because they're the most versatile team at the World Championship. My prediction for game one actually is that at least one of these T1 bans is going to be Kindred, because then the first pick Graves is something that T1 is going to try and threaten, and there would be no Kindred to answer it. So that's what I'm looking at in game one. I don't want to get into the red side draft approach to one here because that's going to be at least game 2 and onward. But that's what I'm expecting to see in the first game.
Thaddeus? And I think that what's interesting about the Aatrox ban on blue side from T1, often people will sit there and go, well, why wouldn't they want a first pick? Especially, or even leave it open when you look at a player like Zeus, and he's only come up with counters to the matchup, in particular his very well-known Yone. But often it happens because with red side, there's room, especially a team like DRX,
Bro,
is
it'd be
willing to
embarrassed
leave
to
that
be
open
hitting
all the way
different.
to the end. Like, this is a team that will just hold off on trying to get Kingen the best possible matchup so that they don't give Zeus an opportunity to counter pick. So it's a dangerous pick to leave open, especially when there are other things that you definitely want to prioritize in the draft, which you often see from a team like T1.
And the other super interesting thing is, I know we looked at the supports, right, and their champion pools. The bot lane 2v2 is going to be very curious to me, because in terms of looking at Lucian, Caitlyn Lux is something that not all teams play competently, but both of these teams can. So that'll be super interesting. The Lucian Nami, whether that crops up, will be super interesting. And then we've talked about how DRX's ban strategies really revolved around them getting a pushing bot with something like the Ashheimer if they want to as a counter, or just establish Yep, they pulled out the Ezreal Karma, which I also liked. I believe that was into Caitlyn Lux, if I remember correctly. But then it leaves, like, so if you try to target ban Zeka, doesn't work. They'll find answers elsewhere. And then having the Kindred pick into the Graves also makes this particular draft for DRX T1 really, really interesting.
Yeah, I honestly think that the bot lane for DRX is the most important draft tool resource that they have, simply because the more that they can force things like that Heimer ban, the more it opens up Zeka. Now, granted, Zeka has expanded his pool even a little bit throughout the best of fives, reaching back towards things like the Ahri and the Azir, where most people were prepared to call him a two-champ, player with the Kali and the Sylas for his earlier performances in Worlds. But I do think there's a heavy importance on the DRX bot lane, showing something to T1 to convince them either the Heimer or the Ashe, something like that needs to be on the ban table and open Zeka up a little bit more.
For sure. I think the mid lane matchup is going to be really interesting because, we talk about the expected bans, and right now there's an established meta of like really powerful picks you can't afford to let through. I was speaking with Kadril yesterday, and I was like, what if you just drop the Caitlyn ban? He looked at me and he was like, are you joking? Do you really want to give Caitlyn over to Gumayushi? This man's literally like undefeated on the champion all year long. Like, there's a lot, and the Rise, what do you do about the Rise thing? From like, there's a lot of questions that I think we're going to get answers to as soon as we get into game.
Quite soon, in fact. And so it is that time that we turn our attention to predictions, starting with the MasterCard fan predictions. Here at Worlds 2022, the fans have been pretty sharp in their predictions with a 70% prediction rate. Here they're giving it to T1, 76% of the vote. So over 3/4 of the fans think that it's going the way of T1. Any initial response to that? Kind of go to chalk?
About right.
You expected more?
It's about right. T1 should be big favorites. They were dominant all year long. They faltered a little bit towards the end of the summer split, but other than that, they've been the best.
All right. From there, we turn to the talent predictions. We polled the whole team to see who they think would take it
trailing it in the
series score. And see, this is a more even split than 75 or 76-23, and so quite interesting. But we also see series scores everything from a dominant 3-0 for T1 from Max Atlas Anderson, of course, to 3-2s as well. What is quick shots?
What's interesting is...
What is going on there?
That's an alpaca.
That's an alpaca.
Oh, an alpaca. I'm not wearing my glasses. So I was like, is that... He just put a picture of his dog on?
I was going to say a lot of people predicting DRX expect the 5 games, but Dracos and Goldberg fully committed on the 3-1 dominance from DRX. That's a lot of faith.
I'm actually surprised at how many DRX predictions are here. The two people I'm looking at, though, are Atlas and Chronicler, because they're the two LCK monsters.
Why is there an alpaca?
Yeah, see, for me, it is, of course, that it is evenly split and it feels good. I'm told the teams are ready to load into our World Final. So with that, it is my absolute pleasure to hand things over to Kadril, Kobe, and Captain Flowers.
Oh, they banned Sejuani?
Welcome
Akali?
everybody
Okay,
to
so
the
Zia's a
first
priority. They
game
banned
of the
Yumi.
2022 World Final. I'm Captain
So
Flowers. I
Zia's
got
a
Kobe, I
priority.
got
They
Cage
banned
next to
Lucian,
me,
so Lucian
and we're
Army bot
already
doesn't exist
jumping into
anymore.
the draft. It's a
But
calling.
Nami's
It says
still a
20,
decent
banned by
support,
T1.
so they could run
Meanwhile, those draft
they banned
demands
Ashe.
mentioned by chat, the Yumi, the Lucian,
Ashe
those are banned out by
is-
DRX. We're
I
expecting
don't know
a
how good
Caitlyn here
Ashe
too.
is. So I
Yeah,
can't
two
say
bot lane
anything,
bans
but
already straight into the deep end of the draft. Now DRX
that
didn't
means
really
they're
want to leave the
leaving
Caitlyn open. The
Kindred
Ashe is taken
open,
away. Ashe Heimerdinger would be your
supports
pushing
open.
lane into the Caitlyn Lux. It's a bit
They
of a
banned
risk.
Sedge,
Graves is
so-
open, Aatrox is open. They could also pivot and first pick something like the Sylas or Akali.
Okay,
Yeah,
Kate's
I like it
gone.
too because you can still pair a Heimerdinger with something like the Ezreal. We've seen it before
Wow.
with different AD
Varus
carries.
first
The Varus
pick.
insta-locked here though for T1
In
right
top
out of the
lane,
gates.
Varus,
Luma has
top
performed
laner
so
Zeus,
well
first
on this
pick
champion.
I wonder if we'll see
Okay.
something like Tristana here
Probably
from
gonna swap
Deft. I
that
mean, the
into
AD pool is really
Gamma
pinched at the
Yushi. They're
moment.
gonna
There's not that many
counterpick
setup
the top.
ADs left other than Jin, so he's gonna have to dig
enemy
deep.
top
Deft
is
isn't that much of an Aphelios
talking
player.
about
We
what to
saw his
pick.
third Draven game all time in this tournament when they were
They
down.
picked Aatrox.
There's the Aatrox coming in for King, and
Holy
Zeus probably gonna
moly.
do something like Fiora.
Yep, the Aatrox has been a staple of top lane throughout this
Okay,
entire
then
tournament.
they're gonna have
I
to pick
think they
Fiora
also
on
have
T1,
a high
right?
priority on this Sylas that has gone through. When you ban out the Kali for one side here for T1, also raising that priority. Seka has been a
Not
monster
sure.
with it.
Yeah, I think the problem they run into with blinding Sylas
Oh,
is they're gonna
there's
pick
the
against
Viego.
Faker's Rise. I wonder if Faker will blind pick it regardless, but there's the Viego coming in from Piosik. Graves is still up as well, so I wonder if Owner wants to go in that direction.
Alrighty, T1, second part of the draft for him. Let's see what it's going to be to accompany that Varus. Remember, this AD carry is typically very vulnerable. Normally, you want the support to be able to protect, be able to keep him safe. But there it is. Zeus' counter pick into the Aatrox. The Yone locked in for T1. Renata Glass going to be the last champion here in the first half for them.
The mechanics on this top lane prodigy get everyone excited for this pick. Meanwhile, Keria has won entire series
Renata?
for T1 with this Renata
Mid?
pick. Really,
No, it's
really great
Renata
ultimates coming from him
support.
to bring that structure to
Oh,
their
Faker
team
playing
fight.
support?
And
Oh,
there's
no.
the
they're
Sylas,
first
baby.
picking
I
support because
wanted
the
it
enemy
for
bans
Seka.
support.
He throws
So
it
then they
down
don't want
versus
to
Faker
first
the
pick
God.
mid,
And
otherwise
then
they can't
you can
counterpick mid. Does
protection
that make
ban
sense?
it here in the next
Yeah, yeah,
two
I just
bans.
realized.
So
Really
now
nice stuff
they're
from
gonna
DRX.
ban Rel
See
because the
Rise
enemy
ban
team
already coming
hasn't
through. You
picked
think
a
of
support
Azir,
yet.
you think of Victor as the last two remaining
And then the
champs in
enemy
terms of
team
control
bans
mages that can go
Rise
into Sylas,
because they
but
know
like I said,
Faker hasn't
Yone is
picked
such a
a
powerhouse
champion
pick
yet.
for Zeus. And it was Varus that
Top lane
Keria
is
was
getting
alongside
counterpicked
that bot lane
because
matchup
of
to
the
dominate
Yone.
the lane.
Yep, we got the Rise banned
enemy
away.
bot
Rel
lane,
banned
they
out by T1,
is
respecting
gonna
Barrel's
play
wide
against
champion
a
pool. There's the
Varus
Graves
and
banned
Renata,
out,
so they're gonna
recognizing
ban
that
champions
T1
that
still
counter
has
Varus
that
and
jungle role
Renata.
yet to pick.
So
They do not want
that's
to
why they
give a
ban
there with
Rel
that Viego
and
matchup.
Ezreal.
Ezreal will be the final ban of the draft for T1.
And now it looks like it's Heimerdinger or Sylas mid, so then Faker's gonna counterpick.
Game 1 for DRX.
Barrels
Faker's gonna
Heimerdinger
try and
shows its
counterpick that
face
whole
again.
enemy
We've
team,
seen time and
so
time again that he
something that
doesn't
would
need
go
an Ashe by
alright
his
into an
side. We've seen
Aatrox,
Ezreal
Viego,
Heimerdinger come out
etc,
from
etc.
DRX. Now the question is, jungle pool is slightly pinched here a little
Okay,
bit too.
they're playing
For
Lee Sin
Owner,
jungle.
Sejuani and Graves being down, Viego being picked away. What is his option for the draft? Might go for a Lee Sin by the looks of it. A lot of melee champs.
Okay,
so
Lee Sin jungle, stronger early game than Viego by a tiny bit. So they're probably going to try and hard win lane priority and then push. That's their game strategy. Oh, there's the Zia for Faker.
Okay, so AD carry here, I think he misfortune
I
for
caught
Deft
it.
to go
I
by
freaking
what
caught
has
it.
been most played,
They banned
but
the
he did
Akali,
something
so then
secret.
it made sense that they would pick a Zia.
Kalista's up, but Kalista Heimerdinger doesn't sound the strongest. Single
But
Heimerdinger, maybe
now
not the
there's
best up against
Sylas.
Azir with the
He's
long range.
going
I think
into a
something that can either
Sylas,
go
I
in
think.
or something that can
And then
set up.
Heimerdinger support.
Pushing lane is all the DRX need here in the bot
Yep,
side.
it's Heimerdinger
Sivir is
support.
going to be the answer. A bit short range.
Heimerdinger was
against
a
Azir,
flex
but
pick.
Deft confident enough that that champion can get
Good
the push
flex pick
and
by
keep the
them.
push in the mid game.
When you're thinking of push, when
overall,
you're
I'd say
thinking
the
of
top lane
AD
is the
carry,
only
Sivir's
lane
always
I'm
the
actually
one that
concerned about
first
losing.
comes to mind for
But
me,
otherwise,
especially
nah,
when
it
you
should
have
be
these
fine.
solo laners that have the capability of being a side lane threat, of being a 1v1 monster. Sivir to clear the waves feels great.
Do you know what's beautiful about these
Heimerdinger
two
will
comps?
easily
There's no
control
front line.
lane
This is all
with his turrets
just an
for support
Armageddon in team fight.
into
If
Renata,
anyone can
but
connect spells,
overall,
there is so
counter
much
picks
follow-up from
pretty
both
well.
sides, especially on T1.
The front line is your ability to outplay.
Yep.
That's it. It's not a health bar, it's
The
your
only
mechanics.
issue with
puts a
T1's team
lot
comp
more
is they don't
emphasis
really
on
have a
the
strong
big
front
ability.
liner.
You mentioned,
So
as
then
soon as
Azir's
Tyria
gonna
locked
be
in
their
Granada,
main
that's
engage
something that can
tool
bring
with
some
Lee
structure
Sin.
to your team fight. If you get locked up in just a moment of CC,
and no one else can really engage.
instantly taken
No,
down.
Yone's a
So much
DPS
gonna
dealer.
come down
He's
to execution.
not really
There
a
is
tank.
a lot of damage, and I think both compositions.
And like his engage
diving
isn't
into the
really good
opposing
unless you
team's
start with
composition
his
just looks really
double
tricky, right?
charge key.
Renata, Azir in
Whereas
terms
like
of
Aatrox,
pushback
you can
and
just
hostile
walk up and
takeover.
start
The
attacking,
Hyperding
you
you're
know,
committing into a
because like it's
Hyperding
tankier.
seems tough. Getting on top of them is great, yes, but the damage output, like
Okay.
talked about Kobe, is
I
extremely
see
high.
the
And we
picks.
have two big
That's good
signature
picks, good picks.
in this matchup. Zeus, of course, on his Yone, one of those
I
melee
can't wait
champs
to
is gonna have
see
to
Faker
navigate
pull
those
good as
difficult team
Zia.
fights. And Zeka,
Oh,
the
that's what I
breakout
wanna watch.
star of Worlds 2022, on his Silas.
Honestly, for me, he has been the individual standout of the entire tournament. He has been turning heads since play-ins.
He really has.
A big part of what got DRX here was his mastery of the current meta, of that melee matchup with Silas with Akali taking turns.
Here we go then, on to Summoner's Rift for game 1 of the World's Finals. It's been 3,318 days since Faker won his first World Championship. 1,050 games, 190 patches.
You better
and
watch
he's
how they
looking for another.
CS. CSing is so good.
Time, but they're
Like
back here and
their
ready to go.
ability
The
to like
arena is
control
packed.
the minion
The
wave and
players
stuff is
are locked
actually
and
correct.
loaded,
Analyze
and
it.
T1 and
You really need
DRX
to.
are ready for their first combat.
And like how
What
jungle
an
pathing
epic
works, etc.
Finals here. Everyone waiting.
Damn,
on
okay,
the
Humdinger
edge
is
of
setting
their
up
seats
lane
for
priority,
the
lane
greatest
control already.
organization in the history of League of Legends, T1
Aight.
and Faker
Oh,
versus
game's got
DRX, the
bloody
greatest
loaded up.
underdog.
Okay, they're holding
run
vision,
in
bot side
Worlds
blue.
history.
Aatrox is
the World
sitting in
Finals.
top
They've just been
bush
scaling throughout the entire
safely
tournament.
at the
Death
back so
taking
that
down
he
so
can
many
get
of his
free
former
vision on
teammates.
red.
DRX finding
Just in
ways
case
to
if they
topple
invade.
teams like EDG.
Okay,
Now,
Yone is holding
just a very standard level 1 here.
river
Ward there
bush.
in the
They
river.
place a control
The pick placed
ward.
by Pyosik goes for the
Already?
normal health
Wow.
bomb. Just gives a little bit of vision to Zeka
Okay.
to make sure he's safe in the early stages.
Take
And
care of
definitely
Primer
looking at
turret.
jugglers both starting bottom sides because the top lane
Lee Sin
matchup is so
soloing red buff.
volatile. Zeus is one of those few top laners that people have confidence to pick these sort of skill matchups into with that Yone on the top
even though
side.
they
And we
warded
want to
red
see
buff.
if
Okay.
Pyosik or Owner will get there first. to
Viego
influence this
solos
really
blue,
snowball,
I
and
think.
damage the minion
Did he?
wave control afterwards.
All right, Pyosik gonna go ahead, clear out
I
that
think Viego
Gromp
soloed
second.
blue
Just
and
go
then went
ahead,
to
make sure
Gromp.
he's maximizing that EXP.
Looks like
Just
it.
want to continue pathing towards that top side. I
Like,
would
it
believe
is
Faker versus
loaded,
Zeka.
yeah.
There's going to be a lot of conversations about this matchup
Like,
throughout the entirety of the
game's being
series. I
stupid.
guarantee it.
Okay.
Every time I
Tri-lane
reload.
shot
So
showing us
Faker's
that Zeus
hyper
has that
aggressive,
push here
trying
in
to
the top
shove
lane.
wave.
Meanwhile, bottom side,
Um,
it's DRX
Zer-
taking
Oh, I
Top
see this
lane
now.
is-
Yeah, I see it. I see it.
Yeah,
Definitely
top lane
is.
shoving
Of course,
wave.
T1 is 8-0 against DRX this year.
Bot
DRX
lane
haven't
is
even
freezing.
taken a single game in the best
Yeah,
of
he's
threes, and every
bot
single
lane's
time in
freezing,
those games,
thinning out the wave and
T1
then
have had
freezing it.
responses to what DRX have blind picked. You think back to even in
Enemy
spring round
Viego's
one,
about
they
to
played
walk
Prince
and
of
gank
Peace,
Faker.
Banks into RNG,
Hey,
Dark Rise.
yo!
So many
Oh
examples,
my god.
but Pyosik is now looking
No
around.
way.
He's done his 3 bot side camps.
Wait, how does
for
Faker have vision?
Doesn't
He doesn't.
matter, He might have
Oh!
to flash the stun.
He's gonna get caught.
Pyosik coming in with
Oh, he
Spectral
flashed
Law.
the
Faker gets
he flashed
away.
the stun.
Nicely flashed from that. And as we have a little bit of early action here, remember the Prime Gaming is giving away
Okay,
150,000
Viego's
RP to
passing
several
topside
lucky
after
fans
clearing
every single
walls,
day of this
passed down to
competition.
river and
we're
gang.
almost done. So head on over to Prime
And
Gaming
now he's getting
World22.com to
Lee
enter. Make sure
Sin,
you put
full
in today's
cleared,
secret
level
code to get
3
those in.
now.
I love this
No,
early pass
going
from
in for an
Pyosik because it
invade.
doesn't take much of his
This
time
game-
at all. Like it's a very valuable
Yep, Lee Sin
summoner spell.
invading,
Owner
Salah's
now
gonna
walking over
rotate
the ward
down.
that he left behind. Really good manipulation of information here. Red buff is going to be pulled off since they saw him on the ward.
Yeah, Pyosik
Yep,
knows it. Owner's on the
vision
way.
control.
Might have to reset the red buff here and call his solo lane. They don't really have any push, so Owner's just going to go over to the Crux instead. Pyosik very aware of that happening, so he's going to try to push him back as well. Doesn't want to give up any of these camps. Owner wants to keep the pressure. Zeus is first to the move.
By one.
Nicely done. Owner's faster on the smite. Pyosik's going to have to walk away now. Zeus commanding control over the wave, crashing it into the turret.
Okay.
As he can back up
Lane
his jungler,
priority,
so Owner
top
can
lane
stick
winning.
around and secure more of the smaller Crux.
And actually, it was Pyosik who used the smite, and Owner got it with a little bit of damage there. So Owner now has smite advantage for a little bit over
Okay, Lee Sin's
Pyosik.
trying to
And he's
greed
got a
for
ward
the
on the
red
red buff. He
buff.
could just
He
steal
wants
this.
Faker to
That ward is
rotate up.
perfect.
Pyosik has to
Pyosik
delay
doesn't
for a
know.
fight.
Faker's shoved
He's scared of
Salas
Owner,
into
and he will
lane.
spot him out on
Salas
the way.
can't
He's gonna try
rotate
to
really
reset it
easily.
again. You have to imagine
And
no push in
Viego's
mid lane for
not going to
Zeka.
give up red buff.
Pulls it in the bush.
Okay,
But
he
looks
placed
like
on the
he'll be
ward,
able
he
to
has
finish it
vision.
out of vision.
Nicely done. Right back in on the other side of the red to prevent any further patience loss. He doesn't even have to smite it anymore. They see Owner on top of the ward. They know he's no longer contesting this, but he is still looking into the enemy jungle. Pioshik just gonna back out. There's nothing left to fight for. And this is the trade-off of the mid game. You got a flash, you
Okay, they
lost
got the buff.
Not the end of the world. Did pick up a couple
They
of them
got the
and managed
scuttle.
to get his
They
red.
get
Now he's gonna
rotating
move down
bot
towards
to
his
the
bolt trap.
scuttle.
Second respawns coming in. Still pressure a lot here for Faker in mid. Zeka has the TP if he needs it. Pioshik has flash to gap close onto Faker. Faker might have to be careful in these next couple of minutes. Not a lot of mana to work with here on Zeka with the Silas. He's playing nice and safe. We'll see if Pioshik can find an angle here.
Here's the gank.
Faker's still pretty far
Oh, the stun, the hit. Faker's down and out for the count.
The star here,
Oh
bundled
my
again.
God.
Pioshik, multiple ganks, returns before the
Okay,
flash
Viego
gets back
rotates
up.
back to
As
Wolves.
you said, instantly flashes in there for the stun. They get their kill,
Holy
and they get the
moly.
money exactly where they want it. This Silas skills so well and can have some kill pressure.
This is going to be a huge problem.
Oh, Vione has the
41
flash
in the
top
mid
side.
game. Zeus forced to flash away. These solo lanes going in favor of DRX. It's King and
Their
Pioshik
CSing is
off
so
to a great
perfect.
start. These
What
two
the
players
hell?
were last place in the LCK last year in summer, and now they're in a Worlds Finals, and they're already off to a great start.
And I love their story with Kingen and Zeka as we have a trade on
Ah.
bottom side.
Boys, we might not have the time for any stories because Dev is about to drop in bottom
Oh
lane, but
my
he
God,
is
Death
through
is
it.
still alive.
Kyria and Owner
Holy shit.
Still chasing after. Owner wants to land this. There's a little bit more damage coming out from Kyria. Flash into the Tempest to make it happen. As Zeka
Oh,
goes
wait,
into
what
stolen
the-
ulti. He'll shuffle Faker right on back, but Owner's on the way, so Zeka can't do any more.
Beautiful play there
What's
from
Faker gonna
Owner
build here?
and Carrier chasing down on
He
bottom side.
built
And because they
Oblivion
get
Orb first
Death
to
down,
counter
they get supremacy
Silas's
over the river. Knowing that
ability of
Zeka
healing.
cannot chase Faker
If you didn't
any
know.
further into it.
Yeah,
What an
Silas has
explosive
healing.
start.
Barrel just going to
And
help
then
Zeka get a little
Oblivion
bit of
Orb
vision around
also
mid there.
procs
Did
on
get the
natural
first base
regen,
off as
but
Kyria
it's
was
not
looking for
really
that. A lot of
considered
summoners blown
too good
across the
unless you're
board.
running
Zeka
something like
ideally
refillable,
wants to crash his
which is
wave
what
in, doesn't
Silas
have the
has.
flash,
So
Faker
then
has the shuffle.
Oblivion Orb counters
Needs
that
to
even
respect it
harder.
and back away. A lot of early action.
And now
Yeah, Faker's
Faker's
still having
auto
that shuffle
attacking the
because
mage
remember, he
minions
was level
once and then
5
attacking it
when
again
Zeka
after the
engaged
turret
on
shot
him
to
with a stolen
perfect
ulti. Let's now take another look at what
auto
happened
attack
bottom.
cancel.
Carrier, nicely done there, using E to pop the shield before the handshake. Gets the shield off and then pulls Deft back in. Wanted to make sure the wave crashed there. Deft and Carrier stopped him in his tracks. His former teammate almost
That was
managed
such
to
a
find
good
the solo kill.
timing for
And Owner
Deft
right
to
behind
heal.
Carrier, make sure he's there to back him
But
up.
it's
E-flash comes
sad
in.
because he just
Double
got
flash
baited
expected for that kill.
into using his
Carrier
spell
is
shield.
so good, so incredibly good. This support prodigy from rank 1 actually started with Def on DRX as well, getting the kill there, but now it's Dragon started up for Pioshik and DRX, and they should be able to finish it. No Lee Sin arounds means no attempt at a smite steal.
Oh my God!
Who needs fight when you got an arrow?
Holy.
Gumayushi gets bullseye for Gumayushi. Picks up the
Oh
dragon.
my.
Pioshik doesn't even use the
Oh
smite.
my
All
God.
this bot pressure for DRX, and then Pioshik coming down, having the mid push and starting up that Drake backfires.
And this just reminds you of how T1 got here to finals. It was bottom
Did he
different.
flash to shoot
My
his
goodness.
ability?
Carrier takes down Def, then immediately afterwards, Guma's able to snipe away the objective as
No, he
well.
still
This
has flash. He
T1
didn't
bottom
flash.
lane
He
is
was
the
just
T1
in
bottom
range.
lane that was promised originally. Best in
That's
the
perfect control of
These
distance
guys
management and
stumbled
channeling.
at MSI
He had to
after
channel that at perfect
incredible,
timing.
Incredible run.
Oh
in
my
spring.
God.
In summer, it's been about recovery. And when I look back at their semifinal they played this past weekend against JDG, it was the bot diff that really stood out. It really was. And Owner is hovering around there now, making sure they have some kind of vision to push out. Deft with no flashes, an easy setup with a level 6 Lee Sin. Owner's just trying to juggle this mid and bot push to make sure they can control this bot side river. But with Herald up, Kingan's going to start that one.
Okay,
Top push
pings,
in favor of
information,
DRX.
a lot of
Zeus,
talking.
no flash. Zeka is ready to move across. Barrel is on his way up. Will be first to the top side river. How
Okay,
does
they're
T1
rotating onto
dissect this
Rift,
fight? They're looking
taking
for
priority.
Kingan. Owner throws out the cube, and he's not going to find it. Zeka jumps in. Owner's ready to retreat back to his own teammate. Zeus contesting 1v2. Owner and Faker ready to join in, but Barrel's made his way into the fight. Owner jumps in. It's secured by DRX. Now the fight breaks out. Pioshik
Oh my God.
T1 with a lot of move. Zeka tries to get the kill, but he won't be able to secure it. Zeus charges forward, but not
They
finding
lost
another
Rift,
kill just
but-
yet. It is T1. They lose the objective, they get the kill, and they stop the eye from being picked up.
Yep, their smite was a little bit early. 95 health left on that Rift Herald. So
That's bad
DRX,
timing.
they get
Oh,
the
well, it's
300
okay.
gold for getting the Rift Herald,
okay.
but Faker
They
sweeps
got a
in,
kill from
the
it.
Azir sweep back. allows them to pick up the kill, and Owner surviving there on the backside also means they get priority on the map. So they're able to deny that eyeball you're talking about, as well as Faker getting an extra turret plate.
So let's look at that again. Goes in, Owner with the Q2 smite, 95 HP, and then Piosik picks it up. It's Zeus who gets the knock up onto Piosik. The shuffle into the Zeus ult actually catches 3 of them. Barrel's not level 6, so he can't put down the big
Wow, that
turret.
was
Zeus
perfect
confident
timing
enough
by
to chase
Faker.
through, and like
He
you
knocked
said,
them straight
kills the
into
T1.
Yone.
Pushing
What?
lanes for T1 with plates means it's in their favor this play.
I
Actually
love the
cracked.
fact that we got a
No
fight
cap.
that big early on in game 1. It bodes very well for the series. T1 up about 700 gold now, just shy of
Dude,
10
I
minutes
wouldn't
in the
even
game.
think
They've
of
got
doing
a 1
that.
kill lead. They've got that stolen
Oh my
play,
God.
But we're probably not going to see any more big fights for another 2 minutes until the next Drake spawns. Total gold on the left side of your screen. It's Zeka and Gumayushi pulling out in front.
And Carrier, man, in the last fight as well. sniping
Total
him
gold,
again with another handshake to push them together
3,600
to
at
set
10
up that
minutes.
kill. Getting,
They missed
last
out
hit
on
for
only
himself as well.
20
Will be
CS
fairly
at
rich
10
Renata,
minutes.
But River Control goes over to DRX and they secure the crown.
Dude, you and me, we get like 50, maybe 60 if you're lucky. Oh my god.
Faker to make sure that he can't push into his tower, keep him under his tower. Zeka has
Getting that
unique threat of the
perfect
second
of a
he lands
CS
chain,
count
he
is
can push him back
crap.
into Piosik. It's all about mid-bot side here for both these teams.
And you saw the
You're gonna
way
make it a
Zeka
goal for you to
just
get
used
80
the spell,
CS
throwing out
at
the
10 minutes.
E2, following it immediately with
Wish.
PR. If that E2 connects, boom, you just shuffle
What do you
right
mean you
back into the
wish?
lane.
I think you could do
As we
it.
pan back top side and Zeus
I've done
is
it
still in
once or
control.
twice.
Owner coming up through the crush.
Not consistently
Yeah, with all
though.
the focus on the other side with these little
We have to
skirmishes,
remember that
Zeus
this
has
is
been able
like
to get himself that CS lead
them
with
playing
his
Worlds.
Yone counter pick,
That means
and
they're good
Owner
enough to do
does
this
have
stuff
flash and
consistently.
Lee Sin kick available. They're
Kinda
gonna look for the
crack.
knockup.
I wonder if they can
Oh,
execute
oh
this
my
dive.
god,
Zeka has
perfect
TP,
CS
so the
under
longer
the
this play goes
tower,
on, the
what
more
the
the
hell?
backfire. I think they're hoping the King and takes
Oh,
a trade into Zeus and looks for a
oh,
kill.
that was a bad
King is
trade.
showing a lot of respect, so
Okay,
no
Lee
play
Sin was
made there,
hugging the
Owner.
wave.
T1 could have
Cool.
broken the entire game open by getting that kill, heralding the top tower. Zeus will be unlocked
Zach.
on the map, but Zeka is going to TP back mid.
Did you know you can stop a diva
And you
ult
can see
with
the
with the
timing
Risa
for
spear?
Owner. He does not want to waste
Ever
any further
Frost.
seconds on top side
If
because
you
Dragon
can
is
throw
very
a
smart.
Risa
So
spear
they set themselves up for
at,
that possible counterplay
at diva
on
ult,
top
it can
side or
stop it
dive
from
if there's a
flying.
play ready, but they don't want to overinvest
And push
and
it
waste
back a
time
little
with
bit.
an objective coming right up. So get back down to bottom.
Wait, what is that Varus' CS? Oh my god.
Towards his drugs, and Carrier has retaken the bot side vision, allowing Faker to push into
120.
mid wave and then move
At,
towards
at
bot
the
side.
time though, look at the
That
time.
Dragon's pretty handily.
Alrighty, we've still got the stolen Azir ultimate on Zeka as well. There's a ton of playmaking potential here on either side. Back to what you guys were talking about in the draft. The
Vision
lack
score is
of
alright.
frontline
Early
is
game
going
vision
to
score
be
isn't
very
too
heavily felt once we get into more of these big team fights. And
easy
it's
to get.
T1 with control over the river as the
But
Drake
they're
spawn.
placing really
Another
good
big
wards
thing
with what they
T1
have.
getting control of that river like you're talking about is the Renata ults that can come from Carrier. He can cut off these entrances with the wide crowd control that is afforded to him. Let's see about it though. DRX. they
Okay,
bullied
fighting
him
over
off.
drag prior.
DRX
Silas rotating
forcing
down.
T1 back a little bit. Zeka's here on the flank. The second
Oh, they get the
Drake
drag.
stolen. Owner gets it and he gets away. Zeka and the rest of
T1
DRX.
Nah,
they
they're
have
not.
a
They're
whole
not
lot
pulling
more
a
to
fight
do,
here. Nope.
But that is
They
two
blasted too many
Drakes to
flashes.
nothing now for T1.
Ocean Soul for T1 as well. If
Not
they look
safe.
forward to the next couple of Dragons, DRX very late to this play. They managed to find an avenue in. It did turn into a little bit of a
Silas
50-50,
fight.
but T1 had really good positioning and setup in terms of vision before they had arrived. Still a little bit of pressure on this bot side as Zeka is
DRX
the one
get
catching
both.
bot wave, and Deft has moved towards mid.
Yeah, Piosik coming down the river too. I love both these junglers, the confidence, even after the
The
95
T1
health
with
up on
DRX that
Ripio.
got that.
Owner says, don't worry, I got this one.
T1 got
Piosik with
both
the gank on the
drags
carrier gets
and
at least his flash.
stop Riff so
Doesn't
far.
follow through the ult, a little bit scared of Owner. And if you watch DRX versus T1 the majority of this year, it's just been a
It's
slow
actually kind of
bleed out
cracked
for
though.
DRX.
Like,
T1
look at
had
when
better
they're
macro
doing
in the regular
drags
season,
and
they had
Baron.
more
I mean,
pushing
and
lanes,
Riff.
had more options
It's
to
literally
play for,
perfect.
And it was just a slow and steady loss every single
They
time
win
for
lane
DRX.
power and then
Barring
rotate.
The last time that they faced each other in round
And if they
2 of
can't
summer,
win
where
lane
DRX
power,
actually
they
had a
just
pretty good
run
goal
as
lead and a
fast as they
massive
can.
kill lead, but it was T1's macro that brought them back into this, and it's DRX's macro that has improved so much in this international tournament.
And talking about macro, that's the
Silas,
other thing
Renata
that really stood
mid.
out for me
Is he a
about
bot?
T1
Interesting.
in their semifinal last weekend. It was the bot diff, and it was the decisions being made as a team, not just later on, but early too,
Heimerdinger
to
is
outmaneuver
missing.
JDG and constantly find advantages.
Yeah, I think T1 are one of the best in the world. In fact, probably the best in the world now.
Is
at
Heimer just
pushing
hugging
these leads. When you
top?
get this gold
Yeah, they
lead,
are. Okay.
to be able to set up on the next objective, Owner comes top again. Zeus goes in, gets his turret plate, and and Riftfield number 2 about to arrive.
But remember, Rift Herald #1, despite the fact that there was a fight over this and a lot of players were there.
Okay,
the
they're setting
eyeball
up
was never
vision
claimed.
for
We
Rift.
never got
That's
to
what's
see
going
that
on.
Herald
I see, I
used.
see.
So this second one, I'm hoping we get some more results.
Bro, I remember back in the day when there used to only be one Rift. Now there's two.
For King and Def to stay in mid, so I wonder
Did
if
you know
DRX just
that?
want to break the laning phase right now and put the Sigma in mid, put the Heimer towards mid, and start pushing in these waves.
Okay.
Building towards those two items so you can control the map a
top
little
pro,
bit.
mid pro,
It's always so
trying to
nice
take
to be able to get mid
Rift.
push when you're looking at the next spawns of the objective. So then
Oh,
you
that's
can
why
either
they
move in,
rotated.
do this Herald
Okay, does
first,
that make any
or
sense?
once Dragon
What
comes
they
up,
did
of course,
was
you can do the
they
exact same thing from
swapped
the other side, and T1
mid
get
lane
it
and
first.
bot lane so that
Ball's
there was
coming
more
through.
champions that could
T1's gonna start it
help
up,
with
and
Rift.
Zeka's moving his way towards mid. He doesn't
Does
have
that
the
make sense?
TP,
It turned
and
into a
Temper does, that
4v4
allows him to stay
instead of
in
a
the lane.
3v4.
DRX know this has been
Does-
started. The question is,
yeah.
are they going to contest it? This is very similar to the Dragon where they're just arriving a little bit too late.
Yeah, T1,
Oh,
like clockwork,
clean.
going to these neutral objectives continually.
This is why you
posing
speedrun
this
objectives.
question to
You
DRX,
win the
and they
game.
get this one without a fight.
The gold lead continues to build. 1,500 now. 15 minutes into the game for the second
Good
seed from
control
the
wood.
LCK. As Faker gets away from the Everfrost there of Zeka, the extra playmaking
14
potential.
minutes, but
Somewhat counter by the fact that
they
Faker
can
does have
LCK
Crown of the Shattered Queen, going to make it harder to kill him when they go in. And especially considering the squishy nature of both compositions,
Yeah,
I like
Aatrox
this purchase from Faker.
Definitely
TP in
agree.
now as
T1
well, yeah.
showing why a lot of people had them favorites in this matchup here. The lane phase,
Oh
very
my
oppressive
God.
from them. and
15
being able
minutes,
to
only 3 deaths
consistently
total.
push the tempo.
This is what a pro game truly is. It's just annoying.
Doesn't look like they're
It's a
giving much
chess
resources
match.
to Faker.
It's not
He has
even
TP,
fighting.
they wanna Look for a play through top. Kingen seems to be the target for them. Owner is
Oh,
actually going to base and move towards
missed
mid.
the
You have to
Q,
expect,
gets
so
punished
very
for
stock
missing the
standard
Q.
Swap of lane phases here, just moving around pieces on the map.
Rip
to try to control
Yone.
vision around mid.
Still
No huge
alive
objective
though.
just yet.
Just
The
got
big thing I'm looking
hurt.
at is we have solo
Okay,
laners
dodged-
hitting their
dodges
level
the
11,
Everfrost.
second level ultimate power spikes here. That means that the dive, the burst potential is really starting to get high. So I'm expecting to see more of these plays. I'm expecting to see more of these roams. I'm expecting to start seeing some dives and a little bit of testing the water to see if they can just skill
Bro,
check their
Heimer's
opponent.
vision
And T1
score.
ones who can pull the
And
trigger first, they have that
Oriana's.
Herald.
I mean,
They probably want
Renata's.
to put it towards mid or top. I mean, every single tower is incredibly low. They're having push in all of these three
Sheesh,
lanes.
the
which
vision
allows
score.
them to control
Kinda
this map
crap.
so well. DRX grouping up now, trying to find an avenue to get a little bit of vision. Maybe they can look for a pick. Carrier still
How
not
much
having
is that in
flash up. There's
total?
a ward around him,
10,
but Owner's ready to cover.
Yeah, I
26.
think their biggest advantage they could set up for themselves
51.
here, DRX, is trying to establish that vision control over the dragon before it spawns.
65.
Because T1, since they got that Rift Herald #2 so late, they can sync up the activation of the second Rift Herald here with the spawn of this dragon. You know, make a hard
97
push
vision
first
score
to
at
gain
16
priority
minutes?
on mid,
Oh
then
my.
slip down
That's
to
a
the
lot.
objective. Heimerdinger does
Okay.
so well,
No,
though.
but like
this
in
pick
the
that has been
future, if
so
we get
fun
5
throughout
man,
Worlds,
we
when
should
your
totally
opponents
try
have to come
playing like
face check
this.
you into brush,
If we
and that's what
could.
Beryl is trying
If
to
we
accomplish.
could.
Yeah, you see the turrets being
We could,
placed,
we
wards
should.
being put down. My eyes are on Zeka for this next fight. It would be
Okay,
a third
5
Zeka
men
for
on
T1,
drag,
of course. Ocean
maybe?
Storm
Yeah.
was DRX first one to deliver. Zeka has a great position
Zeus,
to
the
look
top
for.
laner, will TP down
walking
along
down.
with Aatrox.
Remember, Zeka has no
They're-
stolen ultimate
I think
right
both
now.
top
That's a
laners are
big
gonna
deal.
back,
What's he going to
spend
steal?
their
When is
gold,
he going
TP
to steal
down.
it? Making the right choice
Oh, they get
goes a
mid-turret.
long way. First Herald of the game summoned up here in mid
And
lane.
now they
This will
rotate
be
down
the
to drag?
first turret killed by either side, and it's
Ooh.
mid lane tier 1 dropping. T1 claiming.
They pick up the tower and they get the wave in, but it doesn't give them an avenue into this dragon because King and TP bot and Zeus needs to respond. It's going to be a dance around vision here as Faker is the first one to step up. Owner's going towards midwave. King will find the bot lane of T1.
Oh my.
That's not where they want to be going. DRX, they're ready to go. Can they survive? No.
T1's
Carrier
already
will
down.
fall, but he's traded back for Zeka. A 1-for-1 that should favor T1.
That was a fantastic setup for DRX, so a little bit of a backfire to go 1-for-1. A couple ultimates used from T1. DRX the same. Dragon is still up, but DRX still looking for a pick. They're
Yone
hoping
is
that
so
Gumayusi
good like
walks
this.
back through
You
this
can
drive,
just
which I think
literally
T1 thought they
CS
had to go through bot
after
lane there.
And look at
walking
this,
up with
Faker
the-
goes mid to put up the Azir
Such a
turret,
good
trying
way
to get
to
his mid
retreat
priority
and
that
not
way,
pick fights.
and then he can come right over. Remember, Gumayusi as well stole
Okay,
the other
rotating
dragon.
down to
Can he
drag.
fish around here? They've got vision inside the dragon pit and teleport coming right out.
All right, teleport from Zeus. Bottom lane, Kingen and Beryl gonna keep him back. Zeus ready to try to outplay here with a Soul Unbound. immediately resets his
They're gonna burn it.
position. His job was to distract, and distract he did.
Oh
Drake
my
secured
God.
as Faker goes in. Deft is on the run. 40% AD. Zeus ready for the re-engage. Fate sealed, and Deft is down. Faker gets the kill, and T1 are ready to go.
T1 so precise, just
And that's
dominating
bot
this
lane
game.
tower gone.
Zeus, magnificent sleight of hand on the bottom side, but they're not done yet. Keegan looking for the snipe onto Faker. He just walks out of the Inferno
Wait,
chains
what?
and goes for it.
Oh, but Faker goes back in. Faker gets barrel, and
my
T1's
God.
ready for more. Pioshik's on the run, but the Ruined King will barely survive. Owner walks away, and now T1 might just pay for it. Kingan's ready to chase down Guma even further. Zeus coming around from the side. Kingan backing away. T1 getting another. Faker getting another. Zeka running home.
Oh, it's turning into a slaughter in game one, boys. 20 minutes here, and T1 have 3 Drakes as well as the gold lead.
Huge swing of gold now for T1. Massive fight
Okay,
around
Unit
the
E
dragon.
to
They
CS
played it with so much
effectively and then
patience.
back.
There was never a moment
Aight.
where they felt rushed or pressured to just take a fight. All of a sudden, they're just playing through waves, making sure they have numbers advantage. They sneak
That's
it away
such an
under
effective
DRX's nose.
ability.
Then
You can
DRX
just,
kinda
like,
think they have to
walk
get into
up
this fight,
or
and
go
T1
back.
are the ones who stand tall.
Playing with supreme confidence.
Did I say I'll try Yone
Zeus
top?
here,
Yeah, I
in
did.
his
I will.
first year on the international
I said
stage,
I will try
the
Yone
sleight of hand
top
to
if,
distract DRX
T-
down to the bottom
whatever
side. And
T1
Baker
top
says,
laner pick.
we collapse on them, pull off the pincer.
And this is the Sivir, right? Not very good range in terms of hitting back. The Azir is just damaging your health bar.
Would I
Deft
try-
falls, and then T1 look for another players. We've got a fight on live.
We've
Oh.
already got that play
Oh,
right
that
now.
was a bad
Pioshik
kick.
on the run.
He messed
but
up.
he'll run nowhere. Faker goes on a rampage, and Barrel goes down with him. T1 find 2. They find the jungler, and they find
they
their way to the
take the
Baron.
Baron.
There's a reason why T1 is undefeated versus DRX. They're outclassing them in every single role right now, and T1 will pick up that Baron just shy of 21 minutes in the game.
Absolute domination here. The objective bounties are already up. The game signaling just how far ahead
Wow,
Team
communication
1
at this
are.
level is
And they've picked right
so
up where
insane.
they left off. This team, their ascent has been so fun to watch. Consistently outplaying
They already
people
have
in
3
craft, in
items.
mechanics, on the stage,
What the
pressing these
heck?
objectives at every turn.
20 minutes. 3
Kingan getting into a bit of a 1v1 here, but Zeka's also nearby. Faker ready to respond too. Kingan is low, and Zeus takes the kill. Now with the full retreat coming out, Zeka's gonna whiff the shuffle, and T1 just has to wait it out. They'll take out these minions. Zeka trying to find any sort of a way to get out of this one, but it ain't gonna happen. No, sir. Faker.
Why didn't you just run through your
I especially
enemy's
love
turret?
the story. Well,
Maybe
never
you
mind.
had a
Owner's on
chance.
Pioshik.
We don't
What
have
are you
time
doing,
for stories.
Zeka?
Owner looking for another.
Bruh.
Finds the R, finds the Q, finds 2. There it is. Owner picks up the kill.
The only story here is that DRX's history after game 1. T1 are just dominating
over.
them. And you
This
can't
game's
fault
actually
DRX
already
because they
over.
have to find picks. T1 have a Baron buff.
If
They're
you
going
were
to start
playing
the siege
norms,
with Azir.
DRX
and
would
Varus,
already
they go for
AFF.
1-4 with Zeus on
No
the Yone. They
cap.
tried to make the picks
Dude,
happen, but T1 are
Remember
very
all the
aware of their
games we
plans.
played together?
T1
Where like we
ready
just
to
smashed
break
the enemy?
base in half.
By taking all the
first
objectives and stuff?
Inhibitor turret is gone. Inhibitor, a little bit more. There we go. That'll get him across the line. But DRX comes in with a TP. T1 has the Azir turret. The Sun Disc can protect them. Zeka's looking for the angle. He steals the Fate Sealed away from
Are you
Zeus.
watching?
Barrel gonna throw down these turrets, but DRX can't
Yeah.
find the opportunity
Okay.
they're looking for, and T1 will escape.
They can't punish the siege. They tried their best with the TP, but that Azir tower is just too much of a threat to go for a 5v5 underneath their tower with this gold deficit. This is DRX looking for the pick onto Zeus to stop the 1-4 on a side lane, but Faker's there to respond. He knows that their only plan and their only play is killing the top laner of T1. Faker making sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, Zeus with a slight step back here, dodging away from the stolen Azir ultimate himself too. This player and T1 story with them, having confidence in their own.
Wait, how much
Never
health
mind.
Carrier, that's not where you want to be, buddy. Deft goes on a killing spree. There's a second, a shutdown. DRX get 2 for nothing.
20 seconds on the Dragon Spawn as well. That will be the soul of T1. But
Wait,
look at
they're
Faker.
gonna go
He's just
straight for
barreling down
Erna.
mid lane looking for
They don't
another
know
inhibitor.
they have
Looks
vision
like
on
2
Erna.
will fall because all of DRX are staying. Bases are coming in, but Zeka doesn't have the TP. It's Owner and Gumayushi who will play patiently. And Faker with the TP coming back up soon means that T1 might be able to match the numbers around this Dragon fight.
Faker in mid lane, taking out the inhib. DRX immediately jumping onto the Drake. They want to stop this soul by any means possible. Owner's coming in. Sonic wave over the wall. Owner's still waiting for it. Not going to happen. Objective bounty over to DRX, but now they got to be ready to run. They've got to exfiltrate, and T1 will not pursue.
Even though it really hurts to give up your mid inhibitor to Faker there, you have to stop this soul here for DRX. You also get the objective bounty shutdown, trying to make some of this gold deficit up.
They need a couple more item spikes. You can see King has just picked up the Death Stance, but it's Infinity Edge on Death, the 3-item Sivir that DRX need to look towards. Level 14 right now, actually ahead of Gumayushi in terms of levels. So the Sivir will keep the wave clear going on that top and mid inhibitor.
at 24
T1
minutes.
needs to start pressuring the map a little bit harder, put their foot on the gas and look for this bot tier 2.
Yep, from T1's perspective,
That's more
there
CS
is
than I
one
get in a
lane to
40-minute
go to,
game.
with
What the
Supers
hell?
going in both mid and top lane. Just group up on bottom side, pressure it in, continue to take objectives. Don't let DRX farm comfortably.
DRX gonna hold this, but Owner actually fails the kick flash there. Zeka just dashes backwards the second the jungler of T1 hops over the wall.
And that's very important. DRX cannot afford to just lose a man for nothing here. A TP onto the Heimer turret. Renata ulti finds him, but he runs backwards to berserkedly attack his own team. He still gets away, but that's the final tier 2 turret falling on the side of DRX. T1 maintains a 7,500 gold lead with less than 2 minutes until Baron respawns.
And I think sieging that bot tier 3 for the final inhibitor is going to be a bit tough for T1 at the moment. 1 minute 30 seconds, like you said, Flowers, on that Baron. That's going to be the next threat for T1. A little bit of topside vision, keep that mid push, have Zeus on a side lane perhaps depending on his TP timer, and then look to force that Baron, force DRX to walk into you.
And if we're looking at the hope for the comeback for DRX, the underdog story of the entire tournament, you see it right there. Deft has completed the Infinity Edge. This is their hope. The Sivir.
7,500
What are they
trying to annihilate these minion
What are they
waves.
rotating to?
See if they can
Baron?
pull out a team
When is
fight.
Baron?
Meanwhile,
Oh, they're
big
setting up
objective
vision.
is to keep vision control over your red quadrant of your jungle so that you don't get into very dangerous Baron scenarios. It comes up in only 57
Okay, taking
seconds.
Can't
an
deny that red
jungle
buff
camp.
there, but DRX smartly pull it back. You're absolutely right there.
They already
Bobby.
have
It's
top and
it's
mid
the Sivir
pro
of Death
so
that needs
hard.
to
It's literally
find
super
the damage in the
minion.
fight. He's a little bit outranged by Faker's Azir, who has 3
Ooh.
items complete, building towards that Rabadon. Zeus also picked up his 3-item spike.
Uh-oh.
DRX need to find some kind of vision around this Baron and juggle the waves while they do so.
T1 in control of this game from the very start. 30 seconds.
Oh, that vision
until
is
the Baron
dangerous.
spawns.
They don't have good ones.
Kingen gonna clear out some of the vision here. DRX must be very careful. A single misstep will give away this Baron and any hope left in this
Jesus.
game.
Yeah.
Mount T1 right there.
Oh my god, the
Can
gold
DRX
difference.
scale that mountain? It's going to be a difficult next 5 minutes for them. Baron coming up in only 10 seconds, and you see
Okay, Silas,
how ferociously
Siva
they're
getting
fighting
solo
over the
EXP
vision
and
just
gold.
to have a safe place to check from.
They have 1 blue orb left on Deft. That'll be an emergency usage in
They're
case
fighting
they
for
lose all
vision.
of them.
Baron's
Can't
up.
see it.
They're
T1
fighting
starting
for
it
it.
up with their AD carry on top.
Immediately,
Owner can juggle
T1
all the way
starts the
quickly. There's
Baron
blue
by
orb from Deft. He still has nothing up.
themselves.
He is going to pop it over the wall. There's no
DRX
time.
rotating
There's
down.
no
Oh,
time. T1 already gets the Baron.
Now the siege will come in on that bot tier 3. You can see the pings on that bot side of the map already for T1. They know the easy way to win this one is just to push in these lanes, go towards bot, try to take that final inhibitor. DRX will be forced to fight them underneath their tower.
And T1, now with the Baron buff, you have the luxury of going 1-3-1, pushing all lanes in, getting these inhibitors as they're respawning. Zeus already has been allocated up to that top lane. Push it in. This Yone, so oppressive. DRX gonna have to fight on all sides right now.
DRX is caught in such a difficult position here in this game. They have to weather a storm that is barreling towards this bottom side, barreling towards their last remaining inhibitor turret.
Sometimes the best hope when you're in a position like this, assaulted on all sides, just Sivir ult and go attack one of them as quickly as you can, because the more time you give T1, the more damage they do.
Well, it's T1 on the offensive. 3 men bottom, 1 man in each other lane. Zeus leading the charge towards that exposed inhibitor in top. Faker maintaining pressure in mid. Kuma's got all the push power in the world here in bottom. Last standing inhibitor turret, that one's going to fall. Guma can just go ahead, clear that out, no problem. Zeus taking out the other inhibitor there in top lane. 2 more autos will do it. He'll just let the minions take it out. Triple in-hit game for T1.
That's got to be the nail in the coffin for DRX. They have a small 30-second to 1-minute window before these super minions will pile in, and the soul is spawning for T1.
Yeah.
Are they going to run down towards this Dragon Pit and fight it, or are they just going to give everything up? Gumayushi even tried to use the ult onto Death. Spell shield came
life
through,
gives you
and even
lemons.
with
Don't
that
make
ultimate down,
lemonade.
DRX
Make
can feel
life
confident
take the
enough to
lemons
find an
back.
DRX are in such a tough
I don't want
spot,
your
but
damn
they've
lemons.
been in so many other
What am I supposed
tough
to do as
spots,
thee?
and they have come back in a lot of them. They had not beaten
Double
Gen G
super minion.
either, and ended up coming back in that series.
Oh,
T1
wait, no,
will finish
never
up
mind.
their soul, and then they will march down mid lane to finish this game 1 up.
Well, there
Okay,
is
team
also
fight mid.
less than 1 minute
I wanna
remaining
watch this team
until
fight so
Baron
badly.
spawns
How do you think it's gonna go?
again. If T1 want to play this
I
as
don't
safely
know.
and as surely as possible, they
You've
will
been
make
watching the
their
whole
way over
stream,
to
right?
that pit. They will secure
Yeah.
that objective,
Oh, okay.
and then they
Sounds like
will
you're
push
distracted,
for the
that's
win. That's the remaining timer on the Baron. I'm trolling you guys.
Sorta.
That's just my bad. I was checking to see if you're paying attention. But they have it for another 45 seconds. They can take out this inhib that has just respawned and then leave DRX still in the same impossible position.
And the Emperor TP's back with a Rabadon's death cap. This Azir is going to do so much damage. Zeus might even find an engage already.
Zeus looking for it. Fate sealed. Only going to find one. Kingen getting away for now. Owner still looking for the angle. Flash kick is available. DRX fully in defensive position now as Barrel's only got 40% HP. T1 looking for any angle. All they got to do is find one. An 8,000 gold lead is definitely enough to end this game. Minion wave making its way up. Owner threatens the engage. Chains of corruption going out. Zeka looking for the play, but Owner goes golden. He's going to stay alive for now, backing up yet again. Nexus turrets. First one's about to die. A little bit of HP, still keeping it around. Zeka's only at 1/4 health. He has to heal. Pioshik eats the Sonic Wave. No resonating strike just yet. DRX are out of turrets and out of time. T1 still looking for the end. Still looking to keep going. The Nexus is all that remains.
I love how Owner keeps checking
Wow,
them,
both
seeing if
teams
they
are
will
just trying to
flinch,
thin out the
jumping
wave
in
as
on the
hard as
leasing,
they
but
can.
not going
That's
for the
so
flash
hard.
play. And here comes the end.
Zeus looks for Q3. Zeka goes in with a stolen Azir ulti, but it ain't gonna do a whole lot. They still got a little bit of damage, but it is not enough. Barrel's gonna die, Death is gonna die. T1 will find the fight and find the win in game 1.
Clean, calm, and collected. The well-oiled machine of T1 strikes again.
No,
Very similar game to the
DRX,
DRX Gen
man.
G series in that
Okay,
game one,
you guys got
where
it.
it was
Next
just
game,
clean
next
from the
game.
get-go. Out skirmishing, out setting up in terms of objectives and vision. That man on your screen right
Damn,
there on
Fake
the
is so
Azir,
calm
just
and
dishing
collected.
out
What the
so
heck?
much damage, was never really touched in these fights.
You can say that again. Every T1 member clapping in this game number 1, establishing the dominance here right from the get-go.
We got to see individual skill, we got to see team skill, we got to see a couple of
handshakes?
sick
What is
dragon
this?
seals.
Toxic.
T1 came to play, my friends, and DRX is going to have to find an answer for what they just showed us.
Objective spawns, T1 are at it. They take it away.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
I think DRX were just arriving way too late, especially towards that second dragon, second herald spawn. By the time they got there, it was gone, and they didn't even cross map or plan ahead and think, let's go try trade something on the other side of the map. Let's try to find the objective. Oh, we arrived too late, so DRX need to rethink the way they approach these games.
And as DRX continue their battle against the T1 Empire, check out their pick, What We Left Behind, as the song that represents their playstyle on the official LOL playlist on Spotify. Take a listen and join us over at the State Farm Analyst.
Thank you so much, Captain Flowers. Game 1 is in the books, and it's T1 that draws a first blood. Almost so fitting for the story that we've built up for these two teams, that they're the ones to kind of set the pace, it seems, in this best of 5.
Yeah, they are the favorites coming in. They also had blue side, which is definitely a favored side. We went over the drafts beforehand where we thought DRX was going to have generally lock bans when they're on red side. They did. Strangely enough, not a ton of huge surprises here, especially when you consider DRX also got slammed in game 1 of their semifinal against Gen G.
I'm just happy that in game 1, the blood gods were satisfied, right? We started off the game with both teams going for each other's throats. Like, it was beautiful, especially with Pioshik investing into the early gank mid, into the repeat gank mid, and then we saw a bit of a blunder from Def from the bot side, but both teams are going toe-to-toe all in the early game.
And not just in the play, though. I feel like in Champ Select as well, Emily, bringing out the Yone for Zeus, that is a statement right there by T1.
All right, so we touched upon this a bit in draft, but here are Zeus's career Yone stats. You'll notice that he is undefeated on this champion. This includes the game that we just saw. And the most important thing is not only that Zeus can absolutely pop off on this specific champion, but that you will see they can leave the Aatrox up, which Jet touched upon briefly, and have this counter in their back pocket. So this is where things kind of go pretty wrong for them. Faker comes in, the Yone, Zeus just bullies them out. And obviously DRX really wanted this. They committed to Herald. This is kind of where he starts snowballing. And to have this kind of answer for Aatrox, which is such a strong champion, has been taking over so many drafts, is absolutely a massive win for T1.
I find that his ultimates are always impactful. That's the craziest thing to me in the way in which he transitions that pressure across the map. But of course, when it came to the early game, it wasn't really all about Zeus. He was kind of left isolated in the top. We saw a lot of aggression in the early game, in particular in the mid lane. And you can see here, Def just wants to get this underneath the tower, but incredible mechanical execution from Carrier, popping the spell shield with the shield of his own, and then getting the handshake to lock him in and secure this kill. Def doing what he can to try and escape, but ending up trading his life as well. And this kind of set the benchmark in terms of the early game, in terms of these early skirmishes. You could see the clear game plan from DRX was get Zeka into a position where he could dominate in the side lane, because he was really going to be the only one that could handle Zeus' pressure on the Yone. And if they couldn't find these early leads, scaling was going to be a problem. But the moment that you lose Def that early on, bot lane then becomes this big sinkhole that you then have to be very difficult to deal with. And then we saw this constant push in mid and top for T1 that DRX never really could shut down.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that kind of is going to fly under the radar a bit is even when DRX did have that bot pushing pressure, they were not able to get that first Drake as well because of the Varus Q that ended up stealing it away. So another little
more damage than Smite, by the way, the empowered Varus Q, which is more damage than Smite.
Yeah, that's absolutely wild. And it set, again, it kind of it sped the clock up, right?
Yeah.
It made that soul point come that much sooner for T1 and would definitely apply the pressure to DRX. But you mentioned right off the top, Vedius, that it was DRX putting pressure on Faker in the mid lane early, and his ability to both sustain that pressure, recover from it, and then do more is why he gets our 1+ OP player of the game for this very first game in our championship final.
And I love the confidence that we saw from Faker. I'm glad that we're getting this play up as well. Because later on, he's just going to get an incredible kill onto Beryl and then walk away with his life. But his positioning in the team fights was fantastic. Even after the early pressure that was thrown down onto him, he was able to bounce back. And this is the play that I was talking about. This setup, this confidence in what was effectively a 1 versus 3 to walk away with this kill. Beautiful from the GOAT.
And I really do think part of it is because he has been here before. If he wins 2 more games, he will be a 4-time world champion. No other player has won more than 1. Right? Beryl is also in many world championships, but in terms of his ability to perform and run on the stage, it is so far over any other player ever that he will have these type of performances in the early games when other players are still working out the nerves.
And the coolest thing, I think, is to see the aggression coming out of Faker, right? And the decisiveness, which is something he's always had. But when we talk about this T1 team, I feel like people still, if they haven't watched them in LCK, always think, oh, they're going to be slow, they're going to be boring. And this team in particular,
oh my God, that's so brilliant.
We've like joked how it's like Faker and the Zoomers, but they are aggressive. They want to outplay you with their mechanics, and to see Faker included in that is amazing.
Now, Jet, I want to pull up the draft from this very game, but as we talk about, you know, not only this draft, but looking forward to game number 2.
Yeah, DRX is going to flip sides because the Yuumi bans and the fact that they're pretty locked on this side is crazy. The thing that worked in this draft, I think, was the Varus first pick as well as the Yone counter to Aatrox, because that immediately gave them likely prio in 2 lanes. DRX hasn't played that many team comps at this Worlds that are like traditional late game scaling team comps. They need to win lane. T1 took that away from them in this draft. So with DRX going blue side, they're going to be trying to power pick, I think, their bot lane prio and go from there.
I think that DRX overall walked away from this draft pretty happy with what they got for themselves. But in retrospect, you come to realize we don't have push in top, we don't have push in mid, and the bot lane is hyper contested because with the double range bot lane, that Heimerdinger, it's much harder to get that control.
Yeah.
So I think that when we think about how DRX wins in terms of those pushing lanes, this is what we need to see more of from DRX. Agency in the early game.
Yeah.
All right, well, there you have it. Thoughts on game number 1, as it is T1 that strikes first blood. Faker, of course, becoming the first ever player to win 10 finals games, that on his way to possibly a 4th trophy. Now, esports fans, they're gathering to watch the greatest series in League of Legends, and not just here in San Francisco, in theaters all around the globe. If you're at one of these events, make sure you check out the URL on your screen, send us a picture or a video, and capture the atmosphere. We'll be sure to feature some of them later on in the show, so you might just see your video on the broadcast. Send those in. We'll see you back here for game number 2 right after this.
That was the first game Faker's won without Bengi in finals.
Also true.
긴장한 사람 없지? 나 진짜 안 했어 근데. 가보자.
Baker still pretty far forward. Flash! Spectral ball! And first blood over to Zeka. Drake secured as Baker goes in. Deft is on the run. 40% engage. Zeus ready for the re-engage. Fate sealed. And Deft is down. Zeus looks for Q3. Zeka goes in with a stolen Azir ulti, but it ain't gonna do a whole lot. They still got a little bit of damage, but it is not enough. Barrel's gonna die. Deft is gonna die. T1 will find the fight and find the win in game 1.
Behind 21 epic days of epicness. Behind 1 billion hours of drop joys.
Oh my god, I got 3 World Champion
Behind
capsules.
every match, every
What?
broadcast,
I think I got
every
3 World
moment
Champion
of League of
capsules.
Legends World Championship 2022 is the network capable of making it all happen.
From
The
watching
Cisco
World.
Network, aka
Why not
the
pick?
Realm. Cisco,
Wait, am
powering
I?
the future
Did
of
I?
esports.
We're barreling into this assist of the week presented by State
Hold on,
Farm.
let me open League
A
and see.
standoff at Dragon is blown wide
No, no,
open when
it
Barrel
says
takes matters
while
into his
watching.
own hands.
Barrel looking for the knockup, and he's going to it.
Only if you're watching though.
And it will be a slaughter
Yeah.
in the pit.
I just
Yoshik
saw.
and Deft back to back as brothers slaughtering the front line and the back line of Genji. It is ruler versus the world, but the Gale Force will not be enough.
Oh, it says I'll get it soon. It's
Yeah.
currently being processed.
Don't ever see it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far. I'm start walking. Don't ever see it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far. I'm start walking. Yeah, I just got 3 world capsules.
Nice.
Open, gambling,
Red Bull gives you
Oh
gambling.
my god.
I got, wait, what is that? Esports Capsule 2022. Open.
Now you're making me want to open mine.
I just got emotes.
I don't think that's that bad. Emotes are cool. Just skins are better.
Sometimes.
Skins are
Yeah,
better.
exactly.
Emotes are cool though. Especially the adorable ones, you know what I mean? Wait, do you like adorable emotes? I love it.
Yeah, but I didn't get any of those.
Oh.
With green of damage, that's it, Caitlyn, and oh well, Swain. Hatsune Miku.
See, I told you it was worth watching Worlds. I've been getting these forever, dude. It's so good. How to speedrun collecting all champions. Watch esports. Actually, that makes me realize, what did the people that go to the live stadium get? Probably nothing, right? Hello?
Hello, what's up?
What do you think people that go to the live stadium get, other than the viewing experience?
I don't know.
Because like we get drops, do they just not get drops?
They probably get like a code or something. For like free drops and stuff.
Skin
I'll be
code.
back.
We're back at the State Farm's analyst desk. Is that what they're gonna say? Nope.
San Francisco is an incredible city and the perfect place to host the final here in Worlds 2022. Y'all just saw some city scenics and behind-the-scenes shots from our feature shoot, Shot on One Plus. And now, my friends, it's time for game number 2.
Time for the comeback to start.
DRX are always doubted. You know, they always fall down. They fell down against Gen G. They fell down against EDG, and they always find ways to bounce back. I think in this series, blue side is so important. DRX are probably going to hop over to that side, and we'll get a much different draft. But what I will say is, DRX got their hands on a lot of picks that they excel on, and T1 managed to beat them on them.
Yeah, that was one of the things. Even though you have leeway to be more creative on blue side, I thought from red side, the answers that DRX had were very good and were very good champions for their players too. That game number 1 was so much down to outplays from T1 all across the map in their laning phase. Really, really nicely done.
Outplays during laning phase and grouping up the objectives, being there first. They never really gave DRX an opportunity to hit back in time. So let's jump into champ select here. It's Lucian and Ryze banned out by DRX. T1 will take Caitlyn and Yuumi off the table. Pretty standard stuff here for the red side. They have to pay the taxes. They have to get rid of those OPs. Renata Glass going to be the third and final ban of the first half of draft here for DRX.
Interesting. So the 3 bot lane champions, of course, are gone. And DRX think that Renata was a pretty big problem in the last game. I wonder if they first pick Varus here, if they think that this is the most powerful pick in the current series. Aatrox is up, Sylas is up, Graves. There's a lot of powerful champions that they could lean towards. But the first pick Varus from T1 was so strong because of the Renata, I feel. I feel like with a different support, it could be a little bit weaker. So we'll see what DRX approaches.
Yeah, it's interesting because DRX, like you were talking about earlier, Deft has not been playing the Aphelios, so it puts them kind of at a -1 in these AD carry pools, necessitating Lucian bans over and over and over. And so they're pushed into this scenario where taking it away from Guma.
And Guma usually does play the Aphelios, of course, like I said, so they can lock in an Aphelios lane here, they can lock in something like a Kalista lane if they're confident. Sivir could work very well into Varus, something that DRX was running. Diego is up if Owner wants to lean into that. I think T1 have so many options. The question is, do they do what DRX did and take away this Aatrox, and therefore does Kingen have a response to that Aatrox?
Oh no, my friends, we're getting a different flavor. Remember, this champion was banned on blue side by T1 in game 1. Now it is locked in next to that Aatrox. by T1 on red side in game 2.
T1 just have so much leverage. They've already defeated the Aatrox at your hands, and now Zeus with it gets to pose the same question.
Are they thinking about Heimerdinger, I wonder, here on 3, just running the Ash Heimerdinger into DRX? They've played it before, carry as Heimerdinger, but they're going to pick up the Aatrox. So, does King have a response? I think Kingan's response to Aatrox is probably something like Fiora, one of those carry top laners that you can match it with. We see this Camille as well to great success, but it wins after one item. Piosik, does he go for the Kindred?
Yeah, you hover the Graves, I hover the Kindred. This is Piosik's answer. The Kindred streamer wanting to get a world skin for his favorite champion, but won't have to lock it in unless you pull the trigger on the Graves.
There's the hover from Yone, just teasing. There's the Camille Fiora. I think that's the direction that Kingan will go in. There's the Heimerdinger as well for Beryl once again. I think they were scared of giving that over to Keria on 3 and not having an answer in terms of having a pushing lane.
I also love Camille against a champion like Ashe. You go for her, you hit her, easy kill every time.
So now the answers for Heimerdinger lanes have been greatly discussed. I'm very interested how deep Keria goes. He's one of the supports with the deepest champions pool. Could go Soraka, could go Zyra, lots of things pushed around.
Also go Ashe support as well. We've seen it from players like Mako. If they want to just flex this to support and pick up an AD carry here, no, they're going to go Ashe Lux into Heimerdinger Varus. Maybe they need to get a little bit of push. They have a lot of follow-up and a lot of CC.
Yeah, super long range, so you can try and fish around for those bindings and get really good poke. Obviously, the volley here for Ashe helping so much with that push.
Plus, Heimerdinger's normally good at blocking certain skill shots with the turret. Lux binding will hit the target directly behind, so it can go through that little bit of a shield he likes to deploy.
Very true. The E and the W from Lux and Ashe respectively will be able to burn through those turrets as well. Now we're going into the 4-5s. We've got top and bot, both side lanes picked from either side. It's mid-jungle where the focus now comes towards. We've seen picks like Lee Sin. Graves is still up, Viego is still up, Sylas is still up, and the Azir from Faker as well.
Yeah, you have to think, with the Ryze already being banned out, Sylas priority again rises up in this one. Azir answer is still possible, but with a Kindred ban, that also raises the Graves possibility again. If you've got no answer there for the Piosik Kindred, it is going to be such a tough jungle champ to deal with.
And T1 have a lot of damage right now. They have Graves jungle, they have a pushing bot double range. They could play a supportive mid laner in this comp. Something like Galio or Lissandra would be amazing for T1's comp. We'll see what DRX rounded out with in the mid jungle.
Yeah, I think you want more aggression because the best pairings with Graves are when you also have Ashe lanes with the Hawk Shot to be able to find your opponent and get those Graves invades off. So T1 really setting Owner up to be the star this time around.
We might just get the same mid-jungle from last game. Viego, Sylas coming out here from DRX. They're confident enough to not ban the Graves, take away the Azir instead, and then match the Viego into the Graves and run back. Something like the Sylas, as we expect. That takes away the Lissandra, that takes away the Galio. I think Galio and Lissandra are very difficult to pull off against Sylas, so we might see more of a control mage here from Faker, unless he wants to lean to things like the Ahri.
Exactly what I was thinking, the Ahri, which Zeka himself used. Let's see about it.
Last pick of the draft on red side for Faker. They know exactly what he's up against. They know exactly what else they've got. And what will they choose? It's Victor for Faker.
Control mage makes a lot of sense. You've got 4 range champions on your team here, T1. So much poke, so much lockdown, so much damage. DRX have a comp that has to commit into it, so T1 wants to kite them back.
Yeah, there are so many options when you have Graves right now. Premier invade jungler, farming jungler, with an Ashe Hawkshot to support you in information, and a Victor into Sylas range versus melee matchup in mid lane also to support you in your efforts. T1, they've trusted so much in their youth programs, with Zeus, Owner, Guma all coming from them, and Faker now going to do one more and back him up.
And they've got a tough task ahead of them now, because we know what DRX are capable of. We know that they're able to bounce back in these series. If T1 can go up to match point here, that'll be pivotal, of course, because then 1 game away from that title, 1 game away from Faker's 4th title, and DRX are on blue side. This is the game that they need to win.
Exactly, but it's not over even if they don't. Remember their series against EDG. Remember the power of a reverse sweep, but DRX don't want to be in that spot. They want to tie it up. They want to be ready to go. We've got Zeka back on the Sylas. He has styled on countless opponents with this champion so far at this tournament. But now, with Faker in front of him, the stakes could not be higher.
Yep, DRX are one of the only 2 reverse sweeps in World's history. They definitely can make these comebacks happen, and I'm very excited to watch the process. If there's one thing about this team you can be 100% sure on, It is that their mentality, their trust in their teammates are at supreme values after the journey that they have gone through this summer. Such an arduous path they have taken to this World Finals, always being underestimated. But when you go through that many upsets as DRX, your trust in your teammates just continues to build and solidify and strengthen your team play.
First strike on Silas, not something you see all the time, but Zeka ready to go in and be aggressive. You would have to think up against Faker here. Again, T1 not running any big tank on their squad, but the same can still be said for DRX.
I like invading.
Both sides, again, betting on their own skill to find the
Hello?
angles, find the
Yeah, what's
engages,
up?
and find the plays.
Aatrox going
Are
through
they
the draft just
invading?
means you're always going to get carry
It
matchups
depends.
onto you.
I
Can't
don't
match
think
it with
so.
a tank. You talked about it,
They
Kobe,
don't-
level
neither
one,
team have a
120,
really,
120.
really
They have
strong
the
early
Graves,
game,
buff
so I
spawning
doubt it.
Very soon looks like he's going to go
There's
towards
still
his
like
red, and
5
there's no
people
invade
running
to
bot
be had.
lane.
So DRX trying to mark any kind of aggression from T1 in the early stages, but Owner won't have that camp advantage.
Yeah, a couple interesting level 1 things as well is the Graves, since you don't need that sustain, can start with the control ward here. Owner actually
Either play.
holds onto his control ward.
There's like
does
so
not
many
use
characters
it
I want to
early.
play in this game.
Zeka coming to
I
scout
want to
the
play
Raptors and
Victor,
get the
I
vision
want
on
to
that as well.
play
The other thing
Graves, I want
is
to play
Barrel on bottom side with
Diego.
the sweeper uses it to
No, sorry,
clean
not Diego,
out those
Silas.
side rush. If
Want
you
like
look at the bottom
Camille.
side of the map, setting up those turrets on the sweeper activation for himself, very key for early lane phase.
If they get
So
vision
I'm
of him
curious
on
who gets the ball
Raptors,
push here. It
oh
looks like
boy.
DRX in the early stages are with the turrets, of course,
they
but it's
do.
Owner that's pathing down, and it's DRX's bot lane that wants to push, wants to poke you on the tower, and wants to look for plates, but P06 actually pathing away from them. He can look to backtrack, but I think Deft has the lowest jungle proximity of any AD carry in the entire tournament. P06 very rarely goes towards that bot side, whereas Owner loves to be around Gumayushi.
And we literally looked at the stat cards during our countdown phase. Pioshik has very, very low jungle proximity in general. So we want to see Deft and Barrel maintain autonomy and maintain control.
Faker
in this
with his
bottom lane.
hyper-aggressive
Up here on the
early
top
game,
side,
yet
Zeus
again.
being pushed in nice and
Having
early,
full
as
control of
Gumayushi
the
and Keria are
lane
fighting back in
and
this 2v2.
knows
Zeka
where
forcing
the
the
enemy
turret
jungle
early
is.
on as
Oh
the
my
melee
god.
into range matchup, and there's the Hawk shots. This is such a problem to deal with as a
I'm
jungler
sad I
against an
randomized,
Ashe
didn't
game.
just vote
Yep, able to
T1
find him
now.
there with the snipe. As the expected route here, clearing up blue quadrant.
Why?
Does go
Because you
right
missed out
over
on a
to the
capsule,
walls,
or
gives
because you
them
think
the
T1 will
knowledge
win?
here, that Graves
Yeah.
can work down
Both?
versus
This
Clear
T1's
as well.
fully
Faker,
gonna win.
meanwhile,
Oh,
Yeah.
that's it. Okay, both.
exchanging with Zeka, pushing in on this mid lane, setting up for Owner to go for it.
Okay, Faker's
much experience, of course.
positioning left-hand
T1's
side
mid
of the
laner Faker, Zeka is
lane
first
so
world
that he
championship, such
can't get
explosive
ganked as
year for
easily.
him,
Nice,
struggling on
nice.
Teams like
He
BLG
knows
and
where
the
his
LPL
enemy
now
jungle is. That's
look
why.
like not to be the favorite at
That's
all
why.
in the LCK, but here he is, and he's having the tournament of his life. He just needs to get out of this
Bot
lane
lane
phase.
isn't
Faker
too
will have the
worried
advantage
about
in this part of
having
the
to
game. He's
lose
just
lane
about,
right now because
kind of
jungle
getting
is
as
in
many
bot
creeps
side
as possible.
jungle.
And it's not
So
like
bot lane
Zeka
trying
was
to
a
push up,
bad mid
and
during
now that
regular season
Graves
play,
has
during
pinged that
domestic
he will be
play. He was a
ganking,
top
bot lane's
half
going to try and
mid
set up
laner.
to
He was
freeze the
pretty high
wave.
rated at any given point, but this tournament has just been an entirely different story.
And
As
they
Owner
catch
makes his way
the
to the bottom
Varus.
lane, Barrel and Deft trying to get away. A lot of damage comes out. They will get the flash out of Deft for the gank.
Where is DRX's cross
Okay,
map?
and then
P06
after
is
the
up
gank,
towards his Krug.
they
Zeus
clear
is
the
low
wave
full
and
HP. I
shove.
don't think they can dive him with level 4 on Kingen, and this bot pressure is now in favor of T1, where both lanes want to push.
Yeah, it was the exact same invades from both junglers. They both used their control wards behind the red buff to go get enemy Krugs. But it's a higher value, way higher value there for Owner, burning the summoner spell off of Deft, getting that bottom lane into an opportunity for themselves.
Yeah, perhaps P06 thinks that they lose 3v3, so it's not really worth investing his time down there. He will do towards level 6, where these AD carries have so much setup on the enemy supports, right? Varus ult onto Lux, Ashe ult onto Heimerdinger. Your jungler can follow up so easy on that kind of skill shot, so we'll see what happens towards
Wow,
level
cheeky
6.
Silas with the
And
dark
the value
steal.
of going with the bottom side there for Owner is so
Going
much
into
higher
a
because
Faker and you're
Dragon
that
coming up,
confident. I
for
see, I
themselves with the
see.
extra summoner spell burned as well does give
Would
them
you
the
do that?
advantage. DRX on the support
No.
jungle recall timing here, trying to retake.
Oh, that dark
both
steal
of our
could be a
supports
waste.
roaming
We'll
around,
have to
wanting
see. He spends
guarantee
700
the ability
gold.
to contest this
Mana
neutral
crystal
territory,
and dark
contest the
steal.
river, contest the vision, as that Drake will be spawning.
Fake is
under 10
freezing waves,
seconds.
setting up for a
Deft
game.
just trying to use
They
piercing
have a
arrows
control
to
ward
snipe
in
out
that
whatever he can
bush,
here in the bottom
so
lane. He knows his support
because
isn't
they have a
back yet.
control
He
ward in
knows
that
he doesn't
bush,
wanna
Silas
walk
is going to
into
start
anything
hugging
that
bot side
could give
jungle
away
when they
this
get
early
vision of
game
Graves.
to T1.
No,
doing
Graves
pretty well
clears
right now. We'll
Raptors
look
and
to TP
rotates
back
down to
towards that
Grom.
top side. Control
Okay.
will start winning even harder towards
Silas
one item up against
begins
Aatrox
to
on
hug
side lane.
topside jungle.
We'll see how fights play out though. Dragon's still up, but
Victor
bot lane
doesn't
contest,
know
bot lane
where
pushes
enemy
everything.
jungler is,
Barrel
so
losing
he's
half
just
HP,
standing in the middle
gets
lane.
ignited, but is not afraid.
Wild
Fires off
freezing
some
it.
rockets back into Carrier. It's a one trade for T1, but they're just waiting for Pioshik on the side of
Oh,
DRX.
bot lane's getting ganked.
He'll find himself on top of a control ward.
Wait.
Graves is also nearby. Owner lurking in his own jungle. DRX knows that if T1 is trying to stand and fight, this is not probably a play they want to take, so they back Pioshik away.
Yeah, important defense of that control ward there, because T1 have Owner coming down and threatening in the fog of war.
They're trying to
Pioshik
take
has
drag.
give up. They can't take away that key vision.
Level 4 on both sides.
Okay,
Crab
Faker
spawning,
gets,
bot push for T1. Back from Faker will allow
cooldown boots,
mid push
teleports
and first
in,
response from the mid laner if he wants to
shoves
allow
wave,
Owner to
does
get that crab,
dragon,
so small jungle
bot
advantage
lane
across
shoving
the
wave,
And a little
rotating
bit
up the
of
drag.
optimization there from
Right?
Owner. He waited for the
Right?
dash up until Pioshik
It
was
looks
right
like it,
next to the wall, trying to get the Q1, Q2 damage instantly on the Diego to chunk him out. Still didn't end up working out for him, but now he's back into his own jungle, clearing out again.
Bit of a slow early game, but the stun on Gumayushi connects. Cleanse is down. That opens
Wait,
up a
what? They
window
don't contest
for
the
Deft
drag?
towards that level 6,
Interesting.
and they need to find that window. They need to break their way through bot lane. How many times have DRX made comebacks in situations
Diego
where you
sets up for
counted
game
them
top
out?
because,
Can T1 stand strong? They've only lost 2
Aatrox
games
is
this
really
entire
pushed up.
tournament. Will they fall, or will they lose a game
Ooh.
here to DRX in the finals? We will soon find out, but Gumayushi trading
A lot
aggressively
of
on Deft.
damage here onto both 80 carries. Guma's at about 200 HP, but Barrel has no mana left to work with.
Yeah, Barrel keeps landing these grenades onto Guma, though. Got the cleanse out on the first one. Good chunk here as well. If he had a little bit more mana, maybe they push it harder.
Ooh, close, but no cigar. The arrow does not find Gumayushi. Deft is looking to stay around, push a little bit more. Wants to get one more wave taken care of before he gets his recall, I would assume. Barrel goes back. He purchases his control wards. He's going to go back out onto the map, look to set down some vision, look to do a little bit of roaming as Deft finishes off the last little bit of this wave. Carrier should be around to be able to freeze it and make sure that nothing goes too wrong.
Yeah, he's going to hold the wave there and force
Oh,
Deft to
freezing the wave.
base a little bit further
Okay.
back, try to stop his recall. He's going to pull it into the next wave so it stops crashing, and then it allows
My game is
Gumayushi to
pledged
catch
behind.
up and get a couple of these creeps that he might have missed. You can see that how the bot lane dynamic is playing out. Poke, Varus, lethality build,
That is such a
Comet,
good
Vamp Scepter
support.
from
Oh
Gumayushi
my
tries to
god.
sustain Faker.
Barrel's ready to go. The grenade finds the mark, but there's not enough damage. Faker deploying the gravity well on top of himself to stop it from going any further. Zeka finds a lot of damage into Faker. He's only got 200 HP left, and Zeka has ulti, but Faker is safe.
Mid pushes everything. That's why Barrel's here, because Herald's about to spawn. You can see Pioshik moving over towards it. Kingin's just taking a base to make sure he's ahead of Zeus in itemization. Deft has ran towards bot, so he might see a 4v4 around this
Crap,
top side, but
Faker.
DRX actually not going to start it up just yet.
Yeah, super high value gank from Barrel here because of the fact that they already have used their teleports, allowing the push out, and Zeka on the
Okay, you can tell
Silas.
Carrier is not
Highest
used to
CS
CSing.
in the
Oh my
game.
god,
He's
the support
so good at these
can't
Silas and
CS for
Akali
shiz.
melee mid lane champions that have to trade their
That's
health
what feels
early
bad.
and focusing
He
on
wants
CS.
support, no.
He does such a good
Huh?
job
Yeah, he wants
of
support.
getting that
Yeah,
money
yeah.
early.
No,
Keep your eyes on the
I
minimap,
just
though,
watched
because
him CS under
Gumayushi's
tower.
around mid. Faker's come out of base.
And
Yeah,
I-
I'm watching it now.
towards the
Yeah,
top
yeah, and
side.
I was
Zeka
surprised
on the
how,
way
like-
as well. It's going to be a 5v5 around this Herald. Zeus
I could
is
actually
moving up
do
with his
that.
team.
I could
Kingin's
actually CS
prioritized
better
top
than
wave, the Herald
Carrier
resets.
under tower
Level
just
6
now.
on everybody
One wave.
except
Yeah, but he plays
Barrel.
support,
That is a
so-
Yeah, I
big
know, I
factor
know.
here. He's not
That's
even
why I'm
close,
saying.
and T1's
But
got
like, I
5
thought
men on
challenges
top
were
side
supposed to be
Owner did something
really
interesting
well
there.
rounded.
He
You
used
know
his
what I mean?
regular
Because you're
smite on the
challenger.
Rift Rail to transform it into the 900
But
damage smite.
maybe
In
not.
Yeah,
case there's
for,
a
like,
smite
wide
fight, so he has the
roll.
empowered
Yeah.
one.
All right, let's see it. DRX ready to
I mean,
contest.
T1
Barrel
knows
swear to God,
every role at
Find Deft,
challenger,
forced to
so
cleanse,
who
wants to get
knows?
away, has to flash.
I swear to God, we
Barrel
cheated, dude.
barely getting away from the
You know
snipe,
Tyler?
but
Exact same,
T1 controls the fight, controls the
I swear
river,
to God, we
and
saw the exact same
controls the
fight
hair.
earlier.
Same story from game
What
one.
do you mean?
T1 are first the objective. DRX are forced to face check. Deft oversteps. He's out of the fight. 5v4. DRX have to give it
Okay,
up.
has
Oh,
to
and
shove
there's
wave.
so much long-range threat with the Graves
exact
ultimate, with
same
Victor
bloody
ultimate,
fight
Ash Arrow
with,
here from Guma.
with the
Now
Rift.
Deft, no summoner
For the
spells,
Rift.
mid lane T1 pushing in the aftermath
Yeah,
as
so the
well. Baker wants the
Exact
money.
same fight, bloody hell.
Doing a good
Just different
job
character.
sidestepping away from a lot of
I
this
mean, that's
damage
the
that could
point
be
though,
heading
isn't
towards
it?
him. He'll farm up all of those minions.
You're
Maintains
literally,
an
when you're
incredible CS
playing
lead.
League,
Finds the
it's just
E2
a
onto
game where
Faker.
your
Q2's
goal is
not
to
gonna get the
win
damage but he's doing just
And
fine.
the only way
Meanwhile,
to win is
Barrel up here in
basically
the
take
top lane.
objectives. So.
Grenades and rockets,
Oh
not
my
gonna be a
god,
whole
3
lot done
person
just yet.
on
Barrel's still
DRX
not
top
level
side.
6. Kingen
Fighting
goes in.
T1s.
Owner's the target, but now Zeus is locked down. Carry is here over the wall. It's first blood over to Owner, and T1 are absolutely outplaying. Pioshik will not find the damage yet.
Oh my god.
Carrier
Carrier saves the day.
I have finished. The sniper over the wall with the Lux ensures
Dude,
that Zeus stays
Carrier
upright
just
in
saved
this. What
the
a
enemy
beautiful skirmish from
T1
They
top
bait
laner.
them right in there.
Oh my
Calling
god.
for Carrier lands the combo.
You hit it right there, Kobe. Carrier saves the day. 3 kills to T1 in a play which DRX were looking for, sending Barrel up towards that top side, having Pioshik hover around, look for Zeus, try to find that pick. T1 read them like a book. Again, Carrier's there to respond. Zeka very low. Barrel gonna push Faker back so to allow his mid laner to take a base.
Man, oh man, it is not the start that DRX wanted in game number 2.
Damn, support
Beautifully
roams
played
so
from
much.
T1 in
What?
that top side skirmish.
I'm not used
but
to
the
this.
Herald is still in the
I'm not
inventory
used
of
to
Owner.
this. I
They
might
can
have to
still
do
use
this
that
in the future.
anytime in the next 2 minutes. But right now, their sights are on the Drake.
This is something that we've talked so
Interesting.
much about in the pre-show. T1's ability to outplay in these skirmishes. And we've seen it in the semifinals, in the quarterfinals, them just dodging so many skill shots, setting up these even number scenarios and getting the huge advantage out of it. Another arrow lands into a full combo. It's just a big chunk, but it's while they're also getting the objective.
And they have the Herald as well, so they can push in these bot waves, force DRX to...
Oh my god, Carrier.
Carrier, are you kidding me? He just sets it up like it's point and click.
Carrier says hello to his old lane partner. I'm sorry, Deft. I'm not going to be able to give you the Summoner's Cup. I want to win.
Alrighty, let's see if Faker can get away from Pioshik and Zeka. Faker doesn't make it over the wall. He's in trouble, but he gets to safety. He flashes forward. It'll be a 1-for-1, but Pioshik's in trouble. He uses the Heartbreaker to get away. Zeka getting back now as well. They'll trade Barrel for Faker. DRX will take that.
T1 domination right now in these skirmishes. DRX try their best to fight back. Faker has to expect the flash, but he expects it aggressively rather than trying to flash away.
Damn,
to
they
make
used
it a
it really
1-for-1. They don't get the
effectively. They gave the
Herald
risk
down,
scuttle
but it's both
to
sides in their favor.
jungler.
Kingen fighting against Zeus.
Zeus with the World Ender active, trying to chase Kingen back. However, the ulti is about to expire, so Zeus is going to back off there.
If we can refocus on
Bro,
some
that's
hope
CS
for
though.
DRX,
10 minutes?
it comes back to
12 minutes,
player. Never
120.
mind, this one-on-one is so close.
It's going away. Kingen with the flash to get out of the way of the Q3. Barrel shows up, but he doesn't land until the very end. Barrel, the rocket sniper, gets the kill. But now Owner's ready to go. Buckshot in his back. There's no way home for the Donger. Say good night. Owner picks up another.
Time and time again, T1 respond to everything DRX are throwing at them. They're going to trade 1-for-1, and they're going to place the Herald down, funnel all this gold into Owner.
Straight from draft, we talked about Owner being set up to be the one for success this game. And in game, he is going to be rich, getting all the kills, getting the Rift Herald activation on top lane turret plates as well.
And we talk about Deft and Carrier, you know, 2020 DRX, one of the best bot lanes in the world. Everyone was celebrating them as the lane kingdom, and they thought that they could get a trophy together. But it was Owner and Zeus in 2020. While they were trying to chase the title, they were trying to win the Academy Series. And they did indeed. They won the Academy Series 2-0, looked so dominant. And that's when they got put onto this main roster. You fast forward now 2 years later, and Owner is just so strong on this Graves. Level 8, 3-0-2, has the Umbral Grave. And it all comes off the back of Kingen trying to find the 1v1. The flash away from the Q3 was great, but there wasn't as much follow-up damage as he might have hoped for, as Beryl did arrive slightly late with the grenade, but he manages to pick him up with the missiles.
Yeah, look at the mini-map. Beryl gets here a little bit sooner, but Owner right on the way. Snipes him with the rockets here after Kingen set it up, and it from downtown. Gumayushi hits the arrow. Owner finishes the job.
Yeah, the Ashe was nowhere nearby. He's all the way back home in bottom lane. That one came from across the map to guarantee they get the kill back onto the support.
Gumayushi with the headshot there from across the map. There is the hawk shots again, just coming in constantly. You talked about it, Kobe, about how the Graves is oppressive and wants to get in the river and look for vision, and the Ashe just facilitates that so well. So bot lanes towards mid here. Herald spawning in 30 seconds. Pick onto Faker.
Piosik gets Spectral Maw. Kingan's ready to follow. Hextech Ultimatum to stay out of the gravity well. Baker will buy a moment here with the Zonias. He dies. Kingan grabs the kill, but now he's got to get away. Zeus lands Q3 on 2, but the damage ain't there. Zeus tries to get out, but Death is ready to go and shoots him through the heart.
Zeka took away Gumyushi's arrow there and shot it into Keria to stop Keria from being able to peel for the solo lanes of T1. Explosive fight in favor of DRX.
What?
They're going to chunk out this mid tower, but more importantly, they're going to get the Herald off the back of this play. One of the first neutral objectives DRX to pick up in this entire series.
This is huge. This is the first step in the comeback for DRX. Zeka,
Baki's
the
dad,
most
yeah.
fed member on the team, 162 CS with the kill, steals that ult you're talking about. That's 2 for DRX and the Herald. No more rift, or no more turret plates left on the map for them to cash in quickly, but it'll help with taking down one of those outer towers.
It's not just what you get, it's what they don't get. You must slow the bleeding. You must be able to stop T1 from running away with it, and DRX are finding their signs of life.
40 seconds on the next dragon. Neutral objective spawning up. T1 currently have a little bit of control around it. Keria has placed the vision down, gone for a base, refreshed those wards to make sure he's ready in case DRX tries to contest. Zeka still yet to base though. Faker has the TP. He can join that fight whenever he wants. Does DRX want to press the advantage and look for another fight around a neutral objective? We'll see this one again because it's the initial pick onto Faker, but it's Zeka. Look at his positioning. He's in bot lane. I think he has an Ash ult that'll come up and hit Keria a little bit later on. But this stopwatch from Faker here was brilliant because it denies the Q2 from Kingan to allow the Chaos Storm to do damage. Arrow comes through from Zeka all the way from downtown, stops Keria from being able to peel to save Zeus.
Boom. Boom. Nicely done. Nicely done. But now we find ourselves ready for another neutral objective fight. It is still almost a 2,000 gold lead for the side of T1. So DRX, they'll have to play smart. They'll have to find their moment, and they'll have to find a pick. Piosik already going to start up the Drake down here. Nice CC on the barrel, but not enough follow-up to take him down. First turret's going to die up there in the top lane. It's Faker getting credit for that one. T1's not going to contest the Drake, so DRX will trade it for the first turret.
Yeah, smartly cross-mapping there from T1. Faker saying he wants the top tier 1, but I think DRX are going to herald here. Yes, they are. So Faker will move down. Zeus will move up. They're going to get a bit sandwiched here, DRX. Barrel's very low. The herald won't kill the tower, so they need to get the next wave in. Gumyushi has to use the cleanse.
Nicely done. Gumyushi getting himself back. But the shutdown on Owner means that DRX now have a man advantage. The tier 1 turret still standing for now, but DRX wants to take it out. Minion wave's gonna collide. They're playing it safe. A little bit more damage into the turret is all they need, but they won't be able to find it. Barrel with a flash away. Zeus can't get the kill to follow.
They greeted. They greeted.
Another kill over to DRX. This team is ready. They're doing it.
How?
They are making the comeback a reality. They're starting to believe. A tower down in mid lane. This opens up the map for them to get that vision back in their favor so they can actually set up their own plays for once. T1, of course, are still in the lead, 1,000 gold, but DRX back-to-back successful plays.
Barrel is such a legend. I'm just going to say it right now. 3 finals appearances. This grenade across the top to land onto Owner to get them the first kill. I think a Mikhails came out from Keria there on top of a cleanse. They were focusing so much on Gumyushi. Keep your eyes on Barrel. This guy's 30% HP on Highbringer just walking up to T1, baits them into him, forces Zeus to flash to try to get the kill on the gap close, and then they turn it into another kill, another tower. Look how much confidence this player is playing with.
Flashes out away from Zeus. Zeus tries to follow, can't catch him.
He
does
laser.
the Lux laser, walks away, and T1 can't get any money back. That was a beautiful CC chain from DRX. It was the grenade into the stun from Viego, into the extra stun as well. Burst him all the way down. Kingan jumps over.
The gold lead has shrunk to less than half of what it used to be. DRX are finding moments, they're finding moves. Stopwatch available on Zeka's Silas here as well. Still the only member on the team without a death for DRX. Tier is also stacked halfway up for Deft here on that Varus. Has the Eclipse as the mythic item, so you know he's going to be spamming out some of those high damage arrows the further we go.
DRX playing mid to top here. Zeus ready on the face check. He knows he doesn't want to go towards top side because the wave isn't in a great state. Arrow misses there from Gumyushi. Tried to force the cleanse out of Deft to make it so he has a bit more pressure around this lane. Does Deft want to ult him back? He's going to throw the Q. Doesn't have cleanse there, Gumyushi, but Keria first item Mikhail's to keep his AD carry safe.
And you're going to have a side lane problem here for T1 because Camille's got a double stacked wave up at that outer tower. DRX are going to take even more objectives right now. Pyosik cuts off Zeus, so Zeus can't go defend that tower. And look at the work Kingen is putting in.
Great shift here from DRX. What you innately do is you push T1 back from mid lane to make them take a longer path to top. You take a shorter one so you can respond if they want to defend. Kingen doesn't have vision around the jungle support right now, but he knows that he's taken the objective. There's nothing left to be done. Zek in isolation against Faker, who has a little bit of wave clear. It's going to proc the crown.
Yeah, that was a beautiful intercept. Here we go, though. Steals the ultimate.
Zeka's ready to go. Everfrost to lock Faker down. He walks away from the stolen Chaos Storm. Faker's at 40% health and no mana, so he has to fall back from this structure. Zeka has control over the bottom lane and may just be able to take another turret as Kingen backs up from the top side, respecting the fact that T1 recently had a lot of men up here.
TP coming in from Faker. He just picked up Sonya as he has it for the dive. Can they pull it off?
They're gonna miss the stun, but they find the second. There comes Stasis. Cross map arrow. Faker has no ulti. Remember it. Faker's got no way out, and Zeka gets the kill.
Welcome to the bottom lane. Teleport completes, and DRX welcome Faker with open arms. That means the other side of the map, T1 know they've got the numbers advantage. They take away the jungle. They try and push in, but no kill.
Yeah, they can't pressure this tier 2 either. Kingen can just kind of sit in their face and clear away the wave. A lot of pressure in mid here from DRX means that they can collapse quite quickly. The bases are coming through to run towards top. There's Beryl on your screen, ready to help out the top laner of DRX. Bot tier 1 falls, and DRX have a gold lead against T1. It's been an entire year of best of threes where they have not had a game state this strong.
It's actually so crazy how many comebacks. If you come back from that inhibitor respawning game, you can come back from anything.
Oh my god.
Beryl. Doesn't even know
What
he's
a Chad. He just took the blast cone, man. He didn't even care that push was in the fog of war.
The only ever time DRX had a game state like this was round 2 in summer 2022, where they had Zeka on things like Akali, similar to this in game 2. But it was the GP from Zeus that stopped so much of the cross maps. DRX's macro was just too weak to go up against T1, but we've seen them take a top tier 1 from a shift to mid, take a bot tier 1 from a shift to mid, set up around these objectives, make sure they're first. The bounce back from game 1 is incredible.
And I love exactly those little plays that they make to try and help out the macro when they're pushing top lane for Pyosik to go into the jungle and cut off T1 as they're trying to rotate and answer the play, ensure they get the objective. Now they're up in Dragons as well, attacking this one with no counterplay from T1 because they've pushed out both side lanes.
T1 need to approach these fights by kiting back. Kingen's going to jump in. Zeka and Pyosik are going to jump in, looking for a reset on the Viego. Death and Beryl are going to play at range. So that means Zeus kind of needs to play frontline for T1 and try to help them burn through the divers of DRX's solo lanes.
Ooh, Beryl eats a little damage there from the laser, but one of the big reasons I think DRX has swung the tempo of this game is after Keria found that ambush for the 3 kills in the top lane.
DRX got a drag, and they are currently 500 gold ahead.
They're keeping enough distance
2
that
towers
they can stay
ahead.
away from Keria's trap.
And now we have to see Zeka.
So
after all
your
we've
bet
talked
might
him
win.
up, after an amazing year at Worlds, an amazing tournament, can he actually carry the team fight?
DRX gonna turn around?
Maybe. There's a chance. It's pretty even. The only difference is basically 2 towers. 2 towers difference.
2-5 last seconds of the recall to interrupt it, but not quite, not quite.
Every time the camera goes up to Beryl, he's being really
Yeah,
cheeky,
they just killed 2 more towers.
The
gold has been caught up and everything.
In terms of how he approaches communication with his
gold
team.
is about
Sometimes
even.
Damwon, he'll just say
They have 2
players like
drags.
Yuri,
T1 has
George,
1.
lock it in, don't be
T1
scared.
only has
Just
Cloud,
pull it off and
though.
we'll have a good game. So he just plays with so much confidence.
Yeah, Zeka has said the same thing in his mid lane matchup when Beryl gave him the confidence saying, we are up, you know, your opponents are going to be scared, play more aggressively. Exactly citing this player.
These arrows haven't landed, have they? T1 trying to get Death's cleanse, but Beryl in trouble now.
Owner jumps in. Beryl's gonna lose half HP, but without Gumayushi's arrow, DRX knows they don't really have any way to catch up to him.
3 minutes on the Dragon. There's nothing to really fight for here for T1. They just wanted to get the crab. Pyosik will face check Faker, will get chunked out a bit, but T1 need to force this cleanse out of Death so they can get some kind of mid push. While he has cleanse up, he has that defensive summoner.
I need my rewards.
Pyosik's doing the same thing. He's trying to cut off people going to answer the split push for themselves.
Yeah.
They've got Zeka topside. Silas pushes the wave all the way to the tower. Faker has to go respond, and they get a little bit deeper vision here for DRX taking over behind the red buff.
Thus is the nature of a tankless draft. Barrow with a flash away. He'll avoid any more follow-up. Gumiyushi still no arrow to try to lock them down further. Barrow drops the giant turret there as he makes his exit. DRX lose the flash on their support there from the attempted pick of T1. Still 2 minutes to go on the Drake.
Those are the timers T1 can play around. When Zeus can push out bot wave and move towards mid, DRX need to respect it. They didn't do it in this case, but Zeus will have to go back bot, catch the wave. Kingen has pressure on that side lane. Zeka has pressure on the side on the opposite side. 3 pushing lanes for DRX.
Allowing them to take away jungle resources. These lines of wards, they fought pretty heavily for Pyosik to get this one behind red. Blue buff one stolen away as well. They're getting themselves step by step in the position to force T1 to those longer rotations that you're talking about. So they're always going to be a few seconds behind.
It's all about time management and tempo in this game, making sure you're always first.
Minus
Didn't
one
get the
cannon, though.
Didn't get it there. And the next spike for DRX is this Rabadon on Zeka. When that Sylas has 3 items and gets towards the level 16, that's when you'll see DRX really start to press their advantage, try to force around Barons. Their Baron damage isn't great, but their turn is with champions like Camille and Sylas. 1 minute on the next dragon, they can play towards that Ocean Soul point as well.
And I want to go back to a little bit ago now, Kadril, when you pointed out DRX finally taking the gold lead in the game. It hasn't been by much. They've been 100, 200 gold ahead. We are dead even. 26 minutes into this game. Teams are getting strong enough, both of them, to be looking towards the Baron if they find an advantage. This is the point.
Both teams are just waiting to be able to start
It can go either way, depending on a hero play from anybody. And Kingen is here off to the side for DRX as T1 is gripped up in the mid lane. Carrier goes fishing again, but just not a whole lot to find.
Okay, vision
Remember,
control.
both AD carries have that cleanse. So looking for the picks on the other members. Ash Arrow on one
Start
side.
Baron? Yeah, they're gonna back and
not
start
stealing
Baron.
ultimate quite yet. Going back for his death cap right now. Ooh, he cancels the recall though.
Kingen gave up a bot wave just to hover around for so long. You can see it's at the tower now. He has to run down and catch that. T1 were spamming question mark pings in their blue side jungle, wondering where the top laner was. The poke is getting dangerous. 3 item spikes are coming in slowly. 10 seconds on the dragon spawn. DRX are first. T1 grouping up towards mid. Zeka taking the base, has the TP ready if his team needs him.
Faker lost the crown of the Shattered Queen there from the arrow that came out from Deft. But the Rabadons is up for Zeka. 3 item power spike is in. And recognizing that, I don't know if T1 will be willing to contest the Drake here.
He also has critical level 16 on the Sylas. Advantage over Faker, so T1 gonna give that up.
It's really hard for T1 to face check. You've got a Camille in Fog of War, a Varus ult. Zeka can take away the Ashe ult. You've got 2 such strong single target damage lockdowns that T1 can't afford to step up. They're gonna face a DRX on Soul Point now. It's only gonna get worse. They're gonna be forced to face check in once
DRX
again
might
in 5
actually
minutes
win
time.
this game.
And we'll see if DRX move towards the Baron.
DRX,
Exactly. 5 minutes is a long
everything's
time
still
in
like
League of Legends,
still the same.
and that
They
means
just have
for
one more
those
Drake,
next 5
so
minutes,
they
Baron
have
is the
3
big
Drakes
thing. We
now.
expect to see both of the teams play
Gold
around.
towers,
Faker pushing out the
everything's
top wave,
still the same.
likely going back to purchase his 3rd item now as well, I would assume, as you're going to see recalls happening across the map here from both sides. Everybody regrouping, stopwatches and control wards in inventories. We know the Baron dance is about to begin.
Oh, they're about to force Baron.
Let the dance begin. All the talk of Deft's last dance. Will it be a happy ending or will it be sad? DRX getting there first. Control wards already inside. Hawkshot's such a big advantage for T1 though, in being able to very, very safely keep their vision.
Kingen's grouping up. They're not actually playing side lanes right now, DRX. They're just all hovering around this Baron pit. Kingen is going to move towards bot now. Pings on the tier 2. T1 have a window to find a fight.
Whoa! Beryl,
no,
the target
the
of the enchanted crystal arrow, but he gets away.
No flash as well. Beryl's just in their face. T1 now have to retreat backwards. Waves coming in. They have to catch top. They have to catch mid. Kingen still in this fog of war. Not pushing bot. He really wants to fight.
Here we go. DRX in the enemy jungle. Beryl's going to be found by Keria, but he does not step into the CC. Zeka now being chased, has to flash out. Faker flashes in. Zeka goes to the Kingslayer. He's trying to find any sort of a chance he could get, but he's 1v4, and he hits the floor. Shut down over to Zeus.
Really good timing here for T1 to commit to the pick onto Zeka. It's still going to cost you an extra turret as DRX are able to shift over to mid lane, but getting that kill, getting the flash as well out of Zeka, out of the Sylas, can set themselves up for a big, big advantage looking at Baron. Faker will also have to play a lot safer on the Victor though. Him without flash will have to keep distance.
Base is coming in now, kill for tower trade like you highlighted. Dragon still 2 minutes 45 seconds away. That's always going to be plan B for DRX. Plan A is always going to be around this Baron, trying to force fights. Level 16 on your solo laners like this means you do want to press the advantage. Stopwatches across the board.
Yeah.
One fight will blow this entire game open either way. Kingen wins this fight, but he's looking for the blue buff.
Kingen, level 16 compared to the level 15 of Zeus. Pretty big difference. Oh, beautifully buffered with the hook shot. Kingen gets out from what would have otherwise been a very precarious situation as Zeus now has to retreat and Kingen has backup. Pioshik will clear some of the vision out of this bottom side jungle. Barrel's hanging around nearby now too. Kingen keeping the push going here. Lux Laser to thin the wave. Zeus wants to try to get rid of as many of these minions as he can. Kingen's gonna step up, trade with him here a little bit. Hook shot right back to safe.
The objective for DRX remains the same though. They want to continue with these same setups where they're able to push in on top and bottom first. That way, even if one of the side lane pushers gets picked off like we saw Zeka last time, they still get an advantage, are able to trade a turret on the other side with the extra pressure that they mount. T1 take this little timing window though to hard shove mid, and here comes the flank.
Barrel going for the bouncing grenade. He's not going to find nobody yet. Chains of Corruption find Faker, but a nice use of the Mikhails gets him away. Owner's now your target. Kingen goes golden, getting himself out of Aggro's way. Now you got Zeus here in the front line. Zeka stealing away the Guma Yushio. He finds Zeus. Everfrost ain't going to hit the mark. T1 in retreat. DRX in chase. DRX heading back over to the Baron pit. Deft firing arrows to cover their retreat. Barrel in some danger, has to flash the chain, but they get the ulti out of Zeus.
Summoner spells blown across the board. Still 1 minute on that dragon. Everyone needs to take a base, get their health bars back up, get as many items as possible, refresh wards, come back out on the map and contest these waves again. It's a dance around mid. DRX can't commit too hard into T1, and T1 really want to kite back.
Yep, the biggest takeaway from that fight is that the next one, there will be blood, because splashes are getting very scarce.
I can't wait for the next team
only two remaining
fight.
ones are on the T1 bottom lane. So
Dragon
these arrows that are coming from Gumayushi,
this is going to be a close
that are
fight.
coming from Keria
I
will be
think
so much more likely
T1
to
has
land,
about
to find
1k
purchase
more
in
gold
the next attempt.
And just as
in
big
the
as
battle.
Summoner spells, Gumayushi has purchased a stopwatch. Kingen used
They
his
may have
in
won
that
the battle,
fight,
but
has
not the
upgraded
war.
it into a Guardian Angel, and Pioshik
Sun
still
Tzu.
has his. 10 seconds until what will be the soul spawns for DRX.
Everyone has
as
control
Keria gets
wards.
chunked.
What is
My
this?
eyes are on that Mikhail's cooldown. See if it
Oh
comes
my
up
god,
for Keria
great.
in time.
111
Take away
vision
that trap.
score.
No, he didn't. Zeus got it. So the Mikhails needs to come up so that T1 can face check. They
What?
need to use it on the Varus ultimate of Death. Piosik's off to the side. Kingen looking for an angle, finds himself on a control war. T1 need to stay as a death ball. DRX really want to sandwich them and squeeze the carries backwards so they can kill the front line.
Pioshik walks out, using the mist to cover his retreat. Zeka's here on the flank. Kingen even further behind. Again, beautifully buffered with the hook shot.
He's so good. Really quick reaction times there, and now no Ash Arrow for the pick for T1. They still have the flash advantage though.
Yeah, Dragon's already going to be started. T1 have the aggro, but Kingen is again on the flank. Gumayushi's at 2/3 HP. Drake is going to be secured, but Kingen's coming in. Keria and Zeus go over the wall. Gumayushi is caught, but he goes into the stopwatch only for a moment. Shut down back over to Zeka. Owner's his target. E2 strikes true, and Owner is trapped. Or is he? Now he's finally going to be killed. Double kill back over to Sylas. T1 gets one back, but they're still retreating. Zeka, flash in. Zeka looking for the triple. Buys time with Zonius. Kingen's ready to back him up. Faker goes over the wall. Zeus tries to fight, but the damage pours in. Zeka grabs a third as they're now going to find Faker here in the bottom lane. Kingen and Deft do the work, and that's money in Deft's pocket.
And DRX will cut them all down. That is 5 members of T1 in the dirt. DRX turn towards the Baron. They are making the push.
And it all comes off the back of Zeka. This kid is the real deal. You give him these playmakers, he will make magic happen. From having a strong lane phase up against the greatest player of all time to being the driving force in that team fight to get them this Baron.
No arrow steal, no chance, no shot. It is DRX with a 35-minute Baron.
Zeka has faced every challenge in front of him standing up. The only last question was going to be Faker, and he stands tall again. Take a look at it. They gave up the dragon. They were looking for the collapse the entire time. All eyes on Gumayushi to get that AD carry out of the fight first. And then they know they can go for the chase. With Silas and Camille, some of the longest range chase for solo laners you can have in the game. Zeka as well as Kingen finding the collapse.
And that's it. It's Zeka and King in the driving force. Beryl right behind them. Pyosix just fishing for resets. Deft missed his ult, missed a couple Qs, didn't get as much impact as he would want. Zeka didn't go for the Q there on Keria. Maybe could have picked up the triple. But T1 just don't have the damage for this Sylas. He's just running straight through all of them, picking up all the kills, and eventually Faker falls to Deft and Kingen.
Faker without enough mana to try to fight back in this 1v2 as Keria runs himself into the turret, and execution is all he can hope for. And DRX finally found the fight they were looking for. They command a Baron and a 3,000 gold lead, and they're pushing into the T1 base.
Oh, hold me close, boys. This is what we wanted from this series. DRX poised to strike back against T1. They're at the gates. They're knocking on the door.
Zeka has stolen the Ashe ultimate. Keep your eyes on either side from a long-range pick.
Zeus clearing mid-wave, Deft staying towards top. Arrow misses Kingen again. He buffered the E every single time Gumayushi's fishing for these arrows. DRX are dodging and diving away. It's a 1-4 right now. Kingen's pushing mid, 4-man top for DRX. Beryl is the bridge between them. Faker's on the side. T1 looks like they want to fight, but without the Ashe ult, it's incredibly hard. When does Zeka pull the trigger?
Exactly. Keep your eyes on the Sylas. Mid lane continuing to be chunked down here by the minions. Kingen getting chased after by Faker. Kingen could be in some trouble. Owner's ready to follow it up. Flash out. Faker gets the kill, and T1 holds the line.
That's got to put a stop to the siege right there. That pick alone, T1 have dealt with this critical timing window. While DRX are wearing Baron for another 50 seconds, they take down King and they relieve the pressure.
Big mistake there from King, and he tried to E off the wall to land onto Faker, but he wasn't in range. Doesn't commit the ult because he realizes Faker has so much damage, and the arrow missed from Zeka. Tries to run away. The flash didn't get as much distance away as he might would want, but here's where he eased the wall and looks for the fight. Arrow misses as well. Faker doesn't get stunned. And then Kingen realizes he's made a mistake, has to run back around the tower in case he'll get stunned. Flash doesn't really avoid anything apart from the Lux ult, and he dies.
Yep, this is what makes the difference. The moments on the biggest stage in the world with all of the pressure. DRX still can recover though. No problem for them. They've got the gold lead. They also still have Dragon Soul Point. Dragon arriving in 50 seconds.
Exactly, and that afforded them a good fight last time. Death for the clans, death for the flash. That is both summoner spells of the DRX marksman. That is huge for T1 in this upcoming battle.
No ultimate as well. He should be in time for the dragon spawn. T1 will get the mid tower though, and they will keep on going. The solo lanes are here to respond. Pyosik is lying in wait, waiting for this dragon to spawn, waiting for T1 to move into this bot side river. T1 should know that he's around there with the mist and the wards being down, so they'll stay as a death ball, stay grouped up. Deft will rejoin Zeka.
Zeka walking right into a brush. Everfrost on 3. Honestly, Graves' collateral damage barely tickled him. That's half HP on the DRX mid laner.
Yeah, T1 are fishing for big chunks on health that would allow them a better setup on Dragon. It's just going to be a teleport back from Zeka, though. Level 18 on the side. Let's carry a good.
Oh, flash binding. If they grab Pyosik, they guarantee the Drake. Pyosik with the flash back over the wall. He has Guardian Angel, too.
Oh
Chain, CC. Pyosik goes into the GA. He's just buying time. The Dragon's already up. T1 trying to chase, but are they going to lose out on the Drake? The Dragon's still being burned. DRX are going for it. It's stolen away by Owner, and Zeka has to flash over the wall to live. Kingen stuck in the pit, tries to jump out, pulled right back in by the Infernal Chains. He'll resurrect as well. That is 2 Guardian Angels wasted on the side of DRX.
Keria finds the enemy jungler. He sniffs out Pyosik, flashes on him, forces him away from the dragon. They kill the jungler. That allows Owner to flash in on the Graves and steal away the dragon. So my goodness, it was at their fingertips.
Carrier just does not miss, does he? With the
Insane.
Everfrost, with the Qs, he knew how much time he had to help Gumayusi gap close. We'll see it again. So pops the E to get a little bit of vision onto Pyosik. Then he just instantly Q flashes him the second he sees him. It gets better though, because as Pyosik also over the wall, watch this Everfrost. Lands the tip of it onto him as well to allow Gumayusi to get damage down. Jungler falls, T1 are in time to take away the dragon. These last 10 minutes have been immaculate.
Then Owner knows, I've got to get to Dragon. They're burning down Dragon, so we see Owner rushing for it. Zeka tries to delay him. Zeka stunned him up there on the ramp. He ults backwards, flashes forward, and gets there in time.
Split seconds determined that soul, and Kingen gets pulled back across just to rub salt into the wound. They lose another member. They lose another Guardian Angel. T1 are relentless.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. Such a close one. So well fought here as well in this setup, and we see the reactions.
Joy on one side, concern on the other, as DRX have had this game going their way for a while, but now T1 have swung it back.
I think that's an incredibly accurate way to put it, because
Actually,
T1,
wait, no.
they've got so much pressure on their shoulders to deliver.
DRX still has
trying
more
to
turrets.
reestablish the dynasty
And
here,
technically
coming in
the
as the
better
favorites.
drives, maybe
no
the better drive.
overreactions for one fight.
We'll see if DRX are
Because I
unfazed by the
don't
last
think
10 minutes.
the extra movement
See if they can
speed
still
is
pull
too
this
good.
through. It's a very even game state now. Gold within 500-600. Dragons even a piece. T1 have found
It
a
would
way
be
to
good on
stabilize the
chasing
game.
and
they're
running
becoming
away.
incredibly strong.
Actually,
DRX
yeah, no,
haven't been able to
chasing.
force their advantage as much
Maybe
as
not
they might
running
like.
away, but
And now it's a Baron dance as it spawns.
Ocean Rift puts so much extra brush on the map, and DRX have to be so careful when they check these brushes. It was the brush check from Zeka that put him such low HP that he had to teleport back into the fight there for the last Drake. DRX now going to find a ward here in the Baron Pit. They can't start anything up cheekily or sneakily. 4 full items plus boots completed on Zeka, working on that final item. Faker himself, full build, late game victor.
DRX have really struggled in these last few fights, but they've faced way worse heartbreak in their series against EDG. So Def's coming out of base, has the Serpent's Fang, 6-item lethality, Poke Varus is ready. Summoner's coming up for Keria. Gumayusi still doesn't have the flash, neither does Owner. He had to use it to get the dragon. Does T1 started up? They have pretty good vision to do so. Zeus has the TP, but they have a free bot tower as Kingen decides to group DRX as 5, trying to get this next mid wave in.
Yeah, #1 priority there for T1. They were trying to find out all these wards so they can't get flanked again. The flanking power of the Camille, of the Silas, has been devastating. Trying to clear all of these brush and control the side lane push first. Let's make sure it doesn't happen again.
Kingen gonna find Faker, but they're also gonna find Beryl. Kingen wants to get away. Beryl nearly dead, had to flash to save his own life as T1 have a nice health advantage now. And you'll see Owner, Keria, and Gumayusi heading back towards that topside river, heading back towards that Baron. Def gonna do as much damage as he can, poking with these piercing arrows. T1 continues to stay together as Kingen tries to cut the wave, trying to make some space, distract T1. The Drake spawning in 1 minute, the Baron still up as they fight for mid lane control.
Faker's Victor is a really big problem for DRX right now. He's scaled to the point of 4 items with a crown, with the Rabadons, and it just means that with this full build Victor, how do they get on top of him? They have to proc the crown initially, the ultimate comes out, Beryl instantly has to flash away. Kingen has a little bit of magic resist coming in, but this full item Victor is doing so much work to allow T1 to push forwards.
At least DRX have been able to buy time for their Guardian Angels. They just had Pyosik's cooldown come back up on it, and very short on Kingen's.
30 seconds on Dragon. T1 first to the river. Kingen in a position to look for a flank. Def needs to arrive. He's trying to clear out the mid-wave. Lux ult from Zeka pokes out Owner, but Kingen trying to sandwich T1 here, who want to stay grouped up, who want to look for this dragon.
The poke wasn't a ton. The fruits are going to heal it off as Owner grabs all of those, and the Drake is ready to go. T1 has stopped this so long enough that now it's guaranteed for either side. Whoever takes it, and we're done with these Ocean Drakes. T1, they're going to start it up. They've got the aggro. They're going to burn through it a little bit, but they're taking their time. Kingen's coming around from the side. Carrier trying to keep him away. Def with a piercing arrow. Baker goes in for the flash engage, and the Dragon's been taken by Owner. T1 ready for the chase as Zeka and Barrel run for their lives. Zeka's gonna be isolated. Zeka's gonna be caught. Is Zeka going to be killed? He uses stasis to dodge the arrow. He may be able to use the Kingmaker to get away, but no, it's Zeka traded for Carrier on a 1-for-1. Now a TP coming back into the mid lane. T1 with a solid advantage here. Def's gonna look for some poke, finds it on Owner.
They're so good at using these timing windows. T1, they focus everybody on pushing DRX off of the Dragon, allowing Owner to get it. Pyosik is sticking around for the Baron transition here, but Carrier also sacrificed his life to keep Kingin out of the fight.
It's a 4v4 and they started up Baron.
Baron's gonna burn fast. T1 got it at half HP. Barrel also at half HP. Pyosik and Def ready to fight. Chains of Corruption fly out. They're gonna find 3 different targets. Faker is low. Faker is down. Zeus tries to fight. Owner into the back line, gonna pick one back up. Def gets Guardian Angel out of Gumayushi as Pyosik is ready to fight. Sword versus gun, and Owner has to run away.
Deft has one shot to kill the king, and he doesn't miss. Faker falls, Gumayushi and Zeus as well. Zeka's TPing in, and he has to TP as he spawns. Do they go towards Baron, or do they look to end the game? It's only Carrier and Owner for 40 seconds.
They gotta focus on the minion waves. They can't do it.
They don't need to focus the minions if they're gonna be able to focus the enemy team. Carrier drops as Owner is now the target. DRX, a couple minions at their back. They keep going to go. Kingin wants Owner, but he ain't gonna find him. The push continues. Inhibitor falls. DRX want to make it happen. Owner trying to flash in, trying to do it, trying to save it. But no, DRX rise to the occasion, and they will tie this series.
They lose the soul, but they win the game. DRX clutch it out.
Oh my god, that game was clawed back by T1. They had a soul and they went for a Baron, but it's Deft who shoots the arrow onto Faker, gets the initial kill. Once the victor is down, the rest of DRX can clean up, and with that one single window in the last 25 minutes of the game, DRX end the game.
What a win. What a win that started off looking a lot like game number 1. What team play coming out from DRX to keep themselves going blow for blow in what is now the longest game of the tournament so far.
I thought your
that
internet's
beat
dead.
out game 5
Yeah, I was
of
just trying to save
PNG
it by not
versus
being
Damwon.
PC.
Oh my
God.
god. Yeah,
It was
I
a
don't
good
know
game
what to
for
say.
DRX.
What the
They couldn't
hell?
get as many kills they wanted. They got some towers. They
It
lost
happens
2
to
or
the
3
best of
dragons in
us.
a row.
It happens to the best of us, literally. Because Faker took an Ash arrow, and that's why they
I'm
lost.
sweating, boys. That was
Oh my
that was a
god.
game.
That was
I
a
hope we get
close
3 more of
game.
those.
10 years.
Did you
in the
not see how
making,
close it
this
was, that
finals.
whole match?
It really is.
Literally,
If DRX lost
it
that
was
game, it would've
even.
been such a
It was so
heartbreak being
even.
in the driver's seat. Their first win against T1 all year. They had it in their hands and they almost dropped it, but they stood tall.
I
1-1.
didn't see the Gash
Remember,
ult.
versus Gen
You
G.
didn't see the what?
They got their first win against them in
Ash
game
ult.
2 as well.
Yeah,
and remember
Ash
how
ult
that
hit,
series
Faker,
went. But
I think.
T1 is an entirely different beast. This final is shaping up to be what we were all hoping.
Yo, I got
it
2
would
new
be.
drops.
And
Let's
Worlds
freaking go.
is a
Another Worlds
gauntlet,
capsule.
my friends. And the best
Oh no,
way to
I
keep
got a
up with all
Worlds
the action
Ward.
on the go
do I get
is
drops?
Riot Mobile. It's home to all things League,
Maybe.
Valorant, and much
Check.
more.
Check
you
your
can
drops.
watch Worlds live, catch up with the series scores,
how?
and talk about all the action.
Are you
with
watching
your friends.
on LoL
Check it
Esports
out
full
and
screen?
join us as we head over to the State Farm Anthem.
Not full screen. I am on full screen now.
Oh, okay. Then just open
They were
rewards
all tied
tab
up just
in a
like
new
that.
tab.
DRX a strike back.
Because
yeah.
you don't want to
What
close
a
stream,
game
and just
two
check what you've
that
got in there.
was.
It will
It
tell
started
you.
off with so much action.
If you've got anything
we had
new, you
kind
can
of an
tell.
interesting change of pace in the mid game as both teams were really trying to feel each other out,
Oh
and then
my
an
God.
explosive few fights there.
That means I've got
back and
5
forth
capsules
to end
today.
it all, and it falls in
Holy
DRX's
shit.
favor off of a wild Baron
I
play.
got-
Back and forth and back and forth and back again is how this game felt, because right here,
One from that
after
early on,
another smite secured
that-
by Owner,
I
I
got
thought
2 more.
T1 was going to do it. I'm thinking this is just like the RNG series. Are we going to see a sweep? Is
No, I
DRX
got
going to
2
be
more.
able to get the reverse sweep. But the thing with DRX is they absolutely never give up. They buy a bunch
Yeah, I
of
got
time,
three
they
more.
kill carry on the backside, and then they're just figuring out how to stop this T1 Baron.
They certainly are, and the most important person you have to keep your eyes on is Deft. So you can see on your minimap right now, he's going to start making his way up towards the backside of the blue jungle, and he's going to follow up and he's going to land a really crucial ult as T1 kind of funnels into the pit. Keep your eyes on Deft right here. He's going to land such an important ultimate right there
Wait,
onto
what?
Faker in the middle of the mall.
Oh,
Gubayushi's
it wasn't
then
Ash.
forced to
Oh,
flash
my
very
bad.
early
I
on in the
thought
fight.
Def was
While he's
playing
doing decent damage, it's not
Ash.
enough to be able to
No,
shut
no,
down
it was.
Pingen, and on the other
They
side,
landed
while Odo
a
is doing a great
Varus
job,
ult
all
on
of
Faker.
T1 gets split apart, and Pyosik
That makes sense.
demonstrating his great Aatrox performance.
And then crucially right here,
T1
decide
was the
not
one
to
with
kill the
Ash. That
Baron,
makes
make
more
the
sense.
call that even though they have Heimerdinger dead, the wave is close enough. They're so
Damn.
late into the game.
Just
the
because
death timers
Carrier
are a
got
minute
caught,
long,
they
so just
actually
make
lost
all
that.
the correct decisions in
If
a
Carrier
very
didn't
crucial
get
moment. A
caught,
lot
I
of teams will
think
just
there was a
Baron here.
chance.
They did
There
the
was a
call to
chance
end,
they could have
execute,
survived
and they win.
and won.
And that's so massive for DRX, right? Because we talked about how back and forth this game was. Initially, when DRX got the lead, and then there was a pickoff, and then there was another pickoff. It's like, oh no, this is like domestic DRX. Like, we're back there. To see them come off of this play, not only be able to pull it off, but be so decisive in knowing that they can end is so important.
And I think that we kind of have to go back to the beginning of this game where it did feel like it was just going to be a T1 domination from the start. The fact that they were beating them this closely, you can see how close it really was to DRX being able to gain a huge advantage this early on into the game, but T1 just did not let them as Carrier just dominates on the Lux. It was just beautiful early game plays and constant
You know
impressive
what?
performances
I
from
think I
Carrier
understand
throughout this
why
game.
Yeah, we definitely see why.
Korea's
Like, we
the
talked
best
about the Ash,
region
we
now.
talked about the Heimer. Carrier locking in
Do
the
you know
Lux
th-
alongside
do you know their
the Ash
tradition?
and making these plays. I can't stress enough how, regardless of whatever champion
Do you?
he has,
No?
when he's
Okay,
able
so
to
in Korea,
get some CC
almost
down, when
everyone,
he's able to initiate a
literally
fight, the rest
almost
of the team follows
everyone,
up so well, and his
um,
mechanics are just godly.
So that was
plays
T1 setting the
early
pace
game,
early
like
with a couple
hyper
of quick
aggressive
kills,
early
but
game team
DRX,
comps.
not to be outdone, found their opportunities in the early game as well.
Meanwhile,
And this is
Beryl
because
here,
there's a tradition where over there, you try and make the best use of your time as possible, which means
when they think of creating
like
space, but he,
your goal is
like,
to
not
win
only
the game
survived
as
there,
fast as
but
possible.
got so many crucial stuns
Because of
in
this,
a lot of these fights to
they
set
just
up for
have
his
naturally
team on the
developed in a
Heimerdinger.
way where
You know,
they're-
as they say,
everyone
if you can't
plays in a
kill him
hyper
or
aggressive
cure him, you bury him. And I think that
perfected
Beryl
style
demonstrated that perfectly
where they
for
like
us
CS
with his Heimerdinger performance.
So here's
to
the
an
thing.
absolute degree
Yeah,
and
because
just
the
try and
Heimerdinger
speedrun the
joke
game.
is the
Whereas
He's using
our
the Heimer
region
joke, but
is
I
generally a
will
lot
say,
more
and I
casual.
said it
Like
before we
think
played
about it.
Heimerdinger,
When we're
his
playing like
Heimerdinger
norms
mechanics, he's
and
put-
like
he
even
must have played
ranked
hundreds of
sometimes,
games.
He's damn good at
no
it.
Every
no one
angle,
is
he knows
actually
every reset for the
super
turret,
super
and he
try
always
hard.
knows the right ultimate to use.
Everyone's just like toxic, but not really try hard, I would say.
And this fight really was one of the big swings in favor of DRX because
Whereas over there,
saw
it's
many
literally
close dragon fights,
it's basically a
and this one was
religion
really
at
where we
this
started
point,
to see
where
DRX
everyone's just
claiming
try
full
harding.
control over it, and Zeka really coming on.
Even if you're playing
this
norms,
is the player
you-
that we hyped up so
it's
much
actually
in the pre-show.
hilarious.
This is the individual that we put so much emphasis on that you needed to focus on, and getting his hands.
And
on
that's
the
why
sides
like
once
these
again,
guys
when
can
you
just
give him the
are
resources
just so
to
far
be a
ahead of
carry,
us because
this
they're
is
just
what he's
training
able
in
to
like
do with it.
And the
a
setup for this was
super
also pretty
hyper
impressive
aggressive
because they were
world
actually
where
able to
everyone's
get
just
their
like
1-3-1 setup with Kingen,
super
with
focused on
Zeka
being good.
in side lanes, and that was actually again.
I
such
also
an improvement from
remember
what we
earlier
saw
when we
from
saw the
DRX
Lux
in
execute,
their
Carrier had to
domestic,
execute under
like,
tower
play.
because
So while it was
they lost the
DRX,
team fight.
obviously, that took the victory in this game number 2. I wanted
did
to
you
point
see
out
that?
a specific T1 play, and it keys into
I think-
Carrier and
yeah.
some of his top
That was
performing
so
here in the
sad.
series so
That
far.
was so
As we know,
sad.
every second counts, and thanks to the reliable
The
Cisco
penta
network.
kill.
In this play here, it's
I mean,
a
the
twofer.
ace.
First, T1's Carrier pulling the trigger the moment
I have to
he
say,
sees his
Carrier
opportunity,
has
lands
actually been
every
kinda
single one of his
insane
skill
today.
shots. That is CC
Do you
related
disagree? The
on
Lux,
Pyosik
the
to make sure the
support?
jungler gets eliminated, and then of course T1's owner will
T1
have a
support
couple
has been
of
pretty
impressive
good.
attacks himself to secure that
Huh?
dragon.
It was feeling like this was going to be the
crap.
moment that T1
Yeah.
has the sweep in hand. As soon as he gets all of the movement abilities, ulting backwards, like every split second counts in this sequence.
I like it. We're updating the tagline. It's not just every second; it's every split second counts now.
Yeah, it's such an amazing play by T1, and there were so many little moments throughout this 45-minute long game that could have gone either way, but it's so fitting that we are tied 1-1, guaranteeing at least 2 wins.
Exactly, and I just wanted to show that because it goes all the way back to your initial point, Jet, that when DRX takes a punch, okay, sure, but they get right back up and they look for that next fight, because we were pretty much ready to call it when something like that happens in a high-intensity game. So here we are, reminding ourselves of the draft here from game number 2. T1 on blue side. What do you want to see here, Jet?
Yeah, I want to see DRX when they do the switch up to have a better answer to Varus, because Varus has been the first pick champion in both series. I don't necessarily think that DRX is going to be letting through any of their major champions.
I think that DRX just needs to keep getting these prior lanes.
I
They
think
had it in
Fake
top,
is
in mid,
anxious,
they had
bro.
good
He's
control of the
biting his
investment, and in
nails.
bot lane, they're contesting that wave. Push is important, Dash.
We're all tied up. We are
That's
guaranteed
rare.
to not have a sweep here in the World Championship, and I couldn't be happier about that. Let's see if we can get all the way to 5. There is so much action that has led up to today, and while it can't, or rather can be hard to keep up with, Spotify and a few of our colleagues, this being one right here, have got your back. Be sure to download the newest episodes of both the Riff Reaction Podcast and Dive For Ya to get informed and to revel in the anime arc of our finals. While you do, we're stepping away. When we come back, it's game number 3 right after this.
Kingen goes in. Owner's the target, but now Zeus is locked down. Carry is here over the wall. It's first blood over to Owner, and T1 are absolutely outplaying. Pioshik will not find the damage yet. He won't find the damage at all. Carry against it. Faker goes over the wall. Zeus tries to fight, but the damage pours in. Zeka grabs a third as they're now going to find Faker here in the bottom lane. Kingen and Def do the work, and that's money in Def's pocket. The push continues. Inhibitor
the
falls.
cookie.
DRX want to make it happen. Owner trying to flash in, trying to do it, trying to save it. But no, DRX rise to the occasion.
Red Bull gives you wings.
At this point, I don't know which team will actually win. I genuinely pray, please T1, please win. I need them to win because they are literally my hope. They are my hope. They mean a lot to me. It's always been a pleasure to watch them. And the only thing I can do now is pray for them to win. Wish them the best of luck. Please. That's assuming they want to win, but why would they enter competition to begin with if they didn't want to win, right? So please win. I believe in you. I would be pretty annoyed if they did lose. No, I will admit. It just hurts. It hurts. What can I say?
Welcome back to Worlds 2022 here in the finals, here in a tied series.
Oh boy. I doubted them a little bit there, DRX, in the game, but I guess when you doubt them, they only get stronger.
I just can't get over a lot of the reactions and mechanics too. How about Kingen and these hook shots? Every time an arrow is shot at him, it looks useless. He wastes so many of those cooldowns from opponents. Really nice play from him.
Reaction time was flawless, really, wasn't it? Even on the ones that missed, he was already ready to jump away. Only had that one mistake in mid that hurt their Baron push. But T1, I expect him to be back on the blue side, run back something similar. Does DRX change it up? You know, we saw the Yuumi ban, we saw the targeted Lucian Nami, we saw the Caitlyn ban. Do they want to give one over and try something new? Because in game one, can you fault their draft? Sylas Aatrox, that's really DRX's bread and butter, but maybe they don't want to change the matchups and pick differently.
And to me, that's one of the most fun things about a series, especially one of this quality, of this caliber, is seeing the way the teams will adapt between the games, seeing the changes they choose to make, the problems that they assess as what was really critical in that last loss. And I'm really excited to see what DRX brings out here in the third.
Yeah, and T1 as well, right? Do they think that Sylas was a big problem in that last game? Is Varus now all of a sudden the flavor of the series? Is that something that DRX want to deny? Do they have an answer to it? Because Varus has been first picked both games, T1 showing it with 3 bot lane bans, DRX responding to it with 3 bot lane bans, and both teams need to figure out the Varus dilemma.
And there should be a drop in priority on the Aatrox. Both teams have shown strong counters with the Camille, with the Yone for themselves, being able to outplay it. So we'll see about a lot of adjustments here. On the red side for DRX, though, it's so hard to get away from these bottom lane necessary bans because, like we talked about, Jeff hasn't played much Aphelios. You can't play the Aphelios plus Lulu into the Lucian. So Yuumi and Lucian remain permabans, and then probably the Caitlyn unless you want to pull out something crazy.
So Varus first pick is probably going to be the answer here from T1. Now, does DRX take away Renata? They've left that open. They banned it in game 2. Kalista's locked in. Kalista Renata. That's their answer to Varus. Will it work is the question. What is T1's response here? Do they go for some kind of melee support into this Renata? Do they play Varus Karma to try to contest the push? The problem with the Karma is you don't have a lockdown onto the Kalista. So Aatrox is up, Sylas is up, Ryze is up for Faker if he wants to blind pick it.
There it is, looking at double poke here. More aggressive fight over the priority in that pushing bottom lane. If you go with something like Leona or Nautilus, looking for the all-ins, looking for the kills, immediately picking up for Faker, though. The security of the team fight is here.
I wonder if something like Thresh could work. Kalista's very hard to hook. Karma will get the push, but I think she'll fall off. It makes sense. That's the default answer. As you expect, they're just going to go towards it. No Thresh shenanigans to be had. No Zeus Yone, no Aatrox blind pick. DRX have found a different response, and this draft will look a lot different in terms of side lanes.
Yeah, I mean, the pushing on the bottom lane has just been so critical. They don't want to give it up. And now, though, the confidence of Zeka, this champion, he has mastered both the Sylas and the Akali sides of it. It's a big part of DRX's handle on the meta that got them here. Confidence to lock it into Faker again. Last time around, he actually had more CS, even with all the harassment from the Azir.
Great ultimate to take away as well. Varus ult is just going to be so powerful to control. Yep. There's a Yone ban, so I think T1 might have to ban away Aatrox. DRX might look to pick Aatrox up on 4 here. A lot of powerful champions up and available. Camille, Fiora, Aatrox. We're looking at champions like Graves, Viego as well. Kindred is up for Pyosik as well if he wants to look for that angle.
Well, with Aatrox banned away, when we talked about last game being another no tanks kind of matchup, you guys said how it was Aatrox that wills that into being because he creates a carry versus carry style. Now with him banned away, with Yone banned away, we might see some big front line for the first time in the series.
I agree, especially if it's Poke, Varus, and Kalista, two champions which really struggle to get tanks down. They need to be careful though, picking Ornn for T1 against Sylas, you just give them that engage onto your mobile carry.
And they ban away the Kindred answer to the Graves, so it's up to DRX. Looks like Graves is wide open. That would need to have Zeus on something with CC though, because if they pick the Graves, then they've got no lockdown.
Is Poppy a good champion here for T1, I wonder? I mean, into Kalista, you can really lock down the Kalista. Vi is another one that has good lockdown. Nocturne is something we've seen, but he doesn't have the follow-up.
Yeah,
I'm thinking something like Poppy here. The Graves is great, but you're playing 4 range champions again.
And they've done it before. T1 have been the team to play all damage, all range. It could fall on Zeus to be the melee, to be the front line though, with some CC setup.
Well, we do have the Sejuani banned away early on. That's one big tank, but we'll see which other they decide to lock in. The Gragas hover lasting for quite a while here, but there is still a little bit of time left on the clock. They will lock it in. It's Zeus on the Gragas.
Yeah, I think with Karma, you need some front line there. I wouldn't be surprised to see an Ornn come out here from King, and Aatrox is removed from the equation. Double tank matchup. I worry for T1 with this Graves because you're playing 4 range, but if you can punish early, then it will give you profit in the mid to late game. Of course, this champion can do a lot of damage, and they're playing with triple threat.
The meatballs have arrived at the World Finals, and now we get to see some of those big frontliners and huge engages.
And that means increased focus on the bottom lane, especially for DRX here, investing their picks in the Kalista. This Kalista has not fared well at Worlds. Have to play it aggressively, pairing it with the Renata from Barrel. I want to see how DRX game plan looks now, because we already got the Faker versus Zeka mid lane matchup of the 26-year-old versus the young new hotness. And now it's looking at bottom lane here, Deft, 26-year-old on the other side versus Gumayushi, 20-year-old hotness as well.
Opposite sides, of course, from both respective veterans, like you highlighted there, Kobe. And bot lane will have to be a pivotal point of focus for both these teams. We saw Pyosik go towards mid earlier on with a similar kind of matchup in game 1 to get Faker's flash. Why did he do that? Well, it's good to get mid lane flash early, but in the Sylas matchup especially, it allows the Sylas to get the push into Azir early on, which he doesn't normally get, which allows him to get towards bot lane first if the mid laners decide to roam down there.
And I'm excited to see how the early game objectives go in this one, especially now that we're back to an even series or an even state in the series, excuse me. T1's objective control in game number 1 was absolutely dominant. In game number 2, DRX and D1, they had one dragon each at the very start. There wasn't that same level of, man, we're losing everything for DRX, and T1 is grouped up as 5 here at level 1.
Yeah, 5-man bot to get middle brush control. I expect them to either sweep or put a ward down here to make sure that the Varus Karma doesn't get any kind of cheese from the Kalista Renata, make sure that they can poke them out with things like the Mantra Q. They don't see anything yet, so they're going to walk their way into this bot side jungle, but they know that death is in the river, so T1 are first to bot brush, which helps the bot lane matchup level 1.
Yeah, of course. So much focus on this bottom lane in this draft, with the big tanky boys on the top side. Especially when you have Graves too, Owner trying to get the early information. Defensive ward from DRX behind their red though, trying to see if there was any attempt at getting that invade.
DRX show themselves on the entrance. Owner is being a bit careful. They should know that there's a ward. And Gumayushi's playing with lethal tempo, so I expect him to go more towards an on-hit Varus build. We won't see a poke Varus come out. Normally you see things like Comet and Halo Blades in that instance.
And it makes so much more sense this game, right? You don't want to have lethality versus the Ornn. You want to be able to chunk through the front line.
Alrighty, we're going to have a top side start here for both of our junglers, which goes exactly like what you guys were expecting. Attention on the bottom lane. Junglers want to be pathing down here to see if they can interfere with this and make something happen.
And there's a commitment here of Zeus. Strong leash on the blue buff for Owner as well. So not only did Owner get Graves, he also gets the stronger leash, will be accelerated in his clear to try and slingshot down to that other side.
I'm curious what Pyosik decides to do. He's on Red Raptors. He's going to move towards bot side. Does he do a camp and gank mid and try to relieve pressure on Faker? That ward on the bot side jungle could help him look for an invade.
Alrighty, as we see how the lanes are going, remember to make sure to grab the exclusive Very Nasus Much Wow emote from Prime Gaming by connecting your League of Legends account with your Prime account. as Kingen has the push here in top side. Guma, Yushi, and Keria have it in bottom, and Faker and Zeka are pretty evenly matched.
Yeah, I would hypothesize that Pyosik would reverse clear up to the top side Scuttle Crab, because the bottom side pushing here with the Varus Karma means that it's so hard to fight over the bottom side Scuttle Crab, and it would be a little bit dangerous, but his sweeper doesn't see the ward.
Oh, man. Pyosik walking right past it. He's going to wait here in the brushes. Keria and Guma are staying up. Pyosik with a flash engage. It doesn't matter if they knew he was coming. They're still going to grab first blood, but it's a one-for-one trade. Barrel now trying to get away. Should be fine. The DRX killer instinct still comes out on top.
Great first blood for Def. You have to wonder if Gumayushi, he should have known that something like that was coming and maybe tried to react with the flash. Either way, it's a 1-for-1. Despite it being first blood to Def, I think this is actually good for T1, because look at his CS now, Def. He's lost a lot of that wave. It'll start to bounce into Gumayushi, and they traded 2 flashes, 3 summoner spells from DRX just for a heal for Gumayushi.
Yeah, T1, they saw him coming. They had the information. Guma still goes down to the forced gank there from Pyosik, and investing the flash as well could be troublesome for the jungle. Graves can be very abusive, going to harass the Viego. Faker, meanwhile, forces the teleport out of the Sylas in mid lane, and yes, of course, as we already know, did not quite catch it. And T1 are saying, get over here, Graves, right now. These are the comms. We're going to outplay him. But Pyosik was so quick with the flash, Guma did not react to it, and they just stand and they want to trade 1-for-1 instead. And with the Ignite going down, Keria gets the last hit there for the takedown. As you said, though, the wave meant a lot there as they're able to push it in, and they did get the kill.
Yeah, kill gold in DRX's favor, but wave stays and Summoner's Blown is in T1's favor. So I think they'll be pretty happy with that kill when it's a carrier, which isn't the best, but can help in the early lane phase, has the early amp zone to try to poke them down. So now this wave state, we'll see how DRX plays it out, and we'll see what Pyosik does to try to help the bottom side of the map. Owner actually hasn't done his red buff yet, so he's probably going to move his way down there. That should be first, but DRX facing a lot of vision disadvantage here. Pink ward, double ward in the river, including the crab, another pink ward. They need to clear all of that out.
They do have Kallista's little ghost walking around, trying to keep an eye on everything. Pyosik throwing out his own Krugs on the other side of the map. Owner finally going to pick up that red. Solo laners all at level 5, so we're getting close to that critical point where the ultimates are going to come online. Remember, there's no arrows or anything this time around to be stealing away there for Zeka, but he does have some incredibly powerful tools, like a Gragas ulti, like a Varus ulti, that with a full AP ratio can wreck a team fight.
And on the bottom lane, you see the power of the Varus Karma, nullifying this Kalista pick. That poke from Keria with the Comet coming through, and Guma landing as well, continually forcing Deft and Barrel back towards their own side. Slow pushing wave here. When you slowly stack like this, T1 are actually creating their own mini objective, building up a big minion wave to then either bring Owner for a dive or force more losses from DRX.
And this is just going to be series breaking, really, isn't it? This is DRX's response to the Varus. If this doesn't work, then it's going to really suck when they go back towards red side. If this does go to a game 5, they need to break the Varus first pick and show that they have an answer right now, struggling. DRX normally like to start up these early Drakes. Owner knows it and he's hovering around. Pyosik has the level advantage. Owner not too far away from leveling up, but he's making sure his bot lane is safe.
Both junglers also on the same purchase and the same charges on the knife. So nobody has the enchanted smite yet. Nobody's really close. Pyosik going to throw down some of that mist as he'll move forward, look to clear out a control ward. But with the lane control for Gumayushi and Keria, they are going to be able to keep that control ward alive. Zeka stealing away Faker's ulti, but they are both level 6, so it would be shuffle for shuffle if they decide to fight.
Yeah, that right there is why Owner invested so much time and the control ward money to protect his bottom lane, to allow this to continue. Giant CS lead ballooning because of all that bottom lane attention. Zeka trying to solve some of the problem himself as well, though, reaching level 6 onto the Sylas with the flash play as well.
That's the power of the mid push. Yes, you might lose 3v3 or 2v2, but if you have that extra number that can hover down, it just means it's very hard for them to push out the wave. They're going to use everything they have there, T1 bot lane on the wave, so DRX are just going to start up this dragon, try to secure it. Owner trading it for a crab.
Plus, you gotta love having Kalista for these neutral objectives. The extra power of the Rend plus Smite combo to work together and be able to take those down. Def knows that this is uncontested. He doesn't even have to stay there, so they can give that one over to Pyosik to Smite secure, and Def can make his way back down to the bottom lane to farm up as many minions as he can.
And you can see DRX's commitment to the game plan, commitment to their win condition of stacking the dragons. They give up more CS off of Deft in order to secure that. Owner, meanwhile, as you said, he gets the crab as well as taking away the red buff. So 1 minion wave, 1 red buff, 1 crab, kind of the payment there.
Jungle and bot lane getting off to a great start here for T1. Mid lane's been very quiet, top lane as well. It's the next Herald that'll really decide how this early game pans out. 30 seconds on the spawn. Zeka, the ult was timing out, just gonna push the wave with it, can't catch Faker. And let's keep our eyes on Deft and Beryl here because they're going to move towards this top side. Great body slam there by Zeus to interrupt the knock-up, but it's going to be a 5v5 around this Herald, and Gumayushi is still on the bot side of the map. How much can T1 get for this Herald? Does DRX just take the Herald and use it top, try to funnel everything into Deft?
And remember, back in game 1, we got a 7-man fight at the Herald, but it resulted in the eyeball being unable to be picked up. I want to see both sides ready for a fight here. Ready for a big engage.
And look at the lane matchup. All you have to notice is that they are keeping Guma and Keria bottom. So it's going to be a hard push for T1 towards bottom tower plates. Just give up this Rift Herald and see how much money you can get off the other side of the map. Meanwhile, Owner also counter jungling off the blue quadrant. T1 trying to get as much as possible.
The race is on. DRX want to get this Herald quick and use it as fast as possible. TP there from Kingen to try to clear out the wave. Can they dive him? 3v1.
Kingan's down here, but Owner's ready to follow up and make it happen. The ulti from the Ornn used to clear out the wave as Owner's gonna get jumped on. Zeka's ready to go. Owner with the dash back over the wall. He'll stay fine, but DRX will hold here in bottom.
Beryl lost his flash off screen. Zeus threw the ultimate at him and tried to knock him under the tower, so the Renata doesn't have flash. Death isn't level 6, but Piosik is around. He's taking the blue buff right now by the looks of it, and they can't get any plates, so they need to place this as soon as possible because T1 are currently winning.
Okay, Beryl, okay, Deft. Let's see how much money you can get up here against Zeus' Gragas. At bottom lane, the plates are still just being hammered by Gumayushi and Keria. As T1 winning the race, Piosik's coming top. Can DRX make the dive happen? Gragas would be the target, and he's a pretty tanky guy. Piosik's gonna step forward here, connects with the Spectral Maw, but Deft's just gonna be able to chase him away. Zeus tanky enough to not die here. All they gotta do is take down plate number 3. The Herald will be able to finish off the last 2. Deft and Beryl, that's not quite enough.
Nope.
It will not die to this.
They can't get the tower.
The charge, there it goes, okay. The turret's still standing. Zeus, however, is not, and Piosik will grab the kill.
He was focusing so heavily on trying to deny the turret that he gives up his life, and DRX aren't done.
Oh, but bottom side, it's T1 also trying to hard force here for this turret. We're still 4 minutes away from plates dropping. It's not like these things are going to become squishier anytime soon. Piosik will grab the crowd as Owner makes his way into the top side river. Piosik should just be able to get over the wall there. Has to use flash to do it, though.
Ultimate on cooldown, had to use it to kill Zeus. T1 still pressuring this bot side. No jungler or mid hovering. Kingen has no ultimate either. T1 really want to get this bot tower, but no ultimate on Gumayushi. Might need to take a base soon. Has a lot of gold in his inventory. Overall, slightly even, but T1 favored because of how long it took for DRX to set up. Will they get the tower?
Oh, almost! They get it! And Kingen has to flash away as well.
Definitely T1 favorite then.
Yeah, huge amount of money on Gumayushi, and there you see it in graph form at the top of the charts. And of course, he is going the on-hit build, as we said. So going to be able to chunk through this front line, all these melee champions, this short range of DRX.
Kingan's going to be late to top because he was holding bot side, so Zeus will get another plate. Faker's having constant mid push. He's taking a plate. They're slowly bleeding out here, DRX. They're trying their best to speed the game up. Dragons in 50 seconds.
Dragon in 50 seconds, a 2,000 gold lead while being down a single kill, just shows you how much has been built by T1. Getting all these plates, getting all this money, and getting nearly double the farm in the 80 carry position. Gumayushi, 113. Deft at 68 here on the Kalista. This is not the early game you want when you draft this champion.
Now take a look at the setup for this Dragon. Number 2 arriving. Stack is kind of critical here for them to continue. See how much they can commit to it. Control ward already placed in the pixel brush, trying to set up for it. It's very difficult though with bottom lane already having outer tower down. T1 can just push through this bottom side and get the early move for a possible flank.
And T1 have the TP as well, so DRX need to look for a pick. That ward could find it, but the uproar glaive will spot it out. They don't have vision on Gumayushi, so they have to catch the wave. And like you talked about, push in bots, move towards the river. Faker has mid push. Zeus is first and has TP. DRX gonna have to give this up.
Well, the silver lining for DRX is that this is the second Drake of the game, and they got the first. So T1 will not be fast stacking towards a soul, but they will tie up that neutral objective The Cloud wins quicken, and we get ourselves a Cloud Soul here in game. Well, the silver lining for DRX is that this is the second trade number 3. Zeka just trying to clear out the waves here in mid. 1.5 minutes left to get more plate money, which T1 has been doing a really good job of here so far. Zeka tries to jump in and go after Faker. No E2 means he won't be able to follow it up with the stolen shuffle. Carry is hanging around nearby, as are Pioshik and Barrel. Faker with the flash away. Zeka with the flash follow to throw Faker back into his own team. But now Zeka stands alone. He'll try to get himself away, and Barrel provides covering fire. Zeka with a re-engage back after carry, and Zeka will finally die to the arrow of Gumayushi. Now you gotta look at Zeus, who there's just not enough damage to take him down. It's mid for mid, 1 for 1, but Pioshik is trying to get away behind enemy line. Another engage comes out here in mid. Gumayushi with the chains of corruption onto Kingen. A flash miss comes out of the arrow, and Gumayushi is punished. The bailout will not save Kingen. It is another 1 for 1. Barrel and Deft ready to fight back as Oner gets shunned up. There's the maul, there's the kill, there's the money in Deft's pocket.
Pioshik never recalled. He ran into the enemy jungle and hid there, lying in wait, choosing his time correctly to strike. He takes down Oner. They get the extra kill for DRX in that scramble.
And he came back for revenge, didn't he, Pioshik? It's a 3-for-2 overall in favor of DRX. Zeka lived for so long, so it took T1 so much time to get him down that the rest of DRX arrived. Great land of a skill shot here by Zeka. Faker can't get the sidestep. They both push each other back, but Faker dies fast because Pioshik can dash over the wall with his ultimate. Zeka kites into the hostile takeover. Looks like he's gonna live. And as Zeus comes down, he re-engages onto Carry. And here with the barrel, he's gonna live. But it's just Gumayushi's last auto attack that finds that kill. But by the time he falls, the rest of DRX arrives.
Exactly. And then look at the mini-map. You've got Callisto all the way over here, only now starting to run. And Pioshik in the mini-map cancels this recall, waiting. As soon as this fight starts again, goes in for it.
It's the overchase, actually, isn't it? Gumayushi tries to get Kingen down, and Deft arrives in time because of this overchase. T1 forcing a bit too hard, and DRX fight back. Oner, no flash. Pioshik stays around. They land the stun, they get the kill.
The patience out of Pioshik there as Deft gets hit by the ulti. Has to retreat a little. Hostile takeover, a really good disengage. But Kingen and Deft still got to get the hell out of town. Pioshik and Zeka, in the meantime, have taken the second Herald of the game.
Yeah, that was an incredibly big cooldown here. The flash off Gragas, the Gragas flash engage used onto Deft. They only got the cleanse. No kill secured for T1 there. And remember, Zeus is the last piece of this composition. He is the critical playmaker. It has to be the Gragas. And without the flash, those big surprise plays.
Faker, no flash.
Here comes the Ornhorn, finds the knockup. Zeka with a little bit of follow-up CC, but that turret standing at 2% health saves Faker's life.
Yeah, Zeka didn't have the ult up in time to take Faker's, and I think he thought he was going to get pushed back if he went in. Don't know if he had information on Oner either, but they force Faker back, and their objective is the top tower, which they will pick up. So in these last few minutes, DRX have been winning the skirmishes, and these kills on Deft have negated the gold lead that Gumayushi had from the plates in the tower.
Yeah, so a little bit of small advantages now as DRX looking like Zeka pushing on top side. 2 hits, 1 hit even will finish that tower off, and then they still hold on to Rift Herald number 2 for their push. Ideally, they could try and get a setup here for mid to push down that mid tower and allow them much more control of Summoner's Rift.
The Umbral Glaive on the Graves, obvious first item. They go for it every time. Oner working on that Gore Drinker there for the second to give him that ability to jump into this largely melee team and just be a threat. Meanwhile, on the other side, 2-0 and 2 for Pioshik's Viego in his 3rd game of 3 playing it in this series.
Yeah, specifically that Glaive turning off the vision and finding wards combined with a zombie ward talent there from Oner leads to this balloon and vision score so that he's got even more than the supports.
Yeah. Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. Gold is almost dead even in their last 4 games in summer against each other. DRX and T1. Normally T1 at 14 towards 20 minutes. They have a 1 to 2,000 gold lead. In this series, DRX have held their own. And by the mid-game, they are pretty even or normally ahead. So DRX contesting mid-waves. Dragon in 15. Pioshik chunks Oner out, but I think with Zeus being in the pit, they're just going to start it up as it spawns.
And one big difference here with the AD carries, it's fully completed Rage Blade to just the Rage Knife on Deft.
Yeah.
So a lot of advantage here for Guma.
And that's the power of the farm lead. That's the power of the control they had in that bottom lane matchup. Gumayushi trying to fire out some arrows. Remember, with a DPS build, the arrows aren't going to hit nearly as hard as we saw last game.
T1 didn't start the Dragon, so DRX could just push this mid-wave in and look to try to Herald to force an engage.
Ornhorn's ready to go. However, they aren't going to find what they're looking for. Kingen tries to get away now. The bailout won't save them. T1 are just ready to respawn and outplay. Barrel continues retreating. He's under a lot of threat. The Berserk down into the unkillable Demon King, and he dies here today. Zeka looking to keep the charge going, and DRX 4v5 have already found two. Zeus looks like a pin cushion as Deft may have overreached. He barely stayed alive, and Barrel has single-digit HP.
Against all the odds, every time DRX somehow find a way through, and they somehow seem to pull it off. Faker going a little bit too deep there, despite getting the kill onto Kingen. Deft and Barrel living on a slither of HP.
Oh, the slimmest of margins there for the DRX bottom lane, but it is Faker who steps too far forward and gets punished immediately from DRX.
Zeka takes away the Varus ult. Drake's still up. Faker's just TP back towards the bot lane. Everyone's running in for round 2. They don't want to give this objective up. DRX's Herald is timing out soon, so Pyosik will place it in mid. Gumayushi needs to clear out the wave. No ultimate up just yet for T1, only Zeus's.
Yeah, exactly. Keep your eyes on Zeus. His flash is back for the Gragas, so he's going to be looking for the engage on Deft. No summoner spells for Kalista.
And Deft needs to join the fight soon. He's clearing out bot wave, but Zeus might just force it. Pyosik has to flash.
Pyosik flashed over the wall, he's all right. But no ulti, no flash on the jungler. T1 with control over the mid lane. Zeka steals the chains, finds a little damage. Owner chunk to half, but it's still control over this neutral territory in the map here for T1. You can see pings coming out onto the Drake. They're going to move over to the objective, and you can see DRX has no interest in contesting. They're not in any shape to do it. It's only second Drake of the game for T1. Or is it? DRX walking up now, seeing if there's anything to find. Ornn ulti's ready to go again. They knock Zeus up into the air, but you can't just commit onto the tank.
They're too late.
Pyosik has his ulti ready to go again. That ult from Zeus isn't going to go over the wall. Barrel, the hero, but Faker, the god, survived.
Barrel almost kills the unkillable Demon King. That could have been a huge swing in favor of DRX with Baron spawning in 10, but he just gets out.
Faker, true to his name this time around, survives the engage. Here's a look at how it all started, though. On to Guma, and then it was the pick on the front line.
Owner?
Oh, Owner trying to do something here, but he ain't gonna find it. 30 seconds until the T1 jungler respawns. Mid lane tier 1 gonna die now too.
I don't think they can go towards Baron. Sylas is so low, Beryl is as well. They have no wards left. They're just gonna take a base with that pick, but DRX's pace of the game is so quick. T1 are struggling to keep up. They're playing Varus and Azir, and they want to scale with these somewhat immobile carries, whereas DRX just want to keep the skirmishes going with Kalista and Sylas.
Yep, this short-range team from DRX wanting to try and dogpile onto T1, finding some scrappy plays for themselves.
And we've talked so much about how DRX has this edge versus Graves, where you have Pyosik willing to lock Kindred against it. But Pyosik's confidence with the Viego into the Graves, into this matchup, 2, 0, and 5. Kill participation in all but one of those kills. Honestly, having a great time here on this pick, making it look good as T1 group us 4 to push down mid lane. Tier 1 Turbid on the other side is still standing. Ornn ulti's not going to find anything but the wave. Faker and Gumayushi having to back up a little bit. Zeus on the flank, but there's no wave, there's no play.
The last couple of games we've been seeing carry tops, which means you have also side laners. This game is tank, so it's a lot of grouping, a lot of fights. Zeka will root up Owner, who will dash away, and it just turns into this 5v5. Neither team has any real side lane pressure.
And as the game gets deeper and deeper, you start to see more of an advantage to the team with the extra range here, with Faker and Guma especially. But it's all about the timing of the engage for DRX.
Barrel did not time that right. They wanted to use hostile takeover on an overcommitment, but T1 read the play, and T1 are 5v4.
Yeah, you can see the angle Barrel is looking for, right? The surprise ultimate over the top, because they need a split-second engage. but Owner jumps on him, knows he has no flash from the last time around.
DRX keep trying to throw spells at T1 to try to force a fight, but T1 aren't getting sucked into it. An Arnold comes out, they back away. A hostile takeover, they try to punish the mistake. DRX are, I think they're panicking a bit around these mid-waves, saying that they need to force the engages, and T1 are just playing at such a range that they can't get the angle.
Exactly. Faker and Guma standing from afar, playing defensively here, and when you have that Karma move speed too from Keria supporting those long-range carries, they're able to keep safe until they don't. When you see a team like this DRX comp explode and win, it is all at once when they get that big engage and completely collapse the opponent team.
All right, let's take another look at how it happened with Barrel's attempted surprise.
So there was a blue orb that went over the wall a second ago as Beryl killed it. So Owner knew he was there and was looking for that play. Despite there was a pink on the ward, Owner gets the kill onto Beryl. We've seen it already around the second dragon, sorry. They keep forcing these engages. Kingen will be fine. Beryl's around. Piosik's taking a base. We'll see if Zeka tries to cross-map the tower.
Tier 1 turret and topside ain't long for this world. Owner and Faker will work together to take that down. They're going to build T1 back up to a very, very modest gold lead. But Zeka's about to get one back just as you said.
And he has TP, so if T1 stay around for too long, once this tower dies, Zeka can TP in and they can look for the 5v5. Here he comes!
All right, TP ready to go for DRX. Pioshik had to ult defensively. There's the shuffle, getting DRX away. They're getting juggled around a lot, but Faker's alone. Pioshik finds him. Faker is down, and Zeka gets the kill. What's next for DRX? They've got a stolen Azir ulti. T1 grouping back up in the top side. They know their opponents may be looking for the Baron.
30 seconds on Faker, he has TP. Does DRX start Baron? Beryl has no flash, no ultimate. Zeka has the shuffle though. He has no flash, but he's looking for T1 lying in wait. They know he's there. They have started it up. T1 need to find a response soon. 15 seconds on Faker.
T1 ready to go. Trying to see if there's an angle. DRX are in the pit, but this is so risky. Owen's ready to try to fight, ready to try to steal. Beryl at 200 HP. Baron at 4,000. Zeka ready to use the stolen ulti. He throws Owner away. The Baron is stolen by Owner in a hero moment. The shutdown of the Pioshik. And T1 get it done. Hot pursuit as Beryl will die to Faker.
As the entire world holds their breath, watching, Owner steals the Baron away from the Rend Smite combination. He does it again. He stole the dragon. He steals the Baron. Owner smites are sick.
DRX though, Kingen might be in trouble. Zeus looking for Mazekas on the way.
Nicely done from Keria and from Zeus. Death is just gonna give him another as DRX crumble around the smite steal.
T1 are running away with it now. That's 4 kills despite losing Faker at the start and DRX forcing that Baron. Owner is showing up in this series with the smites against Kalista and the smites from Pioshik. They didn't time it properly and he sneaks his way in despite Zeka trying his best to keep him out.
Oh my goodness. All right, Pioshik fishing around. They want to make something?
They might just find it. Pioshik flashing out of the Azir ulti, staying alive. But man, this game went from neck and neck to T1 stepping on DRX. There is no way to deal with it when Owner is this damn good.
This steal from Owner could be one of the defining factors that makes him win his first World Championship.
And it's similar to the one on Dragon. Zeka this time steals away Azir ult, he pushes him away, and he just flashes over the Azir wall, still gets in there. You always talk about syncing up the timing, picking a number with your Kalista. We smite and rend at whatever, 1500, 1800, but Owner gets in there right in between, flashing over the Azir wall, actually insane stuff under high pressure.
A lot of people talk about if T1 win here, it's Faker's 4th, but it's also the first and the beginning of such a strong legacy for players like Owner and Zeus. Keria and Gumayushi so young with such a long career ahead of them. This could be the first step in being so dominant and staple names in League of Legends like Faker.
And I love that story so much because T1 trusted in their own amateur program, in their own youth programs, bringing up these players.
But DRX is ready to go. Kingen with the ulti. They're going to look for Gumayushi, but they're going to find Zeus. Half HP here on the Gragas. They fall back to the ruins of the Tier 2. T1 confident to hold their lines. DRX is engaged fails, they will protect their tier 3 turret, but just barely, and another wave is on the way.
Yeah, Baron buff wave coming in. Summoner's blown from Gumuyushi, but no ultimates left. Zeka needs to take a Grag Assault or something along those lines if they want to fight this. Giving it up is not the end of the world either. Takes the Varasult. Does he decide to throw it out, or does he hold on to it till the next couple waves come in on mid lane? Bot in it falls.
Hello, Fred. Welcome to the stream. Is my mic
Locking them up with the Everfrost now too, but they got to be careful. You don't want to engage on the big man.
DRX
and that
versus
means
T1.
one inhibitor over to the side
good
of
old
T1
legend
thanks to
Faker,
that Baron
if you
that
know
Owner
him.
stole.
Yeah.
Owner. Funny origin with his name as well. When he joined T1 and was brought up through the program, he had so much respect for the T1 organization.
Oh
He
my
wanted
God,
his
this is
name
so good.
to be Oner,
I'm
like
so
T1.
addicted.
But everyone just started calling him Owner instead, and that became his name. Full respect, full commitment to this organization, and really paying them back.
Definitely owning this game as well, despite a couple of hiccups in the early to mid game of Pyosik getting the better hand. That one smite just turns the entire tide of the way the jungle role has been playing out. Now the siege will come in through top. The next objective for T1 is this tier 2. Pyosik getting caught on the recall.
Oh, Pyosik, I don't think this is where you should be, buddy. Zeus on the chase. Pyosik still trying to get away. Juggled back by the Gragas whole team. And it should be nothing but the cleanup here. Faker gets a kill. 5v4 for 40 seconds for T1.
T1 will break open this top inhibitor. You have to imagine DRX could use the Ornal to try to clear out the wave because there's no more Baron buff. And this tier 2 will fall. How much will they press the advantage? So with that numbers down for DRX, 25 seconds left on the Viego.
Tier 3 turret getting pushed, but there's no Baron buff. It means DRX can actually clear these waves out. They can hold the line. Owner already has another one prepped and ready to go here in mid, but again, DRX can clear these. The turrets will take a little bit of damage. They'll suffer the poke, but they'll hold on.
Yeah, with this composition, DRX have to choose their moment so wisely to go all in. They have to wait for Pyosik to revive, and then you find a flank with Zeka. He's got teleport right now, or an ultimate, and fully commit to the play. That's why they felt so pressured. You can see it from their eyes, from their angle on that Baron play. After they got the pick onto Faker, they're thinking, we are going to get outscaled. We're so short range. We have to commit to a Baron play, and they think they've got the advantage with the Rend, but not the case, and they have to pull out an amazing one now.
They do, and it comes down to this dragon.
I
Soul for T1, 25 seconds on the spawn. DRX didn't lose the top minute, so they can find their way in. Double TP's up, but there's no wards in the bot side jungle. Rabadon's finished for
Dude,
Zeka.
I can't believe DRX
And Def
made a
has evened up the
comeback.
items against Gumuyushi. Only a stopwatch is the difference. DRX trying to
Did they
find an
win?
angle into this river.
Yeah,
Bot
they
side
won one.
looks like their best bet. No mid push for them. Need to be careful. Those Zeus here.
T1 won the
Stepping
first
up,
one,
dashes
and then
away.
DRX
Yeah,
won
no,
the
They're
next
trying to
one.
push out this bot wave
I
so they
want-
can find their way into this river, but T1 are trying to keep this mid push so they can
Currently,
threat
they're on their
an
third
inhibitor.
game.
Yep, Faker done this before for T1. They're trying to pull them
Third
out.
game,
Inhibitor down on
and
the bottom
T1
side,
is
and
at
Faker
Cloud
shoving
Soul
up
Point.
mid.
Yeah, I know. How
Well,
close is it?
we've got a 4v3
They're
standoff
doing
here in
the
mid
fourth
right
drag
now. Owner
right
gonna
now.
join up, Faker gonna join up.
How many
Everybody's
towers?
here
Uh,
except Zeka.
Yeah, how many
T1
towers?
has
Now
taken
hit level
7.
16. Barrel is zoned away
DRX
from the
has
rest
taken
of the team, but
3.
he might be able to
So
find a takeover
DRX is
angle.
losing.
Owner again looking for that Renata, looking for the opportunity to blow him up. A TP's
Watch
coming
it come
in,
back.
but it's coming in pretty late. They
Oh
try to
no,
go in, but
Ornus
it's gonna
is
be
all.
objective
Wait,
down into the side
oh
of
my
DRX.
god,
They
Viego
go for
stole the
Zeus.
drag.
They're gonna find a ton of damage. Owner's focused down. Owner, he
Told
got
you it was
him,
gonna be-
but he ain't gonna live long.
And they killed T1's jungler.
For DRX, they get the
Oh
objective
my.
bounty shut down, and then Owner ultimate the wrong way. DRX, now they can go for Baron.
Stop doubting them. They always find a way. TP coming in from King in 5v4. 35 seconds on Owner and Beryl. That hostile takeover was beautiful. Carrier's trying to find a little bit of vision. They have no smite though. Can Gumuyushi steal it? Eyes on Zeus.
Alrighty, let's do it. Zeus is gonna have to disrupt a lot here. Carrier looking his own barrel away. Def pulls him right back to safety. Ingen is ready to go for Faker, and they find him. Deft again will kill Faker with the Baron, but Zeka dies to the
DRX
Baron.
trying to run.
T1 is fighting back.
Baron,
The Baron still at 3,000 HP.
smite.
Deft looking to go.
Oh my god.
Way in the world. Deft dies next. Gumuyushi
Are they trying to rush
just
Baron?
stole Baron.
DRX tried to rush Baron, and then they got killed at Baron.
How? He did it last time.
Wait, T1 wins.
Empowered Varus snipe.
It's
T1
over.
wins here.
I think T1 can look to end. 30 30 seconds on Def.
Want the
Waves
ending.
coming in, Bottom's down. They're pushing. One Nexus tower left.
This game will be defined
here's TP.
by two. Baron steals. Kingen
Oh, wait.
tries to get him as much time as they can. Nice hostile takeover onto 3, but it will not be enough. Beryl is knocked back. Kingen trying to frontline this, but T1 knows what they gotta go for. They're looking for the Nexus. They'll take it down, and T1 are on match point.
I cannot believe it. Twice in a row, Pyosik. One was against the Smite, but Kumayushi steals it. They had Kalista and the Smite both.
Okay,
times.
T1's back in
This
the
is
lead again. They
heartbreak
won the
for
third game.
DRX.
Get me
Oh
a
my
replay
How many
of
games
that
do you need to
second
win with?
Baron
You need to be
right
2 games ahead to
now.
win.
Get me that right now. I need to see
So
that. My
Oh,
goodness.
next game is last game.
DRX.
Probably.
They are now
If
going to
T1
face
If
another
T1
elimination game in the year where they have had to face so many elimination games. The perennial underdogs must do it again.
They always have heartbreaking moments in every series, but this one stings so
on.
much. The amount of pressure that is on these players now in this game
Dude, I'm
4
so
is
stressed.
unreal.
At the very least, this year
I'm not
has
even-
You're not
prepared
even the one
DRX
playing.
I know.
for these moments. The strong mentality to deal with
It's
the
so
inhibitor
stressful to
respawning,
watch and
still
like
coming back with
know
their
how to
first sweep.
play.
They have
And
gone
if you
through
know how to
so
play, it's
much
just like,
together.
oh my
They trust
god.
each other so much. They have to calm down.
When
and reset
On
for
missed
the
his
next game.
ulti
But
there,
T1, my goodness.
that was a
They
yikes.
also never say die. Get right back into that Baron. 2 clutch steals.
Do you think?
Yes,
Because
you think
watching,
the other team should be able to secure with
think-
those Rens.
I
but
think
the
he wouldn't be
timings
on
these
Deafen
steals
if he
too,
wasn't.
from
Or
both
he's still doing
Owner
his
and
bets.
Guma, amazing.
I don't
It's
think
one of
he's
those
doing
moments
that.
when
I
your
think
jungler is
I
dead,
think
you
watching it
assume,
somewhere else.
man, it's a 1 in a million shot to steal that away. But sometimes that's all you need, and Kumayushi lands it.
And Zeka was
Also,
taking
I
the
can't
Baron when
believe
they
like how
turned. If he
Ona
didn't
stole
fall there, they would have
2
had an extra
neutral
member to try to
objectives.
take
He
that
stole
fight. But
Dragon
losing
twice
the Baron
or
with Smite
once,
and Kalista
and then he
against
stole
the Varus
Baron
on the hit is unacceptable.
once, I
DRX were
think.
kicking themselves.
Which is like
Those
insane.
empowered Varus arrows.
It was both
My goodness,
close.
those will
So
catch you,
close.
and they have multiple times here
Oh
in this
my
series already. We can see it in the gold graph with the
I'd
bounce
love to
back
see a
and the swing
reverse
here.
sweep
My
next
goodness.
game.
It
by
has been
DRX.
an awesome
DRX win.
series, and
I want
game
DRX
3
to
was
win.
no
I don't want DRX
exception.
to win, I
But
just
with
want
DRX's
DRX to do a
defeat,
reverse
we are
sweep
readying up
next
for
game.
match point at the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Wait, do you know what a reverse sweep is?
Thank you so much, Captain Flowers. I agree wholeheartedly
Okay.
how amazing this series has been. How
Hello?
epic that
Do you know
game
what a
was
reverse sweep
as
is?
well. But I
that's
got
what
it.
League of Legends
But
right
I
there.
got it. Yes, it was definitely League of Legends
But,
being
like,
played
I
out there.
can't
on
wait.
the
Dramatically
If
so.
DRX does
Exactly.
that next
Because
game,
that's the thing. We watch it and I'm like,
Ooh.
I don't know how to do our job.
Pete.
How do we do our jobs now? How do we do?
It's got 2
I saw a
on
droid
Pete
thing. I'll
that
do
well.
it. You got
All right, all right. You
What?
help make it make sense
Give
for
me the
Thaddeus.
droid
Drop.
thing. All right. So
Oh, yeah.
when we look at this initial Baron play, right, the important thing to recognize is the current map state. Because when we look at the top side of the map, you can see a large number
Bless
of
you.
people heading up towards here. The ultimate has already come across to the side. And initially, this is looking like a pretty promising fight for T1 that ends up going in the favor of DRX. So let's start rolling out the clip now, and let's see how things pan out. So because Faker gets isolated on the side, he's going to end up dropping. And with the numbers advantage, DRX is seeing a window of opportunity to force the first Baron. And this is really one of the big break points with which DRX can run away with the game. But as long as T1 members are alive, that is one of the scary things that DRX have to be cautious of. Now, you'll notice as well on the backside, Zeka's going to try and flank, create pressure on the side, but Beryl's already being forced away. They're being funneled into the back of the pit, and then this gives Ona access into the Baron itself, which means that with the smoke screen being thrown down and Zeka doing his absolute best to keep him out of it, flash in, smite, and the smite doesn't actually come out from Pyosik. So the moment that the rend is popped, that synergy needed to be there, and all he really did was set up the Baron for Ona to come and steal it away.
And I gotta believe that's what Kadro means when he talks about them. They're gonna kick themselves for that because you're the ones with the Kalista.
Exactly. You pick a number, you say to smite rend, and either they rended too early or they didn't smite on the number. This next one, though, it's a little bit of a redemption at first because you think, holy crap, maybe they get away from this Baron going down by being able to get this. And critically, Owner also presses the ult in the wrong direction because his flash was buffered already for that. So he goes down, and now this is all the timing game for DRX. So the biggest thing is that they can stay alive long enough. So basically, T1 knows they don't have smite, So they're just trying to put as much damage down on DRX as possible. When Zeka dies here, it gives Guma a chance to just try and pressure them off the Baron. Look at how low it gets, but DRX thinks they're gonna die. The Ren comes out early, crucially on the second one. That was 1,300 health after the Ren. And then there was a smite, but he was dying anyway. So this one, I think, was actually more about the pressure of them getting forced. Weirdly enough, because there was no smite to steal. It's the first one, I feel, that is actually more what they should be kicking themselves over.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the big, like, just not syncing it up in that first Baron. And to be fair, like, DRX, again, they're much improved from a lot of the things we saw in the LCK season. And they overcame, I think, an early game where they lost out on bot side really hard once again. We're gonna pull up some Kuma Yushi stats here in a minute, but the bot side pressure that T1 was able to create in this game, and then the way they were setting up their side lanes so that they were kind of opting in, like you saw DRX, even when they got Rift Herald, were trying to push on top side, the way that T1 responded so intelligently around the map to make sure that gold was still being funneled into all of their carries, particularly Faker, was also very intelligent. So the way they play around this bot side pressure, what Varus has brought them, and the fact that DRX does not seem to have an answer to it, is going to be massive if they end up on, if T1 ends up on blue side again.
And I think that perfectly contextualizes why that Baron steal, or those two Baron steals, were so dire for DRX, because you can only get yourselves into those winning positions so many times, and then all it takes is one mistake and T1 will find their way back into the game. And so mentally, I'm wondering how DRX is handling that.
Red side wins are at such a premium. T1 won the coin flip, they get blue side at the first game. They had opportunities here to get the game on red side. I actually still think DRX has a high chance of forcing a game 5
from blue.
But it's like, how much mental resilience can one team have? So many things
all of
feel
it.
like
They have all of it.
They have all of it. So if any team can bounce back from having 2 Barons when you have Kalista and a jungler in the pit not go their way twice,
it's got to
then win 2 games, it's got to be them, but they're also against Faker, so I don't know.
But let's have a look back at, like, one of the big turning points for DRX in the mid game, because I felt like that this game was a lot of what was happening in the mid game. While there was a lot of pressure, the fact that DRX are able to find these fights, I feel like this trio is becoming really more apparent in this series. We've been seeing a lot of roams from Barrow, which is not uncharacteristic for him, but trying to shut down Faker is so important. And we can see here some of the individual playmaking that Zeka was able to make. The fact that he was able to buy so much time for the rest of the team, that initial pick onto Faker, while he did end up dropping here, this fight then continues to extend into the mid lane. And we end up with T1 almost overextending, but it's a game where T1 as a team are very comfortable skirmishing you. When they see a window to pick a fight, they will take it. And we've already talked about how they're a team that wants to try and skill check you. DRX is answering them, and I think that's one of the craziest things that no one really expected of DRX throughout this tournament, because here in the finals, they showed it in the semis, they showed it in the quarters. They are happy to go toe-to-toe with you in these situations, and the second an ounce of aggression is shown, they will answer back.
And that's why it's really interesting to see in the Gen G series, right? DRX pushed Gen G out of their comfort zone as well when they kind of wanted to sit back, scale, get gold on their carries. And that's actually why I thought T1's split map response also, like, pre-mid-game was really intelligent, right? Because they still did have gold, in particular on Faker, where they were able to rely on playmaking later on in the game.
Yeah, well, Faker has fallen down a number of times due to an absurd amount of pressure going his way. Jat, now I have to start calling into question whether or not that's even the proper approach here for DRX, because while they're putting that pressure towards Faker in the mid lane, we saw those CSD numbers for Guma in the bot lane, and so backs against the wall, you got to put 2 together in response. How do they do it?
Yeah, Faker has absorbed pressure exceptionally well. I think this series and these drafts will continue to focus around the bot lane. There has been an absolute arms race for being able to have bot lane push. The answer here that was tried by DRX to the Varus was the Kalista Ashe. This is 3 games where Varus has been first picked, 3 games where first pick Varus has won. And it's not like Varus is the king. Caitlyn and Lucian, those are the ones that are there, but it's just they're going down the tier list of what can get that bot lane power, and that's really what's deciding it. So absolutely, if you can find a way to path down and help that lane more, you absolutely should.
The real question of this series is, how do you deal with Varus? and it's mainly due to the lane, but once you get out of lane, the pressure that he offers is ridiculous. And we even saw Gumayushi bringing out the Ashe to try and match it, and even that, even with the amount of picks they're able to find, like, it, as you approach the mid to late game, it's like, it's not enough. And this Varus is proving to be the most pivotal pick in this series.
Well, there you have it. T1 are only one game away from carving their names into the halls of history once again with a legacy on the line. We'll see if they can close it out here in game number 4 or if DRX can extend the series. We'll catch you back in just a bit.
Barrel continues retreating. He's under a lot of threat. The Berserk down into the unkillable Demon King, and he dies here today. Zeka looking to keep the charge going. Baron at 4,000. Zeka ready to use the stolen ulti. He throws Owner away. The Baron is stolen by Owner in a hero moment. He won. He is fighting back. The Baron still at 3,000 HP. Death looking to no way in the world. Death dies next. Gumayushi just stole Baron.
I honestly don't know why the ad for Mitsubishi was like such a big deal on the world's anthem from Lil Nas, Star Walking. It was hilarious. They literally were just showcasing the whole car in full. What's it like? There was no action in the actual music video. I know this is long gone drama, but like I'm just addressing it now because I never did. That was like interesting because like in the end the song wasn't bad. Let's just start there. The song wasn't bad. It was pretty good. It's just I don't think it was made for the anthem. That from what I know, the vibes, bro. The lyrics is what makes it hype, not actually the soundtrack. Even though the soundtrack is good, okay? It's good. Hot takes by yours truly.
welcome back to the World's 2022 Finals. The series has delivered over the course of 3 games. I'm not going to do any mid-series spoilers. I'm just going to say, if you've missed it up until this point, it's time to make sure you're watching those back sometime later. Coming into game number 4, T1 leads us 2-1.
They do 1 win away from lifting the trophy, 1 win away from winning the World Championship. Will be first time for 4 players, and it'll be the 4th one for 1 player. Faker is 1 game away. It's been so long since he's been in the finals. He doesn't want to drop the ball now, but DRX have been showing up this series. They've been putting up a hell of a fight, and they're back on blue side.
And if you hadn't watched the first couple of games like you're talking about, then you wouldn't know how crazy it was that we got here with all these objective steals. And Guma stealing with multiple objectives, by the way, with the Varus. This Varus has been a super high priority for both lanes, not just because of those lanes, but also so much coming down to these objective fights, and we're getting similar bans here. Like we said, DRX always have to ban the Lucian. They're even following it up with the Ashe this time around too, so it is going to be the pinch point again.
Yeah, expecting similar bans here out of T1. Varus first pick as the answer with Lucian, Caitlyn, Yuumi being down. Unless T1 changes it up and tries to flip the script a bit here on red side. We saw DRX try the Kalista Renata into it. Didn't work in lane phase, but they managed to funnel gold into it because of these Herald fights, getting Deft out of the lane, getting him some kills from skirmishes. T1, not a very Kalista Prio heavy team. It didn't work them very well in the regular season, so I doubt they'll lean towards it.
Final ban for DRX on blue side. What's it going to be? Rise, keeping that one away from Faker. Makes sense. Now, what's the response from T1 here on the right? Do they ban the Varus that has been so dominant in this series?
Are they going to leave up the Silas Akali trade? Because DRX, with that Rise ban, they're trying to raise the threat of the Zeka Silas, but Faker has loved playing the Akali into it for the kills early.
Yeah, we'll see if he blinds it. I think if I was DRX's coach, I would say to Piosik, and I would look at the games and think that he's a little bit nervous right now. Kindred would be a great pick here. Comfort is really key, especially with Piosik struggling to get these smites down. Everything other than the smite was great. Viego looks good, but ultimate comfort here in a match point, I think Kindred could work.
Also, then he could Kindred ult these objectives that keep getting stolen away and have an extra hand in trying to secure them.
Wow. So T1's actually going to go for the Kalista. We've only seen Gumayushi's Kalista once this tournament, and they struggled in Summer Split to play really heavy towards it and dominate the lane as much as maybe they would like. They lean more towards hyper carries of the swords, and they're going to get the Sejuani that is open for the first time in this series. Flex for Zeus and Ona.
And I love it when T1 pick Kalista, because Carrier's got a deep support champion pool. This could even be a support Sejuani. He has pulled out the support Nico with the Kalista as well for a different look at that lane.
Renata is up as well. I think Kindred Renata here would be great comfort for DRX. We saw how powerful Barrels Renata was, but they could just flip the script. Azir for Zeka. Is that going to be a lock-in?
No way. With Silas and Akali
With Silas Akali up, yeah,
no
Renata is a
way.
no-brainer. They don't want to give that over. We'll see what carrier matches into this Renata.
Renata locked in, next to the Varus. They're up against Sejuani, so they know that T1 will have a powerful front line. Sejuani is tied for most played champion by owners so far at this tournament. T1 love running this in the jungle, and DRX, they'll lock the Azir.
And just in time for game 4.
You've been missing out then. Game 3 was actually insane. Actually, no, what am I saying? All the games have been cracked.
Oh, Zeka chose bloody Azir this game.
I'm surprised. That means that it's a free counter pick with Silas, I think. Maybe. Wait, no.
Carrier.
Okay.
Versatility here. Soraka's poke in lane is probably the biggest underestimated part of the kit. When people look at this champion, you focus on the healing.
Yeah,
but Carrier plays so aggressively along with that Kalista, it can be abusive.
The perma-ban
Do not underestimate the silence in team fights as well.
They just don't like fake that. What can I say? It's obviously not because the champion's broken.
It's such a rare mechanic in League of Legends. It's hard to remember exactly how that's going to affect things.
So now you're probably expecting DRX to ban away the Akali. You know, Faker's not going to pick it up. That is a strong kill counter champion into Azir, and Faker has played so
You know
many
this
of those
because
games.
you ran it down,
They ban out
right?
the Victor first for the scaling option.
How
Maybe
is he
they're
broken?
thinking looking at T1's
No, that's
draft,
my
the
point.
T1
You know this
wants
because you
some
did do
more
well with
scaling
him,
than
right?
that, you know, some control mage look from the
I
mid lane.
do
Yeah, the
well
Sejuani
with
will
him,
need
but
some
he's
feedback
Also,
not
you-
broken
whether
though.
she's
Your
good or
internet
jungle.
is
I don't think Faker will struggle
broken.
to find a champion here on 4. The Sejuani flex is what I'm really
course.
concerned about for DRX. Your jungle pool's been pitched.
It's
and you have to
Viking
blind top
Roar.
against Zeus. Aatrox is a good lean towards, but he'll pick something like Fiora or Yone again with Sejuani. It could be disastrous. So T1 holding all the cards right now in terms of counter picks as the last ban comes through.
God,
for
they're
DRX.
just
It's gonna
out
be
for
something like
blood
Akali or
for this
Sylas
buddy.
to work really well. Functions very
Faker.
strong with Sejuani jungle.
Yeah, surprised they didn't double ban.
Yone.
They're covering the Aatrox. They're saying that we want to blind Aatrox here
They
on
are
4.
out for
Now they
Faker's
take it away.
blood.
T1
Gotta
or
be.
they lock in Faker's Akali.
Yeah, they've been targeting.
Okay, so I think you do blind
Faker
the
this whole
Aatrox here,
time.
and then T1 will answer with a Fiora for Zeus.
Yep. 100%, unless they put the Sejuani top, but I don't think the matchup is that great in isolation as the game gets later and later on. You have to have a really valuable jungle counter pick, and Pyosik might have to dig deep here because he's facing a Kindred ban. Graves is up, but I feel like they need a little bit, maybe a mini champ here would be better. Something like Vi that can lock the Kalista down.
So much pressure on them, and they know they're facing the Soraka team as well. Gonna have to deal with the sustain in these team fights.
Maokai can lock the Kalista down as well. And it is going to be the Maokai jungle for Pyosik. There's the Fiora last pick as we expected. Triple melee top side. We haven't seen Maokai for a long time. We saw him play-ins, we saw it a little bit in groups, and then he just fell off.
Sprouts his head up here again in the finals in a must-win game for DRX.
And he's good at locking down these mobile carries like a Kalista, like an Akali. He's also good at locking down a squishy target like the Soraka, but it's up to Pyosik to find those plays.
And they've actually layered it with a lot of other big AoE CCs here. The Renata ultimate, you've got Varus, Deft here, really good at setting up plays with the Varus ult. If you cover an area of the map with the Maokai ultimate and the Renata ultimate, makes it way easier to hit the other ones.
I think Deft needs to go more towards an on-hit build here. I think poke against Soraka. Yes, if you hit her, it's great, but if she stays back, she'll heal through your poke. Also, Vamp Scepter early on in lane is great, but of course the Eclipse build can help out. But regardless, hoping Deft goes for on-hit. But we talk about the lockdown of Maokai. Not only is it getting onto the Kalista, but the Akali, when she dives in, point-and-click CC will be so important in keeping Zeka alive.
Very.
DRX has basically had Varus on their team the entire thing.
The entire thing, everyone's been picking Varus. There was one game where T1 had Varus.
Yeah, no, I mean DRX basically has had Varus the entire game.
Yep.
The entire bloody.
Actually,
up
has.
now.
Yeah, I think so.
T1 are
It
on
was
match
one
point
where they
for their
One or
fourth
two.
World Championship. The other 3 earned under the SKT banner. This would be the first time they claim it as T1, and they are a single game away.
When Zeus last faced the Aatrox and he picked the Yone, they also had Owner on the Sejuani, and they had Owner go
Wow,
in,
everyone's playing so
go
safe.
get early, get him
For
these
once.
kills, get him
For
that
once.
priority. See if they do
The
it.
early game isn't like 5 men running it down bot or
Tank
something.
junglers, but lots of CC setup, lots of gank
Well,
opportunities.
you don't want to play
Excited
Earth?
see Faker on Akali, see what damage
Huh?
he's doing. We saw games where he's just dominating
It's
the backline.
Earth, you know? Everyone just
DRX
goes
have
top
locked
for the
down
first
for
round.
him, and he'll
Bruh.
try to navigate his
For the
way
first,
through. The benefit is the enemy mid
No,
jungle
thank
Until
you.
minions spawn.
on both sides, so
There's
I
literally
think
Earth.
it shouldn't be too difficult.
Yep.
It's all about the side lanes, really. How far ahead can this Fiora get, and how much can she leverage that lead in team fights
Ooh,
versus
that
split push
lead.
for
Okay.
DRX, who have really good engage. They have good choke control and everything along those lines. T1 just have better skirmish, and they want to look to flank and find these angles. It's been T1 finding these scaling drafts, which want to be death balls. Now it's flipped its head as T1 pick things like this Kalista and Akali that want to dive in.
But remember, blue side has won every game so far
Wow.
in the series. Pyosik
I didn't know it was a
starting
thing,
off with a
but
control
apparently
ward here
everyone's
to be able to clear
soloing
the vision on his own
camps
chicken
now.
camp.
You don't get
so
a leash.
then he
What
can
the heck?
do his jungle without
That's-
being seen.
that's
Zeus
not-
just hanging
what?
out here in the brush top side.
That's
getting
not
nice
normal.
and patient.
That's not normal.
Level 1's going to get spicy here in the bottom lane as Barrow
Am I
Deft and
wrong?
Gumayushi
Is
trade
that
forwards.
normal?
Yeah, the support determines so much of this matchup here. Keria walking forward, trying to push them off, but it will be the early push for DRX. Deft and Barrel going to take advantage of the minion wave and get to number 2 first.
Bot lane expected to be in isolation, looking at both junglers. Owner will move towards the Wolves. Pyosik will finish the red and move towards top side. 2v2, likely in favor of the Fiora Sejuani early game. The cooldowns for the Aatrox are incredibly long. level up coming in here from Beryl. He could look to flash Q carrier if he steps up a little bit too far, but he's not going to do it. Training on top, that's where both junglers want to focus. Very, very snowbally in terms of if the Fiora gets ahead.
Good job of Kingin right there. You can see his movement.
I literally
He
am
busts
watching the
wall,
stream at
hiding that
160p
vital
right
that
now.
procs for the Fiora in it so that Zeus can't get the better trade.
Faker at 200 HP here early on, playing the melee into the range. That's the early laning phase. You trade your health as a resource to guarantee that you're able to get this farm. Dorian's shield plus potions gonna allow him to weather that storm with the most grace possible.
Exactly, and you wait till you get low to get that missing health heal. Really high value out of it. He's also got the extra sustain with the fleet footwork there. Everything he can do with his runes.
Owner, level 3, does get spotted by the ward. Zeka knows where he is. We'll have to back up as he runs into this top side river. Pyosik still clearing out his camps. Top crab should be in favor of T1 here, and Pyosik will backtrack down towards the spot side. The problem is Kingin is very diveable right now. He's picking assistance. Pyosik now running back towards top as quickly as he can, because if Owner peeks his head up there, Beryl.
Ooh, Beryl goes in aggressively, but the flash isn't going to get him a lot. Now he and Deft have to back away. Gumayushi goes for the Pierce. Carry able to flash forward now too. Beryl's at 200 HP. Beryl tries to get away. Deft is at 100. Carry has low. Deft is going to block the bailout. Will he get the damage? No, it's first blood on the Carrier.
Guma and Carrier do it again! This T1 bottom lane on point, but now junglers meet mid.
Junglers both here. Faker at 200 HP. T1 can't take it any further, but the T1 bottom lane, the return to glory after falling short at MSI, trying to reclaim that title of top bot lane in the world, and they're showing off 2v2.
And they're showing off in the most important game of their year, maybe even their career, winning out on that bot 2v2. Guma and Carry have struggled so much throughout summer, with Guma taking bad trades or dashing too far forwards in lane, which just hurts their 2v2. But it's this time where they get the advantage up against DRX. I love to see the replay here, because I think Gumayushi dashes out of vision to stop Deft from getting the kill, and I want to see Carrier silence towards the end. I think he silenced Deft on his Q to get the kill. So, Gumayushi and Carrier. Beryl doesn't get the connect. They then flash forward to look for Deft, who then responds to this flash. Beryl puts the bailout on Deft and tells him to just run straight into them. He loses vision on Guma here, and I think Carrier silence just about pulls it off to stop the Q from landing.
Just barely, and Guma runs all the way around into the alcove, out of fog of war. Can't see him anymore, can't finish it, can't get the bailout. All summoners also blown on the bottom side of the map. So you know there's blood in the water. As much as you really want to focus on the top triangle of the map, now bottom lane fighting this aggressively, so volatile with 0 summoners left, the junglers are attracted.
Pyosik has flash. Could just flash root someone here. Needs the wave to go a little bit further forward so he can get in that second brush.
Yep, the wave will push away from DRX. They've got significantly more minions, so those are about to collide into the turret. T1 knows that Owner is still on the top side of the map, now making his way down through their own bottom side jungle. So that means they just have to wait. Play it safe, play it cool, clear out the wave. That's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, Pyosik hasn't based yet. He's going to recall now and pick up those boots. A little bit behind Owner on the clear speed in terms of responding to these plays. Top lane in favor of T1. Mid lane in favor of DRX. Owner now around. Has the blast code, will get spotted by the ward, which will be swept away. DRX, no flashes in bot side, need to be very careful.
Yeah, both junglers taking a little bit of their time out to try and visit, since they know it's so volatile. But Owner not losing out on any camps as he does it. Dragon spawning, control ward placed as well, and now he's just hovering around, putting this silent pressure onto DRX.
He can Q flash onto Deft here, and I think he will die on top of a silence, but Owner is calling it off. They don't have vision on Pyosik just yet. They might spot him on the entrance towards top side, but Top Crab is spawning, and once they spot him, they'll realize that this dragon is free.
And there it is, exactly as you say. Owner making his way over to that one. Q3 from Kingin. Zeus in trouble, but still manages to walk it back underneath his own turret.
Uh-oh.
Pyosik ready to stop this recall here. Ghost and Teleport both available for Zeus if he can get back. Pyosik will not kill him 1v1. They do need extra damage. Faker making his way up to top as the dragon goes down for T1.
That was a critical heal. Zeus got the fleet footwork heal off of tapping Pyosik, so able to sustain under his tower, and now the bottom side with Owner.
Owner's ready to go. Deft is the target. They're ready to try to fight back, but DRX are 2v3. Gumayushi will not fall, and DRX will lose their AD carry for the second time.
So close. I wonder if Deft had heal in that exchange and he could use it before the bailout. Either way, they don't get the reset. He dodges the Sejuani Q, which is pixel perfect, but they can't trade in the 2v3. They knew Owner was bot side and they still felt confident enough to take that fight. T1 come away with 2 kills onto Keria.
Yeah, and they just got that dragon with the alert going up as well. Huge stuff for T1 starting to snowball in this game. Exactly what they need.
It's one of those things where the bailout might be expiring, so maybe that's why he didn't use the heal. So we'll look at this one again. Owner's there. I think Flash Q comes in and Deft doesn't actually flash, just dodges away from the Q. Bailout comes onto Deft. He has to heal up, but he chooses not to use it. Maybe that extra auto weaved in would have made it a 1-for-1.
Yeah, Owner are a little scared there of the handshake to come out, I believe, too, to knock him in. So he flashed out, and then the re-engage. It was so close. Not able to get it.
And now it's T1 again, first to the objective. They already took first Drake for themselves, and now they'll look to take first Herald. Kingan's nearby, there's a control ward in the pit, but no other DRX bodies are even close, so they can't really do a whole lot to keep fighting for this. Kingan wants to keep these guys nearby. The Maokai ulti's not gonna find anybody just yet. Zeus continues running, the little sapling. Yes, he's enchanted by the brush, but he can't catch up in time. So T1, they get what they came for and they get back out. Now Zeus, ready to issue a fight onto Kingan here with a grand challenge. Pioshik showing up to try to help them. They're gonna try to turn it around right back onto Owner. He's low, but Carrion's here to make the difference. However, DRX will outplay. Kingan still looking to keep the fight going a little bit further, but he's got to be careful. He'll look for Keria. Q2 lands. Where's Q3? Flash coming out from Keria to stay alive.
Kingan is playing this fight pixel perfect in the 2v3. Calls Pioshik to take it, even though they have a Soraka. Keria uses both summoners in that fight. Owner dies. That Q3 flash from Kingan was insane to turn that fight.
Incredible stuff for him to be able to pull it out, and DRX needed that to get leverage back in this game as well on those support roam timers.
Oh, Faker.
Nice.
Faker's all right. He's chilling. He's chilling.
Good dodge, good dodge. He's still got it. Still has the reaction speed. Meanwhile, bottom side left alone because of that top side commitment on the support roam timers.
And Deft struggling in this 1v1. Faker was hovering down towards that bot side and trade really aggressively onto Zeka. Knows he doesn't have the shuffle, so he can afford to play so far up. The first play the DRX actually found success in was in this 2v3. They've been taking a lot of fights at numbers disadvantages. They've been arriving late to these objectives, but that one kill will help them out a little bit. Kingan lost his flash, so has to be very careful. Sejuani Fiora, a really good setup. Zeka getting a small lead in this lane. We were very surprised to see Zeka on not so much of a playmaker, but more of a scaler. But DRX probably think that these games are going very long, so having that control mage is necessary.
Yeah, and then the last game we just saw T1 utilizing the Azir plus the Varus range advantage for later very effectively. DRX trying to choose that one this time around, but T1 have very, very good flankers here. We'll see if they can get to the backside.
A lot of attention up here on the top side now from the junglers. After the summoner spells came back up bottoms, it's back to what you guys were talking about as the game plan with that top side triangle. Now, the Rift Herald still has half the timer left. Remember, it's Zeus who picked it up, so it's not like Owner can walk this thing around anywhere on the map. As Barrel goes into the hostile takeover, it hits both, as Gumayushi could now be in some trouble. Deft trying to fire in a little bit more damage as the 2v1 dive goes out top. Zeus barely staying alive, but there's the kill. Pioshik gets away with a flash, and DRX are ready to go.
The mechanics on both side lane plays from DRX were beautiful. Barrel preemptively hostile takeovers in Gumayushi's direction, knowing he'll use the Fate's Call, and then Kingan dodges that Fiora W to the side so perfectly. Both side lanes, a lot of fighting, and despite being behind, DRX are putting up a fight.
And it means top side gets really far ahead here for Kingan. Turret plates taken off for this Aatrox. Even without getting the killing blows onto Zeus, he is really starting to pull ahead. This is his time to shine.
And we've said it many times before, DRX, it really was a struggle to get here in the first place. 10 games played over 2 series in the regional qualifier, knocked out in playoffs in the first round. It's just been insurmountable pressure that's been exponentially growing through group stage. Even playing to group stage, to quarters, to semis, it's always gotten heavier, the pressure. But now the weight of the world is on them. They're against T1 who are on match point, but they're still finding plays. Pioshik on this Maokai sitting at 2-0. Dragon is up, and T1 are grouping up to fight.
The first Dragon, the first Herald in this game, both going over to T1. DRX grouping up mid, ready to fight back. Immortal Shield Bow and Crown of the Shattered Queen are both done. That is a big item spike advantage for the side of DRX, as their opponents do not have any completed items yet.
Herald's used there by Zeus, who picked it up. Looks like it'll crash, and Kingen is going to stop it. He'll turn around here. I think Kingen might be able to take this down before it crashes. That's a lot of gold that can be denied. T1 starting the Dragon Ball. Meanwhile, it's a 4v4.
Really nicely done from Kingen, but now what about the team fight here in the bottom lane? They're going in. They found a lot of damage, but they won't find the kill just yet. Now Gumayushi's going to be popped, and Barrel is not traded back. Zeka taking some damage. Faker trying to go in and find his way through the smoke. Now he's going to run. He's trying to get out, but Twisted Advance will find him, and DRX will win across the rift.
They're doing it! The perennial underdogs, DRX! They kill the Ref Herald on top side. Kingen takes it down. Then they get the sweep from Zeka into the ultimate from Deft, sniping the kill.
2 kills over to Deft as well. They don't have anything else to follow up with. They've got bot side vision. They got an extra 2 kills. They got the Dragon. T1 are the ones who pull the trigger. But look at the communication from DRX. Instantly, Zeka jumps across to the bot lane. Deft is off to the side. Great Barisal. T1 have to retreat. Faker tries to salvage it, but it backfires. As he goes in, he has no tools to escape. The dashes aren't far enough, and Pyosik finds it.
Beautiful stuff. Deft with the arrow right through the heart of Guma. Faker getting pulled in and killed on top of it. And DRX are not done with Worlds 2022.
And the beautiful stop in the top lane as well by Kingen to absolutely halt any sort of a cross map with the Herald. Everyone on this team, once again, backs to the wall, and they stand tall.
And you highlighted it, Flowers. Before the fight, the shield bow versus no mythic on the side of Gumyushi. The shield bow saved Deft when Faker went in. If he didn't have that, maybe they could have turned the fight. Owner now up towards this top side. Herald spawning in 10 seconds. Pressure in bots from T1. Pressure in top as well. Kingen showing respect in case any play is to be made. It's on Pyosik to find the objective. He's moving towards this top side river. Zeka is in hot pursuit, and the bot lane of DRX is on the way up.
Yeah, look at this. The overcommitment. It's going to be multiple players trying to hover up on top side. They were expecting a hard play here from DRX, waiting for the counter in the brush there for Owner. Doesn't pop out. And so they're just going to get a refocus. Ward's already over here. You see towards bottom side too. They're trying to make the trade again, but it's a bottom side recommitment. They're going to get back. DRX, they're going to make the cross map defense and not give up anything for this Rift Herald.
So does T1 take the 3v3 then, because they have information? Soraka ult is up soon as well. Faker not there just yet, but is level 11. Owner's in the pit. T1 bot lane now on the way up. DRX are on a timer to take this fight.
T1's ready to challenge. Faker is here, objective at 2K. Faker's going in, smoke is ready. Zeka getting himself back. Owner's taken low, they're ready to keep the fight going. Kingen charges forward, but now Zeus is looking for Pyosik. The killing spree for the jungler of DRX. Where's the follow-up? T1 trying to stay together. Hostile takeover finds Faker. T1 are corralled in the back of the pit, and it's DRX executing.
In a freaking 4v5, yo! They've got Deft on the bottom side taking care of the turret as well.
The only king in that fight was Kingen. He did so much work to get T1 down. Zeus and Owner couldn't take the fight. Tower over to DRX. Herald over to DRX. Mid tower will fall. Top tower is going to fall as well. They just broke the entire map open from one fight.
Even just being here in finals, DRX are already the greatest underdog story, the greatest Cinderella story of Worlds of all time. A 4th seed through play-ins all the way to finals, and they are on the precipice of pushing T1 to a final game.
DRX have been through the trenches this year, and they have not heard a bell yet, so they're going to keep fighting in this game 4. It's looking good. Big gold lead, 4,000 over to them, even in Dragons. Next Dragon up in 1 minute 20 seconds. They're going to set up for it and try to build towards this soul. And the benefit of all of this is they have an Azir. Zeka's not even on a playmaker. He's on a scaling mage, so they have a very good, comfortable late game insurance.
No losses in play-ins. First place in their group. The second reverse sweep of all time at Worlds in quarters and defeating the #1 seed of their region in semis, now doing this against T1 in the finals.
And if we're looking at the mini-map, you see the commitment of the T1 bottom lane. That's why T1 commit to this, but they focus fire owner here. Sejuani's so low, flashes over into the hug.
Says hello!
Of the sapling. Hello and goodbye.
Owner goes down. Heroic sapling from Piosik. Nice pushback by Zeka to stop Faker from EL to dive on top of them. T1 retreat. They run for the hills, but there's a wall in their way, and DRX sandwiched them down. Carrier no flash, he falls. T1 have the mobility to get the rest of the members out, but that's enough to put them at such a sizable advantage. DRX coaching staff elated with that fight.
And the reason we're reacting so heavily here, League of Legends is usually a game of give and take. You win one side, you give on the other side. But that was such a big jump in health here for DRX. They won both sides with having depth push down the bottom tower already. That's why we already, 17 minutes into the game, have objective bounties. DRX are crushing it.
And I think DRX are ahead enough to not trade. They're going to get this dragon for free. Zeka has TP. Put numbers top. Don't put numbers around the objective you want to play for. Put numbers around the objective the enemy team wants to play for. Look at T1. They all base. They all realize that DRX control both sides of the map right now, and they won't be able to find that objective bounty.
DRX with a 4,000 gold lead. DRX now grabbing their second Drake of the game. A mountain Drake at that will be the soul if they can continue this. And I'll tell you what, something like that makes life much more of a pain for Faker Zakali to try to find his angles and try to maneuver around these fights. Checking in on the top lane, it's still a lead for Kingen, still 1-0-3 here on the Aatrox as Zeka retreats away from Faker here bottom side. Faker trying to chase after him here, uses R1,
TP.
finds the E, but now a TP is coming in. Now the ulti's coming over from Maokai. Now DRX have found Faker. The smoke will not save him, and DRX 5v4 again.
DRX kill Faker, and they're going to push down through bot lane. T1 are playing on 2 lanes, but the TP salvages that. They'll get this mid tower, but DRX will get the bot tier 2. More gold over to Kingen. More side lane pressure for this Aatrox. Zeus still yet to find his second item. DRX are collapsing.
They're not even going to get the mid tower for T1. Gumayushi running away there, throwing the spear out, getting himself a safe distance away from Barrel. Bottom lane tier 2 falls. DRX winning out again. 5,000 gold now ahead of T1.
I mean, you can see.
Zeka?
Whoa.
Zeka. Goes over the blast cone, finds 2, but it might not be Zeka who's in for a nasty surprise. Carrier gets chased, Sejuani ulti on Zeka to get T1 away.
You can see which of these two teams is feeling the pressure. And guess what? It's not the team that is facing match point right now. DRX controlling the map here, forcing some misplays from T1, some over-aggressive attempts to try and pull the game back because they know they're facing the outscale that DRX faced in the last game. They've got Azir, they've got the Varus advantage, they have the front line to work behind as well. And so DRX pushing in these side lanes, the map closing in around T1.
They're running out of options, really, T1. Scaling is not really in their favor. It's more so the Fiora that is the scaling because she will win out on side lane against the Aatrox. But Kingen is so strong now. I don't think that scaling can even factor in anymore. They need at least 20 minutes to leverage that or even it out. So DRX will play with the Aatrox in bots, and they'll try to push out these waves with Kingen and move towards mid and threaten this Baron constantly to make T1 second guess themselves until they walk in to the waiting arms of DRX.
Kingen has 2 completed items. Fiora has Divine Sunderer and still some pieces. It'll be a while before he's able to deal with that Aatrox.
I want to see if T1 can go for one of these trailing split push plays, try and hide the Sejuani behind one of the split pushers and pick somebody off, because that's what you have to do, one of these surprise plays. Sejuani ult into melee champions, proc the stun, take away some of this pushing power of DRX, because look at them, they're playing the whole map right now.
They are, and that's because of these pushing side lanes. Are they going to start up the Baron? Looks like they're thinking about it. Not sure if they can do this though. No tank in the pit. I think Def's just going to hit it.
Yeah.
And it's the solo lanes of DRX with the push, and it's Kingen who finished. We talked about it. He finished last place last year in summer alongside Piosik. Then he convinced Zeka, who was a very close friend of his, to come back from the LPL and join the LCK and join him in the ranks of DRX. And he took the gamble. He joined the last place team. Look at them now. World's finals. Both having the side lane push, winning out in their respective solo laners. and they really want to threaten this Baron. Owner is in the vicinity, started up. The sapling will spot out the jungler of T1. He has no vision to work with. Karius trying his best to help out. No Kalista, it's a smite fight.
It's time to overcome the demons of Game 3 for DRX. Maokai ulti flies out. Kingen and World Ender goes over the wall. Faker's lost half HP. Faker is nearly down. Hostile takeover over the wall. Wish from Soraka will heal the mid laner, but Maokai says no. DRX ready to fight back again as Zeus is going to be shuffled away. T1 tries to find the fight, and they're finally going to kill Def, but Kingen's still ready to fight over the side. Zeka getting chased. Barrel trying to protect. A beautiful handshake from Renata as Keria falls. T1, 2v3. Barrel may be the target, but Gumayushi is locked down. Gumayushi is executed by the sword of Kingen, and Owner is the only man standing wearing red.
Guma does everything he can to keep T1 alive, but Kingen comes to collect.
And he's looking for his crown, isn't he? He's putting the whole team on his back in these fights. Zeka and Deft fall, but the last threat on DRX is Kingen. Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. Even numbers distribution across the board in terms of deaths. No neutral objective started just yet. DRX don't have the damage to take down this Baron without those carries. But with the Dragon spawning soon, resets will come in, and they'll start to establish control over the map in these mid-wave pushes. Faker really struggling to get involved in these fights.
Yeah, that Infernal Chain barely yoinked him back in, hit the full combo. They blow the Akali up. It's got to find better positioning.
Let's take another look. The Baron got half HP, and then DRX said no. Turn for the fight.
Hey, just keep your eyes on Kingen. Lands the Q2, Q3 pull back onto Faker. Then gets the auto attack in, I believe, as he dashes out. Piosik follows through across the wall to get the kill. So it's a 2v1 on the top side, but that means it's a numbers disadvantage around the river fight. So that's where T1 find their advantage. Kingen's trying his best to come around the wall and help out, and he starts cleaning up the fight for DRX.
And look how much work Guma puts in for T1. They're trying to fight their way out, up the river here, towards Zeka, towards Barrel, chasing them through. But Kingen from behind catches everything. Piosik with the flash over the wall into the tri-brush, locks him up.
And it's that twisted advance. It's that lockdown on these mobile carries that we talked about in drafts that is why this Maokai is popping up. Holy hell! 5,400 damage from Kingen's Aatrox in that fight. This is a man who wants Game 5. This is a man not willing to let this series end on 4. And this is a man leading the way for DRX. Maul completed as his third big item. DRX, now with their soul point status, has total control over Summoner's Rift. Kingen, he'll look for it. He'll only find Owner. Carry is nearby. He's trying to get away. He has to flash. Nice stun from Owner to stop Piosik.
Very big cooldowns here burned before this Baron attempt. DRX now retreating back into the vision that they do control.
I think they might have to force this soon because Zeus is pushing bot. Kingen doesn't want to TP down there. He wants to force Zeus to TP up. So I feel like DRX need to make a Baron call soon, and they're going to do it. They haven't pushed in mid-wave, but Zeus will have to TP in.
It's time to go. Objective bounty claimed, and now Zeus is ready to join the fight. Baron at half HP. Owner's trying to find his way in there. He Arctic assaults over the wall. He has no flash. There is no blast cone, but just the threat of the steal gets DRX off the Baron.
They got double TP. They need to get back towards mid, clear out this wave, and then reset the map state. No TPs on T1 means their side lanes are going to struggle. DRX have the advantage on the globals.
Exactly. DRX got what they came for. They don't care if they don't finish the Baron here. They don't want another crazy steal coming through. They want 2 teleport cooldowns, and they got both of them.
I think the second Zeus shows himself in bot, they'll start it up again, but as I say that, they're just going to start it right now. Faker took the base, Keria did as well. It's only Owner that's around here. Kingen will jump over the wall here and start to zone him away.
But it could only be Owner that they need. He did a miracle last time. Kingen wants to stop him this time. Baron at 3K. Owner goes berserk. He's locked down. The Baron for DRX.
They did it! They kept him out this time! Everything thrown over the walls there. Owner can't get in, and DRX secure the Baron.
And they'll use the Baron as a blanket to secure the soul. They'll keep waves in onto T1's tier 3 towers. Maybe they'll look for the tier 2 top if they want to play 4-1. But the Dragon Soul is what they'll look for. They're playing Fiora, Akali, Kalista against Mountain Soul. This is going to be really tough for T1 to find any avenue back into this game.
The pathway is laid to the Prophet. The foretold game number 5 here. DRX so heavily advantaged now with Baron buff. You're talking about the instant reset, push outside waves, easily set up for Soul, and it is Mountain Soul as well. So good against Akali, so good against this T1 composition.
T1 looking for a pick. They found Pyosik, but Zeka's right behind him. They're committing so many numbers down here to try to find something before the waves start to crash onto their towers. Zeus will get an objective bounty top tier 1, but the rest of DRX are running down mid and T1 are cut off. Kingan's gonna spot them out in just a second. Do they take the fight? They'll try to stop them as much as they can.
DRX is just controlling priority over the mid lane, getting that wave pushed up into the tier 3 turret. They've already taken half HP. T1 have now finally found their positioning again, but it may already be too late. The cannon minion's still alive, the cannon minion's still firing, the cannon minion kills the tier 3 turret. Zeus, in the meantime, is still top. He's taken out the tier 2. DRX, they're going for broke. They're going for anything they can find. The second inhibitor turret's gonna be the target. Faker is now the target. They're trying to push all the way in. Owner's on full retreat. Zeus finally making his recall back into the base. DRX, 5-man push, still looking for Nexus turrets. Gumayushi's gonna be caught. Kingan looks for him, but the Kallista's able to get away. Zeus wants to jump in. Zeka still safe. DRX now having to deal with Faker. He jumps in, he jumps out. There's no angle. DRX, they'll find the first Nexus turret. Owner charges away. DRX have health advantage. They have stats advantage. They have gold advantage. The turrets are dropping. Zeus is on the flank, but it won't do a thing. Kingan's wings spread wide, and DRX looks to keep going.
The relentless pressure here. They've still got 2 cannon minions. Zeka chasing off Zeus, and Beryl comes to join.
Zeus is low. He's trying to get himself away. The turret's still barely standing. Carrion now going to be your target. Kingan chasing him away. Gumayushi goes in. It won't matter. They're done. That's it. DRX are taking us to game 5.
One game to decide it all. Faker and Deft combined have played over 2,000 games, and it's gonna come down to one. The King is looking vulnerable. T1 was on match point, but DRX never fail to beat the odds.
The goat versus the alpaca. It all comes down to this.
Deft really does have one bullet in the chamber to kill the King now. One game to do it. T1 will have blue side. They'll select the stronger side that's 100% win rate this game. So not only do they have to win, but they have to win against T1, undefeated on that side in the series.
DRX have trained all year for this. Every series to get here in summer, they were underdogs, eliminated in the first round of LCK playoffs.
That is
clawing their way
impressive.
through regionals.
Very
upset
impressive.
after upset, getting closer and closer as a group, trusting each other more and more. They talk about it in every interview. And now they've pushed the greatest of all time to a game 5.
Look at Kingan's damage. He is not getting Aatrox in the next game. The only response T1 have is Zeus' Yone. The Fiora did
DRX,
not work. He is
DRX,
playing
DRX.
perfection in these
T1,
fights. The top
T1.
laner for DRX is stepping up.
DRX.
Zeus heralded as the best top laner in the world, and Kingan doesn't
I honestly
care.
believe that
He
this
doesn't.
year will be Faker's
really
last
does
year.
not.
I
DRX don't
honestly
care.
believe
They've
it.
not cared since
So
playing.
surely,
They didn't even expect to get here in the first
they'll
place.
give him,
They're making the most
right? They'll give it
miraculous
to
run
him.
I've ever seen in esports
Nah.
history.
Yeah.
This is for money.
You don't like
Huh?
this series.
This is for money.
You don't like League of Legends.
Money.
This is some of the best
This
gameplay
whoever wins this
have
gets money
seen.
and they get paid.
If you're not entertained, what are you doing? Twitch chat, we need to hear
can't
you
just
too.
give it to him.
Let us know. Who do you think is taking this series? Is it
Like,
If I go to a bank and ask for $1 billion, do you think they're gonna give me $1 billion?
okay, obviously not, but come on, man. Come
Exactly.
on.
Sounds like a skill issue, honestly.
I want to see T1 win so bad, man. By the way, are you playing game?
No. Why?
I swear I saw someone with the name Vilaz on Roblox, that's all.
Oh, I was. I'm not anymore.
Ah. Damn, dude. How did DRX come back that game? Ugh. I honestly thought T1 was gonna win. So sad. But they'll win they'll win this game. Bet. Watch.
And they won't.
Yeah, they will. I have faith.
Nah.
Everyone's getting their 2 minutes of fame.
Why?
What do you mean why?
I'm watching a video while waiting for this.
Oh, yeah, no, it's just like everyone's being showcased in the stadium. That's what I meant, but yeah, and for 2 minutes.
Well,
so
I'm like 30 seconds behind.
Oh, okay. Anyways, yeah. That's why I'm like, everyone's getting their 2 minutes of fame because it's 2 minutes. And it's just everyone.
I'm glad there's no ads like there would be on Twitch.
I mean, there is.
Let's try and calm down.
What do you mean? There's inbuilt.
What's up, everybody? Welcome
Yeah,
back to the
but
Chase Center
they
here
didn't
in
have, like,
San Francisco,
ads every
where
time
we
you try
are
reloading
going
a
to
page.
game 5.
Yeah, because they're not Twitch partners or Twitch affiliates. I think.
I hope everyone in the stadium has a little gas
Or
left
they
in the
ask
tank,
for
has a little bit
a
left in
different
their vocal
contract.
cords so that they can scream their heads off for this
This
fifth
isn't-
and
I'm
final
not
game.
watching
Because
on Twitch
I
anyway.
gotta be honest,
You
I
are.
wasn't
If
sure
you're
we
watching
were
LoL
gonna get
esports,
here,
it's on
Jack.
Twitch.
Can we just acknowledge how unrealistic this is?
I'm watching it through LoL Esports, not
Yeah,
Twitch.
how
so.
Baker Death,
Apparently
same
it
high
is on
school,
Twitch,
10 years
though.
ago, World Finals now. DRX have an inhibitor respawn on them.
So, anyways, yeah, dude. The moment you jump to Twitch, oh man, just ads, bro, non-stop ads. Actually, yeet me, please. Do you like being yeeted?
No.
Aw. T1's gonna win.
Nah. Watch DRX. Watch DRX.
Nope, it's T1.
DRX is gonna pull through. I need these points.
Like, this team was not the worst in the LCK, but they were certainly not expected to be in a Worlds final. They were not expected to be able to play
I'm part
together
of the
this well.
16%
Even going
that picked
game
DRX.
from game, I'm sure Pioshik, there are a lot of comments about his game 3, and none of them
Yo,
are
I love that
positive.
song.
And for him to come out on the Maokai pick in game 4, like you said, the evolution of this team, how quickly, so freaking impressive. Like, it's nuts.
Yeah, Azale did something at the start of the day talking about how at every stage of the way, the majority of people predicted against DRX. And there was a good reason for that. You can look at their performance in the series before and the team they're playing up against, and it always felt like the other team was going to win. Even in this one, the three of us analysts before the series all did think T1 was going to win this series.
Myself as well. I'll jump in on that. All four of us did.
And it's because you have Faker and the experience, and you have T1 with the undefeated spring and how good they've been start to finish, and you have DRX, who didn't make playoffs in spring, barely scraped into Worlds, yet, as Emily says, here they are doing it in such an unexpected way.
Yeah, and I love that we're talking about the fact that this journey for DRX has always had accompanied with it this idea that they've been doubted. And so we asked the fans at home before we went to this commercial break who they thought was going to come away with game number 5. Much like we did at the beginning of the day for who would come away with the series, I'm curious to see if those numbers have changed. And they absolutely have. Top of day, this was a 66 to 33% vote from the fans at home. And now we've crunched it down to 52% in favor of T1. Still a slight edge for the winningest team in League of Legends history.
T1 might
so slight. That's basically a coin flip.
And again, that speaks to how much
52%?
DRX has been able to push T1, right? In a way that, again, like,
no,
I can't stress, if you told me
they
this
can't
DRX
lose.
team, not
They
only
can't
in the World's
lose.
Finals, Game 5, but the way
Dude,
they're
I'm
trying
actually
to take
delusional
T1
right now.
is
Please,
also
they
by
can't
trying to
lose.
outplay
This is
them
the fall of
mechanically
T1.
is just absolutely, like, I would have been like, no, you're crazy. Like, you're
Fall of T1.
When we kind of take stock of the series, so far,
No.
Blue side has won every single game. We've also seen Varus win every single
It can't
game.
be.
But while we've put a lot of focus on that AD carry, the supports, I feel, have been so instrumental for both of these teams. Both Carrier and Beryl are having a phenomenal series in the impact that they are having for their teams, and it is just
I'm looking
crazy
at, like,
and incredible to watch.
what they both
especially
ran.
when you think of
You
Carrier
can-
being this
oh,
player
did you
that was
know on
always
Vault
hyped and
Esports,
anticipated.
if you
In
just
his
scroll
first
down,
year,
Yeah,
he
I
left
saw it. I just
notable
saw it.
impression. In his
I didn't
second
know this.
year, he
Who are
made
you
World
talking
But
about?
you can literally
semifinals,
check their
and in his
KDA,
third already
runes,
at the
item
World Finals,
build,
whereas Beryl, his third
skill.
year in a row at the World Finals, supports often get
Why
left to
is
the
T1
wayside, but
mostly
to
grayed
me,
out?
these two are the superstars of this series.
I mean,
Back to stage.
So a little fun fact there, right? Faker.
The reason
most games
T1 is
played in the
mostly
World
grayed out
Final.
because
You know who has the
they've
second most?
lost very hard.
Yeah. How friggin'
They didn't
wild
lose
is that,
that
man?
hard.
Let's go. And these two guys have come up so huge.
And don't
as you
you dare
mentioned,
say
for these
Faker's
teams, and
washed
maybe
up,
a little
even
bit
though he lost the
underdiscussed up
hardest
to this
in
point
that
at the
game.
World Championship, if I'm being honest.
Faker, only active player to have more
Three,
than one world
losing by
championship. Beryl could be one to
2.7
get 2
thousand.
world championships in his third appearance.
Faker's
a lot
too
on the
good.
line here.
Yeah, and again, comparing their domestic performances,
Level 14
Carrier
compared
did
to the
not
17 of
perform,
Zeka.
Compared to like the lofty
Don't
expectations
do
as people
this to me,
expected.
dude.
He
I
came
wanna
out and
believe.
talked about how he'd been struggling with long COVID and
believe,
COVID
I'm
symptoms.
just saying.
And then Beryl has had a lot of ups and downs, but he's absolutely showing up at the,
The person
tournament.
that
Can you
lost
imagine
the
being in the
least
shoes of any of those
was-
players stepping on the stage right now?
Nope.
20,000 people in
trying to
this
read and then
arena,
switch
and
back.
there is only
Yeah.
one
Okay, I'm
game
gonna
between
watch
you
it.
and
Let's see how
hoisting
we go.
that trophy that sits center stage.
But like the
go on
person
the
that
outs.
lost
It's
the
such a
least
weird
was
sense
support,
of pressure
support
for both
Soraka.
teams because for T1, it's about returning
And yeah,
to the
these-
pinnacle of League of Legends.
No,
It is about
you need top lane.
reclaiming that
Soraka
throne,
and top lane.
and you can hear the number of dedicated fans that exist behind
Okay, this
this
last
man
game is gonna
on
be
your
so
screen.
intense.
Whereas DRX,
Oh my god, I'm
there
stressed.
were no expectation. These players go from game to game, aiming on having the best time of their life and showcasing the best league that they can. And now they stand in the face of the titans of League with only one game separating them from crowning the World
And
Championship.
I don't know if the people at home can hear this, but as the T1 chant started, so did the combating DRX chant started. And as you mentioned, with this team being constantly counted out and not being expected to go further, that is what has grown this fan base for them along the World Championship. People are fans of this underdog team making a run for it. Now, to
Please,
get down to this
T1.
Game 5 and what's about to take place,
I honestly
it is going to
thought
be
T1
no
was gonna
surprise
do
to
a
anyone that
3-0
T1
smash.
with the final side selection is
What
going to
happened?
blue. Betty, as you
Wow.
mentioned, it has
You
won
have
all 4 games so far.
nobody.
So for T1, I have to
No
imagine there's a
faith.
bit of a plan, a
Yes,
blueprint
I
that
had-
you
I
can
had no
follow,
faith.
given you're on that preferred side. For DRX, it's a little bit more in the unknown, and you're still left trying to find the answers.
Well, what has impressed me about DRX throughout the tournament is that they found creative answers. And we only have to go back to game 3 to remember that they were at the brink of winning that game as well. Things were looking very positive for them. So when we get into this draft, I feel like DRX will have a plan to the virus, and somehow they'll be able to come up with something crazy.
Having what it takes to find the answer and actually finding the answer are two very different things, Jat. Let's talk predictions. Game number 5, I'm going to reset the scorecard for all three of the who takes it. Who's the world champion?
Can I start?
Yes, you may.
Okay. I feel like there have been 3 careers for Faker. His 2013 career when he out-mechanicked everyone.
Yep.
His 2015-2016 where he could play everything. And now where I think he has experience and is the best leader he's ever been. I don't think he's lost those previous skills. He didn't show it in game 4, but when I see the way he is focusing and locking in, I think he can lead T1 to their 4th world title.
All right, T1 vote for Jat. Emily, you're up next. What are you thinking?
So at the beginning of the
feel
day,
like
I said 3-1 T1.
you'd be pretty good at
Obviously
fighting
that was
games.
So did I.
One thing we weren't able to touch upon here is
Yeah.
T1's
How?
own narrative
I'm
arc and
literally
how
a
they actually
strategist more
evolved
than
quite a
anything.
bit.
Why would I be good at a
especially in
fighting
Actually,
my
no,
opinion, the way
because
that
you
they
have
approach
very,
side
very
lanes and the
bad
map. I do think they're on blue
reaction
side.
time.
Yeah,
Also
I'm
has a lot
saying
to
I'm
do
a
with it, but I'm
strategist
gonna
more
go
than
T1.
anything. Put me in
Okay, another
chat.
T1
I meant
vote.
like
Edius,
I meant like
you're the
certain
last
fighting
holdout.
games, like
What's it going to be?
certain fighting game characters.
Our job as
like
analysts
set
is
of
to
characters.
find
Maybe.
ways in which we believe teams will have the advantage to be able to come out ahead.
But like the issue is,
I cannot use that analysis to
even
determine the
if
outcome
I
of
have
this
these
game because
skills,
I have
right?
nothing but
Since we're playing a team
undenying
game that
faith
is
in
League of
DRX.
Legends,
This
I
roster
can't just
has
tell
done
everyone what to do,
nothing
especially
but
if there's no
surpass
comms.
expectations.
So then the
and there is
chances of me
something about
actually
the
winning is like
atmosphere and
zilch.
the energy in this
Zilch. It
arena
doesn't exist.
that makes it impossible for me to not believe that they will win this next game. I believe that Deft will hoist his trophy, and I believe that Zeka is about to have the best game of his life.
You gotta love it. I am already over the moon that we've made it to this 5th and final game, but it really is anyone's for the taking at this point. Both of our teams have arrived at the final hurdle, the final chapter of this legendary story, and we're handing it over to Kadril, Kobe, and Captain Flowers for the call.
Also, what happened to Milas?
Welcome to the grand
Yeah, he got
finale
a
of Worlds
14-day ban.
2022.
Oh, yeah.
We've had 4 games, 4 battles, back and forth and back and forth. And now, gentlemen, it's down to this.
The entire year for all 10 of these players
I got
boils down
muted
to
for a
one
game because I called
more
my
game.
Tristana a
And not
Crimson
just a year
extract.
for 2 of them. For
Don't
2
wanna
of them,
say
it's
that
been
on
9
stream.
years
A
in the
chromosome.
making since Faker won his first. Deft
I was
struggling to
gonna
get
say
past
something
semis
really, really
in
bad.
season 4.
That got me muted on
Finally
League.
made his way back in season
Can
12.
you text
8
me it?
years later, and now he's 1 game away from accomplishing
DM
something
you
that
it.
he's never done before.
Oh,
winning a
I'll
world
DM you the
championship.
story.
Sure.
You got to be wondering what's going through the minds of these players as they're preparing for this final battle. I'm sure
You
something
honestly think
is
T1 will
related to the
lose?
draft right about now.
They
as
immediately
it
banned
is
a
on
Kali and
DRX
Haima.
to solve the red side conundrum.
It is. It's the red side
this is
dilemma.
the
Dude,
We
why is
expected
everyone
this game
banning
to play. The
Yumi?
blue side
I want
would
to see my
always be
Yumi, bro.
favored. DRX tried the Kalista into Varus. What have they changed up? What's the final plan? The last dance is here, but what's
No,
the
I want to
last
learn
draft?
how to play Yumi at a pro
more band
level,
to go.
man.
Is it Caitlyn?
It's always been Caitlyn.
Yeah, I think they have to ban Caitlyn. Heimerdinger's down unless
I'm
they
gonna
want
have to
play
find
Varus
a
into
VOD
the
with
Caitlyn, but you really
Yumi
wanna
in
give
it now.
Kobayushi that champion. It's the Lux ban. So they've given Caitlyn, but they've taken away the Lux.
You can pair it with Morgana, you can pair it with a bunch of other poke long-range supports to have a similar pushing effect. Guma Yushi's Caitlyn is 9-1 all-time. Career record.
What's the plan? Does T1 first pick it? I think this is a surprise to them as well, the Lux ban.
You gotta throw out a surprise to crack this red side. You have to upset
Oh!
the meta.
So they think the Karma is the pushing factor. It's not Caitlyn or Varus.
Yeah.
So now does DRX take away the Caitlyn, but there's no real supports left that can contest this push. T1 have now picked away the supports for the push in face of this Lux ban.
This is already spicy. The lack of
Oh my
Caitlyn
God.
ban is already changing things up. What will be
Dude,
the first
these
pick in the
analysts are
final
so good at
game?
their job. They're
The
literally
Azir,
telling
I would
us
not
the
be
perfect
surprised.
information.
It's been so powerful in the series, and it's locked in for DRX.
You know, I think taking a Varus is probably the better idea. And then I think maybe we won't even see Caitlyn. No, they are going to go for the Caitlyn. They must have a support response. What has Beryl got up his sleeve? I cannot wait to find out.
He can pair with Zyra, Soraka, so much stuff. Let's see what he goes really deep for on the other side. I do think T1, like you're talking about, with the Varus, high priority there. And then do they want to take the Sylas before we go into the next two bans? Because DRX will protection ban.
There's the Varus. Aatrox is still up. Could see Faker's rise for game 5. Bit tough in terms of range,
I
but
just
it's
sent
his
you the whole
Victor
story
that
of
is
what
going
happened.
back to.
Oh, what got me muted?
Was incredibly pivotal
I'm
in
gonna go get
almost
some
winning
tea.
game 2.
Okay.
Did so much damage, but it was Deft who shut him down.
Zeus lost too. When he picked the Aatrox to Kingan's Camille,
Pick is going
really
to
strong
Garcia,
Camille from Kingan that time around, so they're not too scared of it either, and they're gonna let it drop through as well.
There's the Varus. So what's DRX gonna pick? They're gonna pick away the Aatrox and then ban away 2 top laners. It worked last game. The Kingan's Aatrox was absurd, so Barrel's definitely got something up his sleeve, and he's keeping T1 guessing.
Something is planned. Remember, Barrel is the only player outside of the T1/SKT banner to ever make World Finals back to back to back. The man's creative, the man is effective, the man's impressive, and I can't wait to see that pick.
Wait,
Morgana,
Barrel has
Zyra,
been to World
Soraka.
Finals?
What will it be? T1 even trying to decide what does Barrel have? Can we snipe it? They don't even want to try and snipe him. And they go with the Sejuani instead.
Sejuani ban coming out. Maybe they're gonna ban something like Viego or Graves as well. I think Pyosik looks really comfortable on the Maokai, and against these mobile carries, it could work again. There's the Lee Sin ban targeting out Owner. We are in for a treat in this last pick ban phase. What has Barrel got for us? What has Zeus got for us in the top side into this Aatrox? Does he really want to run back the Fiora? Owner's going to have to dig deep for a jungler. Kindred is up. If Pyosik wants to play a game 5 and he wants comfort, he can go towards Kindred. But against champions like Varus and Victor with so much poke, it is very tough to pull off.
It'll be banned away anyway. The final ban of the draft for T1 is that pocket pick, that comfort for Pyosik. We need to see jungler, and we need to see support from DRX. I would expect the support to be the final pick of the draft for maximum surprise factor.
Def smiling. Is it Bard? Is he going to go for the Bard in game 5? Yes! I love this guy's confidence. Barrel doesn't give a crap.
Oh my
He's got
God.
a run of the map now, baby. If you can push and open up windows here for him to roam around, visit mid lane, visit top lane, Barrel can be everywhere.
Woo!
Barrel can be in your dreams. Barrel could be right behind you.
He could be in your nightmares as well, because when he lands that Bard ultimate, the Caitlyn trap follow-up is going to be insane. There's the Viego from Owner. Now Zeus, can you surprise us? Is it going to be a Fiora, a Camille? Or does he have something else in store into his Aatrox? Nar was one of his biggest comforts. Gwen, GP could be another one.
We saw the Fiora
Oh
fall
my
short
God.
just
I never
last
thought I'd see
game.
a
Is he
Bard
willing to run
for
that
Worlds
back?
Final.
What will he take into this matchup? Zeus has been such a powerful player, such a standout factor, such a game winner
Oh, it's Gwen.
for T1 throughout summer, throughout this year, and it's Gwen into the Aatrox.
Pulling
I haven't
the
seen a
Gwen
Bard
back
support.
out here. We'll see about the jungle
This
passing
with
as well. If
Victor,
they can get up there. Those
DRX.
plus the support
Dude,
timing
very
I'm about to
nice.
go
heavily
crazy.
influence
I
that
don't
scaling. Gwen, if you can
understand.
get to
This
multiple
team comp
items,
does not
what a monster.
But here's the
meet
problem. T1 are
normal
very
standards.
low on engage.
This is
They don't
crazy.
have a whole lot of ways to start the fight.
Where's
the
outside
Timo?
of
I want to see Timo.
Hecarim
No,
for
Timo never wins in
Pyosik.
Worlds. Don't
Both
even
these
ask.
teams have thrown everything out of the window.
Timo has
There's
never
been
won a game
different strategies.
in pro
A little
play.
bit of comfort as well. Pocket picks a
It's a
piece.
very
It's
nice
the last
Gwen.
game of the year. It's
don't
the last
understand.
game
Gwen?
of these players this year. And they're going to put all the
She can
cards
cancel,
on the table. DRX have
say,
drafted Caitlyn,
Caitlyn
Bard,
or
Hecarim
Bottle.
into these
Oh my God,
mobile
Hecarim's
carries.
in this
And
game.
Zeus has gone for Gwen to get advantage over King in this side.
Oh. Is it Hacker?
Time for you
This is
to,
it.
time for you to
This
take
is
Yeah.
Game
notes.
5 draft. This is T1 versus DRX.
You ready to take notes?
The Hecarim and the Bard of DRX going up against the Gwen and
Pardon?
Faker's Victor.
I said, are you
yet
ready
again.
to take notes for the Hecarim?
I don't know. 1 second.
No more storylines. It all comes down to play now. One game in front of you. Execute on the draft. Caitlyn finally let through in the last game of the year. Paired with Barrel's Bard, will it be enough?
Will Faker break another record? Will Beryl be the first person outside of the T1 organization to do it back to back in terms of getting those 2 titles? Fell short last year in the finals in that Game 5 Beryl. He lost to EDG, but now he's in another Game 5. Faker is also no stranger to these Game 5 scenarios. It's the experience from the players of Faker and Beryl, and 4 players on either side that could hoist their first title.
It's not just a test of mechanics, it's a test of your mind, it's a test of your endurance, mental, emotional, physical. Everything is now on one final game of League of Legends. Faker versus Zeka, the greatest to ever do it, and one of the most impressive Worlds performances we've ever seen from an individual, head-to-head, one more time.
And
Absolute
Zeka has been a
focus,
monster.
gathering
Zeka
storm,
has
absolute
been
focus,
punishing
scorch.
Faker over and over this series.
Scorch.
Level 1s seem a bit stock standard right now. Keria is very deep in the enemy jungle. I think DRX know that he's around there. Beryl's gonna base and swap over to Sweeper. We'll see if Keria can find a little bit of support gold here. T1 want to invade. It's a Hecarim. Hecarim is so weak level 1. It looks like they want to take away that buff. Pyosik knows it. Needs to be very careful though. He could face check all of T1. If he moves towards this bot side jungle, he's around mid right now. Thinks twice about it. Is he gonna...
Oh, this is so concerning.
Pyosik sees them.
Okay. Patience. The patience pays off. He waits. He goes for the safe route just over the wolves. T1 immediately on spawn.
Yeah, Keria can push him off these though. So Pyosik's gonna lose his bot side jungle. Try to keep the Q stacks there and move towards Raptors, clear up. What can DRX do with this? Gumayushi, they're gonna try and zone him away from the lane, try to deny him some creeps.
That means you're gonna lose out though, because Owner got level 2 off blue buff, so now you're pushing the lane away. Jungle coming down to help out Guma, and Keria get right back to lane.
Yeah, Guma will pick up all the creeps, gets the experience, might lose a couple in terms of gold, so DRX get the wave in, and they're facing a split map scenario, but I think Owner will go through mid to top side and try to control these 3 quadrants.
And it's really smart getting the early level 1 invade on this Hecarim. Very vulnerable champion to getting invaded upon. See if Pyosik can salvage some of this. Zeka, mid lane pressure, definitely is a big part, and if he can get something back. It's just the blue buff that was stolen away though, and DRX saw Viego going back into the jungle, so not going to be too heavily hit.
And let's remember the state of the draft. It was Caitlyn left open, but it was Karma picked first. That means T1 really wants to be able to have push, wants to be able to have control in this bottom lane early. With the Karma and the Varus together, you can see Zeka pushing in Faker here early on in the mid lane matchup, as top side Zeus has lane control versus Kingen. In terms of the state of junglers, you can see it's still just Owner pathing through his jungle. He skipped Krugs, going towards that top part of the map. Pyosik's already done his recall.
Yes, he has at that. Just clear off red quadrant. Very low health he was. You recall early for Hecarim. It's not that bad. You can still get your boots for the extra move speed, the extra damage conversion there, and go clean up his Gromp and Wolves. As we said, only the blue was taken, so not too heavily hit. There's no vision right now either. He can smite this grab and go for it.
Yeah, he could, but I think T1's bot lane are very cautious. TP on Varus, of course, into the Caitlyn. And this really stinks for DRX. They need this Caitlyn lane to get the push and start poking the Varus on the tower. The Karma is the factor that allows T1 to push back against the Caitlyn. Zeka needs to react to this flash W from Owner. He needs to react to it, otherwise he's going to die.
Owner does not give him the time. Zeka flashes late, and T1 takes
Okay,
first
T1's
blood.
gonna win. That's my bet
here
right
from
now.
Owner
Right
over
here.
the back
T1
of the
will
Raptor
win.
wall, and
I
it's even
believe
worse
in
for
them.
Zeka. He flashes afterwards and still dies because Faker's got the Q-empowered auto in the air.
Owner testing Zeka there. Zeka failed the test. First blood over to T1. And that kill will get him a Caulfield's in base. Owner now
so
just
much
cycle back
stress.
through his camps. Pyosik struggling to find anything. All these lanes from DRX are getting pushed in. The
Fanboy.
Aatrox, the Azir, the
Come on,
Caitlyn are sitting
Faker.
on the tower. If Zeka reacts to this flash
believe in
W,
thee,
then it's
Faker.
just an even trade and he'll TP back, but he doesn't. He steps back into it as he gets the auto attack weave in. And like you said, Kobe, to rub salt in the wound, he flashes and dies.
Now for Pyosik, what can he get back? It's Owner first to the play. Owner first to get his team going ahead. This Hecarim, he knows he has a lot of gank potential. He knows that if he can find the angle, there's moves to be made. The problem is it's tough when T1 are playing right. Now, Owner's coming around again. Zeka has no flash, but he's able to get behind the minions. He'll get out of this one, but Owner really trying to index towards Faker in this mid lane early on in game 5.
Yeah, again, burning cooldowns, burning mana off of Zeka, taking away the safety of that vision, putting his own control ward right back up here so he can control this very important pathway here. Start up the dragon. They've got bottom lane pushing. The multiple ganks towards mid have gotten them mid pressure, so it's an easy first dragon for T1.
Pushing lanes because there's no real threat. The Hecarim needs level 6. Like you just highlighted there, Kobe, the pushing lanes are so powerful in letting you use neutral objectives, and T1 are aware of it. Shut down the Hecarim early. Pyosik needs to farm to 6 before he can impact the map, so T1 can start getting these early game advantages. Top crab spawning soon. Owner might path his way up there. Herald's in 2 minutes. Pyosik needs to get to 6 before that spawns. Looking for some Raptors though.
Trying to steal him away a little bit. Walks on up, pops Spirit of Dread. Gets himself right back out. And now top side, the fights continue. Zeus versus Kingen. Zeus with the ulti finds a lot of needlework there into Kingen, who's not able to continue the trade after already using the cooldowns. And Owner will again look for Zeka in mid. He will chase him away as Faker absorbs this wave. Meanwhile, back in top, Q3 hits the mark. Infernal Chain. Solo kill for Kingen in the top lane.
Best top laner in the world, who? 369 and Zeus is the discussion. Kingen's in the World Finals. He had an amazing game 3 and 4, and now in this game 5, solo kills Zeus.
When the pressure is on, it's Kingen who stands tall. What a beast. And he's gonna go for the recall right now as the wave is also slowly pushing into him. So Owner has to show himself on this top wave to push it in for Zeus. Such top lane difference here for Kingen. Back to back, this Aatrox pick again.
And this relieves so much pressure on DRX. Mid lane's been struggling, a lot of ganks towards there and focus from Owner. Deft and Beryl have been on a split map against the Karma support with Bard under their tower, but top lane is now winning. Herald is spawning in a minute. Kingen has the early serrated Durkins, can start pressuring this lane. Zeus even had the counter pick here. Gets level 6 here, Zeus, and I think he tries to find the all-in, but Kingen gets a small trade off. They reset, and then on the re-engage, Kingen kills him.
Exactly, goes for the minions, levels up, uses all of the needlework there. He knows Zeus has nothing left. The ghost was already used here, so Kingen right on in, hits the Q3. Infernal Chain means he's dead.
No way out. She turns right back into a doll and falls over as the Aatrox popping off here for DRX in the top side, keeping this game nice and close. Still 3 minutes until the next Drake spawns, but Herald's gonna be spawning soon. T1 have controlled early objectives so well in this game, but Owner's also got his eyes on the bottom lane of DRX. Deft has no resources to work with, and he must take a recall.
They're gonna lose a couple plates here, DRX. T1, not only do they get the split map and the jungle invade, they also have TP on Gumayushi, so they get a free base. Deft struggling, Kingen is gonna start up the Herald. It'll be a cross-map trade, but T1 are gonna get so much from this play.
Yeah, Kadril, you were talking about Pyosik's level 6 and where is he gonna go? He's going straight to his winning lane with Kingen here. They started up on Vision, and again, T1 have made the call. They leave Guma pushing those plates on bottom.
But they can't finish the Herald. They know T1's ready to contest. Baker's coming up now too. Pyosik, defensive ulti over the wall. Kingen with a World Ender. He's stuck inside the gravity well, but he goes forward. Baker dies. Zeka gets it. The shuffle to get the rest of them away. Carry has made his way up into the top side. Beryl goes for the flash binding, but he won't grab it. DRX get the kill, and they're back onto the Herald.
My God, Kingen is playing out of his mind right now, up against T1. They're at a disadvantage from the get-go because Pyosik had to use so many resources to get out, but Kingen goes in. They secure this objective. They were supposed to in the first place, but T1 trying to fight them back, testing the waters in this topside river.
And Zeka doesn't miss a beat. He follows him right back up with the Azir. Flash, pushback play with the ultimate. DRX secure the Rift Herald for themselves. They wrest control back.
All bottom side though. Gumayushi with the level 6 versus level 5 advantage goes for the Chains of Corruption. Beryl getting away from Faker here as he retreats into the topside river. Faker will chase him as long as he can, but Beryl is already gone. Let's take another look at the Rift Herald fight.
Okay, so this is the setup, and you see both mid laners coming over through the river. Because Pyosik goes on this run through the enemy jungle, has to ult all the way around the outside. Kingen then is the one who takes charge. Goes right at Faker. Zeka, no hesitation, follows him to finish it off, and then pushes out Owner and Zeus. so they can refocus on that Herald.
I wonder if he wants to push them in instead, and he's trying to finish off Faker as he dashed forwards. Nevertheless, they get the kill, and they get the Herald. King and landing in all the sweet spots on that Aatrox, moving back towards the top. Dragons up in 40 seconds. Beryl, of course, we saw off screen. He missed the flash Q like you highlighted, Flowers, and now he needs the level 6. They have the Herald if they want to brute force through a lane, but I feel like they need to repay Deft in this lane disadvantage with the Herald.
And I think where he goes with that level 6 you're talking about is straight at Faker. That is a no
DRX
flash
is
victor
technically
now
winning.
after the last play. So Bard ultimate is prime.
The Drake in 20 seconds. The first one already
That
in T1's
200
pocket.
gold,
You
that
can
one
see
has
them trying to
one-
maintain control over the bottom
200
side
gold
river.
up.
Barrow gets a
No, they
stun
have-
into the wall on carry
they
to
have
even out support health
600
bars.
gold up.
But it's Pioshik being found by Owner here in the river. He's got to retreat. Viego's
If
going
they
to take
place
care of him there
Rift.
in that
If they
1v1.
place Rift.
And with the enemy jungler half HP, T1 has control over the river to start the Drake. Now there is a control ward for DRX. They're going to see what's going on here. So Owner drags it outside the wall where there is no vision, but he does not have the confidence to stick around. DRX is still willing to contest this.
Kingen is the only reason they can contest this. He pushed in top all the way and he's moved towards mid. T1 wanted to start it up, but the Aatrox was collapsing down. Now in this 5v4 scenario, DRX will start it up. Zeus has TP. Kingen can TP back top though.
Exactly, it's a beautiful plan. They can make the play on Dragon, force 5v4, and then just have Kingen teleport back to his top turret.
Well, the Dragon's low. Owner's coming in. Is this going to be another steal? Barrel will block it with the CC. Beautifully buffered from Owner with a Heartbreaker to escape the Bard ulti. And that's DRX tying up the neutral objective count.
Kingen here, going to go for the recall to purchase, and then go
DRX
back to top
gets
side.
dragged.
Wave already dealt with here at the
DRX
tower from
will
Zeus.
lose.
Cannon minion moving in.
No flash on
DRX
Faker. Pioshik
gonna
has
win.
the ult. Zeka has the shuffle.
He's not going to get
shit.
the angle just
Oh,
yet.
no.
Pioshik looking for it.
I didn't
There's your
mean to swear,
engage.
guys. I'm
Knocks
sorry.
him back
Oh
out
my
of the
God.
gravity well. Knocks him into the shuffle. Knocks him to his doom. And Zeka gets the kill. But now he's got to run. Remember, there's
That's
no
Faker
ulti for
dead,
Owner.
like,
but
right
he's
now,
still
yeah.
going to grab the
Like,
kill.
instant
1
dead.
for 1 on mid laners. As Zeus wants to run down Pioshik.
my
Owner's ready to
God.
follow. Stole his ear body. Means 2 for T1.
They're not out yet. Owner now going to ult over the back of the
And
Raptors
of
to
course,
escape.
stream
Here
lag.
comes Kingen. Kingen's ready to
Soon
go.
as bloody-
Zeus is trying to retreat.
Zeka is
Q1,
getting-
Infernal
oh,
Chains.
okay.
Q2 but Q3 ain't gonna hit. Zeus walks out.
Oh my god.
Faker falls, but it's the younglings of T1 and Zeus and Owner that carry him through the play. DRX are focusing down this mobile Victor, but they're ready to respond. Owner gets a couple kills back. Zeus chases Pioshik away,
Right.
and it all comes off the
It's
back
not
of this
even 15
engagement.
minutes in.
Kobe.
What do you mean
Exactly,
it's too
Zeka
close?
starts it out. He doesn't want to fully commit at the beginning, waiting for the Hecarim here to get just close enough. Ult
LCS
Faker back
team
into the
that,
wall. They know he has no flash, so he
lost
can't
before they
disengage.
could FF.
But Owner's not going to let them get away with
Wait,
that
how
one.
did-
Nails the stun onto Zeka, then picks
They
up his
lost
body
at
and
13
is able to
minutes.
use his ear to
Yeah.
get over the wall to follow up on Zeus's play.
Owner has targeted Zeka twice now with that Spectral
Dude,
Maul.
I want to
and
know how
twice
Owner
now
is so
he
good
has
at every
found
champion,
his
considering
mark.
he's literally playing Viego.
T1 are fighting
Viego
back.
is just every
Herald
champion.
used mid. Little bit of gold over to Zeka. Mid
How do you
in
do
his
that?
favor, has the
How?
limits already. Faker has flash up. Zeka's ult's coming back off cooldown as well. 1 minute 30 seconds away from the Herald. DRX need to keep this mid pressure. Deft has been struggling in the lane
Which one
phase.
do you
Herald
think is
used
harder,
mid. Doesn't get a
Aphelios
couple
or
plates of gold.
Viego?
Needs to get towards that mythic.
God, Owner has done so much
Aki?
for T1 this series.
Yeah.
So many clutch objective steals.
Aki.
And here,
Who do you think
answering
is
these
harder?
kills in game number 5,
Hello?
setting themselves up
Yeah,
to
who do you
retake
think
some
is
vision
harder,
now, working with
Viego
Keria
or,
on that support
Aphelios?
timer. Meanwhile, Pioshik wants to look top. Zeus has no
King.
ghost.
Zeus also now without the W. Gwen is not immune. Pioshik with a devastating charge, bringing him right back into the range of
because he has
Kingen.
to
And
also
Pioshik gets the kill.
Great setup there for the DRX top jungle. Kingen is 2 levels up
Sorry.
on Zeus. Mid and bot have been a little bit even and behind for DRX on the bot side especially. But top lane, Kingen has been taking charge in this game 5.
And now bottom side, it's Gumyushi and Keria trying to push up as they know their top side has just taken another hit. Gumyushi and Keria, without having to deal with turret plates anymore, should be able to find the first turret of the game right here. Yes, they will. It's Gumyushi getting the credit.
They've been so powerful, so reliable, and they showed it. The first pick, Karma, instantly locking this one in. They pay their team back. They take down the first turret. Massive gold lead once again for Guma. And this time, he's on the lethality Varus, so that poke is really going to sting.
It is indeed Kobe, and Barrel's looking to cancel some bases there, try to stop the
So-
backs, try to give DRX more
Okay.
time around mid. Pyosik might look to get Faker's flash again, but Zeka gets stunned up.
Whoa.
Barrel just trying to move up and down the river. Bot tower is down, so the Bard is free to roam.
And we can have them roam over to that Rift Herald. Rift Herald number 2 just arriving to the Rift now. So we'll see about this setup. No hesitation from DRX. They're helping Zeka get the mid push first.
And they're grouped up as a team. They're looking for picks. They're seeing what they can do.
Meanwhile, T1
Oh,
again.
that's
They've got
Rift.
Guma on the bottom side, and with Guma channeling this recall here, looks like they, not gonna go for it. Teleport comes out here from Zeka though.
Guma also has a teleport to be able to join up. DRX have started the Herald, but T1's ready to fight for it. They're going to bring Faker in with a TP now too. Caitlyn Trap hits Zeus. He's going to lose a little bit of HP, but a lot of patience being lost on the Herald now. Down to 1600, down to 1100. It resets. And now what about the fight? Pyosik at half HP. DRX still grouped up. T1 still trying to contest for this. Herald at 7,000. Kingen back into the pit. He stands alone from the rest of DRX now. He'll continue holding Herald aggro.
This could be the decider of the championship. Kingen off the side, Pyosik getting chunked out. T1 get the Herald.
Dragon's coming up pretty quickly here in 16 seconds. DRX gonna retreat through mid lane.
No, Zaka's gonna put some damage on him. Kingen staying on the flank. He's gonna look for it, but a flash out from Faker keeps him safe. World Ender is a very important cooldown on a very fed member of DRX, but they've got prio, they've got first shot here at the bottom side objective now.
And they can just trade it. That's actually a pretty good trade for them. Getting secondary tower. T1 though, you look at the response instantly with their macro. Owner goes top side. They've got the Rift Herald. They're going to shove down these towers and make a hard push.
They might look for tier 2 as well. DRX have to use a lot of time to get this dragon down. Kingen's moving up, should be in time to cover it, but look at Faker. He's trying to back up the top jungle of T1. Trying to look for that second tower will be a huge gold injection into Zeus if they can get it. Kingen needs to be very careful here. Faker is still around. Keria showing mid. Def backing up his top laner. Zeus goes forwards.
Zeus trying to look for Kingen here, but Zeus losing a lot of HP. Still has the big shot of needlework, throws it out now. Kingen's gonna keep chasing him off. Ace in the hole, only hits Owner, no big deal. T1 will get the one turret there in the top side, but a defense on the tier 2 from DRX.
Small gold lead for T1, but DRX have that second dragon. Mountain Soul, incredibly powerful the longer this game goes on. Can negate a lot of damage in these team fights. Zeka's gonna pick up the blue buff. All towers still up for T1 though. DRX yet to crack one open. T1 have found 2.
Guma has been so good with this Varus, with these snipes. I want to see what he can accomplish this game because the slow reduction on the Boots of Swiftness works on self-slows as well. We'll see if that means the difference between hitting the snipe, hitting the critical kill. Pyosik, though, making use of his move speed on Hecarim has been very lithe.
DRX's comp is very good at punishing no flash targets. Bard ultimate, the shuffle. Here it is!
Oh, but it misses. Gumayushi stepped forward to dodge, and now he has to flash to be able to get away. T1 will lose that critical summoner spell on their AD carry, but Faker's now the target. Devastating charge, onslaught of shadows, but not enough damage. Zeka has to get away as Owner's ready to follow up. Pyosik is too far forward, and Faker takes him out.
T1's
Now
winning.
Owner's got
Let's
the charge to
freaking
chase
go.
Zeka. He's gonna look for it. Barrel's ready to try to protect, and he gets him away on a magical journey.
It's Owner again to the rescue. He comes in for the counter on the Viego. He defends again. Faker now going to be able to push off the back of that. They've got the extra person advantage with Pyosik still sitting on a 12-second death timer. T1 pushing all 3 lanes.
It's the battle of the mid jungles. T1 coming out ahead. 100% kill participation for Owner and Faker. Ever since the start of the game, Owner's been trying his best to get Faker ahead. He is marginally in levels. Look at this again. Faker no flash lands the fear onto Faker, but Zeka can't do a lot of damage right now, and Owner is there to follow up. Flash stuns Pyosik, who has no ghost. They get the reset on the kill. They chase down Zeka, but he manages to get out.
Every time they go at Faker, he unloads a big combo. Pyosik, though, my goodness, going down so quickly there. Owner jumps on him. Gotta brush it off.
Yep. Just have to think about the next play. This is your last game. It's all decided here. TP coming in from Faker. T1 want to pressure down this mid tower. DRX not a lot of wave clear to respond.
Barrel's getting locked down, but he gets away. Lots more damage pouring in, but not enough to kill him just yet. Piosik's coming around from the side. Kingan's on the flank now too. They're waiting on the TP to come in. Gumayushi's going to be targeted. He tries to get away, but he's going to die out first. Zeka's trying to get away. They're finding more damage as Owner's about to fall onto Piosik now. Zeus wants to fight against Kingan. The maul keeps him alive, and DRX is winning the fight. Shadow was still ready. Faker dies. Zeka goes in, and Carrier will die. 2-4 for nothing. DRX.
Piosik brushes himself off, he gets back up, and he gets the engage to break the game open. That's going to be DRX on Baron. They take down 4 of T1. The flank from Piosik on the top side, and then teleport in from Zeka.
DRX circled T1 like sharks, herding them in. T1 didn't find a response. Guma, can he steal it?
Guma will have to fire a hell of
What the fuck?
Gumayushi steals Baron to save this game.
The Varus pick. Again with the empowered Q snipe. Guma snipes away the hopes of DRX.
I'm speechless. DRX, how? It's all falling apart again. Well, look at the play. DRX collapse onto T1. They get the kills, and they manage to pick up 4. Then they move towards the Baron. It comes off a great engage from Piosik and Kingan. Deft almost dies to Zeus. The TP from Zeka was great for the flank. But again, they go towards Baron, and it all falls apart.
Again, you're exactly right. This amazing. Zeka with the flank comes in. They get 4 kills off of this. Piosik chases it through with the Hecarim. His ultimate came back up. They get Faker, they get Carrier, but they don't get Baron. Holy.
DRX,
moments before disaster.
Yeah, that's after the fight.
Moments before.
How does Gumayushi get this? Does he even have vision? Blue Orb comes in, he must just about see it. The arrow of a lifetime. The steal of a lifetime from Gumayushi. That's twice in this series he's done it. T1 grab onto a miracle, and they have a chance in this game again.
T1 have more than a chance. They have a push here in the bottom lane. Everybody's ready to go. Zeka staying on the tier 2 in the top side. T1 have already broken the tier 3. They are looking for the inhibitor, and they will already take it.
Dragons up. T1 want to move towards it. They got the inhib. Tier 2 top fell as well. Faker has flash.
He has the flash. Piosik's trying to get it from him. Nice ulti coming out from Barrel, but Kingan is here in a 1v4. Kingan is about to die. He will drop. T1 has taken out the Fed player. Barrel gets away over the wall, and DRX are collapsing.
T1 are running this game now. The push in mid comes through, but Zeka's here to respond. Dragon is up, so that should be a pretty easy exit objective. 2,000 gold lead for T1 right now in this game 5.
The power of a single ability, a single steal. T1 picking up the kills, then pick up the dragon in the aftermath. That will haunt Piosik forever.
They need to stay composed now, DRX. The siege is over. It's heartbreak again, but they've never failed to bounce back every single time. Level-headed, 2 items on the Caitlyn. Azir will be their late-game insurance, but T1 just got a massive injection of gold.
Absolutely incredible from T1. When the pressure is on, leave it to the winningest organization in the history of League of Legends to have the players, to have the composure, and to have the skill to claw their way back. What a series. What a game 5 as T1 continue their command over the Rift. Moving up, clearing the vision. Kingan is in a very precarious situation, perhaps.
Yeah.
They're going to see him there with Owner's Sweeper. It will show the red silhouette. 4 minutes until the Drake, 2.5 minutes until the Baron. Not really any objectives to fight over. Piosik activated the devastating charge, but meanwhile the T2 here on the top side will fall to T1.
Zeka will respond with the bot tower, but a lot more gold into T1's back pocket. The cross map's okay. DRX will be in time to wave clear. Next Baron's up in 2 minutes. I think DRX are just stalling till that spawns. 2 dragons apiece. Small gold lead for T1. But I think it's going to be pretty even around these fights. It's going to be very nuanced onto who can find the carries. Can Kingen land multiple Qs? Can Piosik find the engage onto Gumayushi? No Mikhail's up just yet.
Yep, again, you talked about it before, K-Drill. The barrel ultimate from Bard on one of these low mobility carries. Right now, Faker, no flash. If they can catch him, they can follow it up with a trap. Zeus with the ghost instantly, though, for the move speed to run.
Yep, he can get out from it. Kimtech Putrefier, Kimtech Tank, I should say, was not used. Zeus still looking to maybe come back and fight this. Has the needlework ready. Piosik goes on a magical journey. T1 now, Faker's very low. Kingan's fighting 1v2. He gets himself away. It's a defensive ulti from Owner back over the wall.
He almost won that fight. Faker didn't have the flash, but he manages to get away. DRX are going to clear out these waves. Inhib still down, of course. 1 minute away from the Baron, and everyone will shift their attention towards the top side of the map.
Look at that grab. What on earth? Look at that drop at 20 minutes
that's the
because
Baron
of the
right there.
seal. That's an arrow right through the gold chart. T1 and DRX leaving it all on the rift here today. T1 about to take out their 7th turret.
DRX have bounced back from worse situations in game, though. Again, refocus on the task at hand. This is the last game of the year. Barrel now trying to fight for some vision. Instantly disengages.
Yup. He knows how dangerous this is. He knows how deadly that fog of war is. With 30 seconds until the Baron spawns, T1 have control over the topside river.
And we're going to keep our eyes on Faker. With this Lichbane build here, you can pump out a lot of damage if you can stay in a dangerous range, auto-attack range of your opponents. Can he stay safe, though? Still waiting on a few more seconds from his flash cooldown. Purchases up the stopwatch for himself.
Yep. Mid push still coming in. DRX need to crack this mid tier 1. It's such a pain to get vision. It's really hard to walk in enemy jungle when that tower is up. T1 still have a lot of topside vision. Faker pushes in the waves all the way to tier 3. DRX barely trying to get vision in their own jungle. Baron is up with the poke. Varus, it's not as fast as they might want, but with Viego and Victor, they can rush it down. Kingen has the TP.
Exactly. Kingen trying to push out that bottom wave and wait for T1 to start it. Here it comes. They don't have the best turn off of Baron. They don't have the best pick here for T1. It would have to come from Guma with the ultimate from Varus, sniping someone.
That's really the only engage mechanism available to T1. Def's going to utilize the range of the Caitlyn there to try to safely clear out some of these wards, putting the traps inside the brush just to make sure if anybody steps too far forward, they're going to be caught out. Mist from Viego will allow him to step a little bit further forward. Inhib respawns at a pretty critical timer here for the side of DRX, but Barrel's about to die. Zeus gets it, and that could be big for T1.
DRX need to move in here. They need to look for a steal. Piosik's only way over is the ultimate. There's no way out. They need some vision. Pink ward in the pit will spot the Baron. Piosik's in the vicinity.
Piosik's looking for it, but Carrier's zoning him away. T1 takes some serious damage there from the Baron. They're going to get chased off.
Against all odds again, DRX numbers disadvantage. They hold on, Dragon up in 20. They're shifting their eyes down towards this bot side. T1 need to take a base. Level 16 is here right now. The range on DRX is so powerful. T1 are struggling.
Barrel's going to be back up for this Dragon, coming straight from base. Here we go.
Look at Piosik. He's moving his way.
Wrapping around.
Trying to keep the
He wants to flank. He has ult ready.
Yeah, he's going to look for a flank onto the carries. T1 are completely unaware of his positioning. They'll see this push here and maybe spot out Kingen, but they won't know where Piosik is.
Zeus is going to walk towards the brush, but he won't take a ton of damage there from Kingan's surprise attack. Kingen makes his way into the pit. Piosik is still behind them. Owner takes a chunk. Drake at about 5,000. Zeus gonna move into the pit. He's ready for that angle now. Carrier, Owner, both chunked a little bit. Zeka and the rest of DRX are not damaging the Drake any further. They're gonna allow it to reset. Kingan to a flank. Kingan finds Carrier right when they need it most. But now he takes some damage back. He has to walk it off. The Drake's at 4K. A little bit of damage over the wall. Barrel's trying to block it. Dragon is secured. Gumayushi is down. And T1 are trying to fight back. Piosik's under fire. He will drop. It is a 2 for 3 for 2 in the fight. Excuse me. But what kind of League of Legends are we watching? Good Lord.
Madness is what we're watching. Piosik gets the Dragon this time. DRX secure the objective. They secure the smite. And Kingen in the brush immediately deletes Carrier. Hello.
Yeah, just walks onto the trap. He gets blown up instantly. DRX, even though the flash came in, and then Guma has to flash, so then the bar ult from Beryl lands onto Gumayushi, but I feel like DRX really overcommit onto the Varus and walk into the waiting arms of Zeus and Owner. They managed to get the AD carry down. They invest so much, however, that Owner gets the resets.
Look at that, Owner blasting them, picking up the Aatrox body from the Fed Kingen as well, and zapping down the last kill. Gold pretty close still with the extra dragon here, leading up to Soul Point now, and Carrier knows. Walking into that trap, into that brush, into that Aatrox.
It's the same story as the entire series. Gold lead over to T1, Dragon lead over to DRX. They're on Soul Point. They're happy waiting the game out. Deft's getting closer and closer to that Infinity Edge breakpoint. When he gets that item, he's going to do out so much damage, and he's so very close. T1 wants to play. The side laners aren't even pushing sides anymore. It looks like they're grouping up. Zeus is going towards top now, but Kingen is hovering around the bot side jungle.
DRX have mid pushed out. It is a lot of focus here in this mid lane. Both teams now taking an opportunity, resetting a little bit. Baron is on the map, no Drake for 3 minutes. Critically, DRX did get the objective in that last fight. Zeus gonna back away as he sees Beryl here. DRX still maintaining a defensive position, seeing if there's anything to find, but Zeus gets away with the blast cone. The game, only 2,000 gold apart, 30 minutes in. Now the Infinity Edge, active for Deft, is going to be a big difference maker.
Zeus close to the Rabadons as well. A moment to take a breath. And San Francisco, are you not entertained?
A little bit of extra speed there for Piochik. That devastating charge isn't going to be used for a whole lot just yet. Zeka with the Ludens, with the Shadow Flame, Banshee's Veil now completed. T1 still defending the mid lane tier 1 turret. It is 3 turrets to 7. T1 have taken many, many more objectives this game. Zeus will move into the pit. He'll clear out some of the vision. Beryl gets poked down by some of the fire from Gumayushi's arrows.
2 minutes on Dragon. Soul Point, of course, for DRX. Let's not forget, the Baron dance continues around Vision, around this wave in mid. DRX really need this tower if they want to start controlling the map. T1 have been holding on.
And as they dance, again, Guma has no flash. He dodged away from the Bard ultimate this time, but DRX still push in. They get what they came for.
That Bard ultimate, it was just to create space for a couple of seconds. Zeus running away from Kingen. Zeus has level advantage here. Kingen doesn't find sweet spot on the Q3, but he's got backup. Zeus is going to be caught. DRX moving in for the T1 top laner, and they got him 5v1.
Kingen's got teammate advantage. DRX rally around their top laner. Now with that extra kill, they can easily push down topside and slip into this barren river.
40 seconds on Zeus, and he has TP. DRX still have a couple of ultimates to work with. They've had so much heartbreak around this Baron. Are they willing to start it up again? Owner's alive. T1 have the mid push. They're going all for it. All the cards are on the table.
Flank, flank, flank. They're wrapping around.
Yep, keep your eyes on Piochik and on Beryl. DRX, they don't even have their jungler in the pit. They are not going to commit to the Baron. They are looking for some sort of a play. Beryl is burning, but they're ready. They're turning. Piochik has Faker. Carrier barely lives. He's trying to run away, but Zeka and Piochik are still chasing him down. A bullet to the head, and Death pulled the trigger.
They get the flank off. Carrier fights it, and T1 try to attack it, but it still works. Piochik finds Faker.
And Faker doesn't have TP. DRX don't even go towards the Baron. Dragon Soul's up in 35 seconds. They know they have a few seconds of a time window to force down the Dragon. What's the call here from DRX? They're avoiding the Baron. We're going to look at this fight again. Zeka is the hero.
Carrier here, look at this. He finds the flank, and T1 all come to try and attack it. Beryl's so low, heals himself, but that just leaves the opening. Piochik and Zeka. You mentioned the Azir sweep. He hits Faker with it, dies before the body hits the ground.
We need to go back to live. The ult comes out onto Carrier. Looks like DRX have based. They're on this Dragon, but T1 are going to threaten a Baron rush, so DRX will get the soul. Piochik's here.
Beryl will try to keep everybody away, try to interfere as much as he can. Piochik and Zeka working on the Drake. 5,000 HP left. Deft wants to get away. A lot of threat coming out from the needlework. Kingen's very low. He goes into the stasis. He's still going to live, but only for a moment. Kingen down. Soul for DRX, but it'll be Baron for T1.
They're going to force on it and try and make DRX come to them. 5v4 advantage. They're burning it down. Owner has smite. Piochik does not.
No Kingen. no Kingen. This has to be a no-go for DRX. They will back away now.
You're absolutely right, Flowers. Deft was really low HP as well. Had to use the summoners to escape. T1 managed to get the Baron in trade for the soul. DRX were trying to stall them, so they just ran headfirst into them to force the fight. Pushed back Deft, killed Kingen. And now what can T1 get done with this Baron? The soul will last forever. The Baron's only going to be up for a couple minutes.
Very dangerous pushing on the side lane as well. Now that death cap has come in for Zeus, total damage done at the top of the charts. Both top laners. Let's take a look at the spread though. 1-3-1 initially. Zeus
doesn't see them. They've gone back to base.
Gets the outline.
Zeka gets the Rabadon, so this is here getting closer and closer to full build.
This is the game 5 we were promised. This is the perfect ending to this series. Both teams are just battling here in game number 5. Deft with the Caitlyn, working on that fourth item. It's not been a fantastic game for him, falling behind early on. But now that he's fed, now that it's late game, things are going to be a little scary. Faker at half HP, Ace in the hole, doing a good job chunking him out. And DRX, they've dropped the Sun Disc there in mid. But there's nothing to play for here on the top side. Baron still under the possession of T1.
DRX make a nice hard push on mid and top lane to try and nullify and reduce the amount that T1 can get with this Baron. They're just trying to delay, because then they come out ahead with the power of this Mountain Soul.
Oh, nice.
Baron buff wasting away.
Yeah, and Deft's getting closer and closer towards that Bloodthirster. Caitlyn can become so powerful. T1 don't actually have a reliable auto-attack champion other than the Viego and the Gwen. Their AD carry is a poke champion, whereas Deft will get closer to 6 items. Azir as well. Such powerful late-game scalers that will melt through T1, so they want to push their advantage while they have this Baron buff. Only 1 minute left on it.
And remember, the only real catch or engage on T1 is the ulti from Gumayushi. He was the hero with the arrow back at the Baron, but now T1 are trying to use what's left of this 45 seconds of Baron buff.
Look at these wards behind T1. They need to be really careful if they overstep. Kingen can TP behind them.
Zeus will be ready and waiting for Pioshik. Pioshik's gonna have to hold out of this one, you would think. No! Gumayushi gets the kill, and T1 are 5v4.
Guma nailed him with the chains of corruption, and Pioshik falls. 40 more seconds on his death timer now, and look at this. The brush play from Kingen. Can he pull it back?
Baron buff falling off in 15 seconds. Bot lane inhibitors open. Zeus might be caught here, Kingen.
Zeus does not have an ulti. They used it for the pick. Now he's going to try to run from Kingen, who keeps the chase going. Q2 finds him. Q3's not going to get nothing more than a chicken. DRX still trying to hold on. Deft backing away. Zeka backing away. T1 looking for the inhib. You would think they should be able to find this one, no problem. There it is. T1 take bot lane inhib for the second time this game.
I can't imagine how much pressure all of these players are under in this game 5. T1 managed to crack that inhibitor like you highlighted, Flowers. But they still have the Mountain Soul. The pick didn't net them an end. Elder's up in 2 minutes 20, Baron's up in 2 minutes 40, roughly the same time on the spawns. So they're going to need to juggle both the objectives to make sure, most importantly, the Elder doesn't go over for free.
So much riding on this next team fight. Instantly picking up as many stopwatches as you can. Guardian Angel over here. Zonya has been there for Faker.
Yep.
Key disengages. This fight means everything.
What a series. This one's delivering, man. Everything I hope for. Everything I hope for is what we're getting, and now we're seeing so many champions get so powerful. Just like it's been this whole series, it's gonna come down to execution.
Yep.
It's gonna come down who can really stand tall in these biggest of moments.
It's gonna be a very fitting ending to what has been such a beautiful story between these two teams. T1, the bounce back and the struggles from MSI, and DRX, the surprise to the world. Elder up in 1 minute 20 seconds. Trying to contest a little bit of bot side vision here. T1 looking to see if they can find a pick.
DRX don't have to deal with a Baron anymore, but they still have to deal with walking into the fog that is their own bottom side jungle. T1 will clear out any wards they come across. They still have a small gold lead, but at 39 minutes into the game, it's not that big of a deal. Bloodthirster for Deft. A little bit of extra survivability, sustainability here in the fights.
We've mentioned multiple times how little CC T1 have to work with. they gain so much from being at the objective first, forcing DRX to go through these small pathways, let them hit the skill shots. Duma on the front line.
Duma's on
He
the
misses.
front line. Ace in the hole's only going to hit the shield.
The last time T1 went to a Game 5 in a World Championship was against Damwon, and it came down to an Elder Dragon fight. Here we are, a year later in the finals. Same story.
Barrel goes for the ulti, but Faker has fast enough feet to barely dodge forward out of it.
Guma no flash, Guma no ultimate. Owner blows up the blast cone though. Kingin finding his way around. This Aatrox, a pest in the T1 side. They're going through mid though.
Yeah, they're going through mid here, T1. DRX are pinging this top wave. There's a threat of an end. Kingin's on the flank.
Kingin's looking for it. He has been the X factor, but Barrel's gonna die. He barely gets away. Pioshik's in the retreat. Barrel stays alive somehow. Redemption's coming down. It's gonna heal him up. T1 moved in. Kingin was not able to respond there with the flank. He'll steal the enemy red buff for the upcoming fight. T1 chunking out the health bars. Decide to go for the Elder. Kingin's still ready. TP coming back in for DRX. Zeus and Owner here in the pit. Zeus goes over the wall, but Kingin's ready to find him. Q1, Q2 finds his place back inside the pit. Drake gonna slightly reset.
Gonna come down to a smite fight. Kingin ult is off. Barrel has the ultimate back up. No carries on the flashes.
Look at the trap line. Look at the Caitlyn. He's trying to zone him away. Owner goes in. Owner is down. The Drake secured. T1's jungler trying to do it. T1's going for the base. They're going for the Nexus. Can they do it in time? Kingin comes back. Elder Drake at the ready. But what can he do? Q3. No damage just yet. Elder Drake. The execute. Zeus is down. DRX. Hold on.
Kingin! He gets back! He does it! Gumayushi's gonna find the ultimate onto Pioshik, but they still have the Elder Dragon buff on DRX. They're gonna run straight back into the hearts of T1.
Can they end? Is this it? T1 are so vulnerable and wounded. DRX have the Elder Dragon. 4 members down. It's on Gumayushi to hold the line. DRX are coming for their World Championship title.
The Cinderella story! DRX are pushing in!
DRX, they're on to inhibitor turret number 1. Only Carrier is going to be up. It's still 10 seconds on Owner. DRX will march forward. Carrier wants to hit the wave. Kingin goes to the World Ender. Gumayushi is dead. They have been doubted. They have been discounted. They have been dismissed. But DRX are your 2022 World Champions.
They complete the miracle run.
We have just witnessed the most incredible story in history. DRX have done it. T1 are shell-shocked. They're stunned.
No 4th seed had even made it to finals, let alone winning the World Championship. Deft in his 10th year.
He won the world title. He's won MSI, he's won LPL, he's won LCK, he's won Rift Rivals against Korea and China, but he's never won a world championship, and he's done it. He's done it.
One of the greatest finals in League of Legends history. People are going to be watching that VOD for years to come until the servers go down. What a show from these two teams.
Death beats Carrier. They wanted the title together, but only one can walk home victorious. And Deft has had to see so many of his former teammates succeed without him.
All of the emotion. The whole year boiled down to this. The group of friends that made the miracle run. Through all the objective steals. The mentality of diamonds. Untiltable, unassailable, DRX World Champions.
What DRX needed may have been found, and he's got to stack up the red. He's got to stack it and pull it, and it's not gonna happen. Scout has nowhere to go. Knocked up by Ash and shut down by Death. Yoshik gets the Ocean Soul. DRX don't need a top laner. They got a summoner spell. Thorn goes into the big binder, and he is taken out. It is domination for the team. 8 years ago, Death fell to his sister team in Samsung White, but today, in the face of insurmountable odds, he stands tall.
Faker's lost half HP. Faker is nearly down. Hostile takeover over the wall. Wish from Soraka will heal the mid laner, but Maokai says no. DRX ready to fight back again.
I don't know what to say. I'm speechless. Oh my god.
2022 League of Legends World Champions DRX! Well, it's my pleasure to introduce you to three people that would like to congratulate DRX on their victory. Nicolas Laurent, CEO of Riot Games, John Needham, President of Esports, and Naz Alatar, Global Head of League of Legends Esports.
To an unforgettable Worlds run. Tonight truly goes down in League of Legends history. And to commemorate your achievement, we are honored to present you with the Summoners Cup and the 2022 World Championship rings. On behalf of League of Legends Esports, on behalf of Riot Games, congratulations, DRX, on your historic victory. Congratulations.
Thank you so much for helping congratulate our champions. I'm so happy I get to talk to them. Thank you, Ji-sun, for helping me. I don't even know where to begin, but I'm going to give everyone a chance to enjoy this moment. But maybe I want to start with Kinging, because what an unbelievable Game 5, and I'd love to know what was said before getting into that Game 5 and how you look back on your own performance in helping DRX getting the World Championship.
우선 가장 먼저 킹킨 선수에게 여쭤보고 싶습니다. 5세트도 정말 극적인 한 판이었는데요. 5세트에 임하면서 어떤 주문을 되뇌이며 어떤 부분에 준비하면서 마음을 추스렸는지, 그리고 킹킨 선수의 이번 시리즈 활약을 어떻게 평가하시는지, 어떻게 DRX를 우승까지 이끌었다고 생각하시나요?
T1.
일단 마인드 같은 경우에는 저희가 항상 되새기는 게 뭔가 재밌게 하면
they tried their hardest.
좀 영광스러운 이런 자리라든지 아니면 저희가
I guess
좀
luck just wasn't on their side.
궁극적으로 이제 이기고 지기고가 중요한 게 아니라 재밌게 하자를 마지막 세트까지 그렇게 얘기하면서 했던 것 같고, 사실 제가 정규 시즌 때는 굉장히 좀 제 스스로도 만족하지 못하고 좀 불만족스러운 경기를 많이 했다고 생각을 해요. 근데 결국 제가 마지막에 있는 거 보니까 제가 이때 동안 걸어왔던 길들이 결국 제가 이 자리에 있게 하기 위해서 그렇게 힘들고 했던 것 같아요. 되게 영광스러운 자리를 제가 하게 돼서 너무 기분 좋은 것 같습니다.
So we always have this mindset in our mind, regardless of the, size of the stage we're going on, it's a glorious stage. So I just wanted to make sure that we are having fun, we are enjoying the moment. It doesn't have to be winning or losing. We wanted to just enjoy playing this game. And looking back my regular split, I was underperforming. I was not happy with how I performed, but now I'm the last man standing. I got to realize that every step that I took was worth it, and it made who I am right now.
Wonderful. Next up, I'd like to go to you next, Deft. 10 years of fighting for this, milestone after milestone after milestone, this tournament so far, but now the highest honor in League of Legends. What does it mean to you to finally be able to call yourself a League of Legends world champion?
데프트 선수 정말 축하드립니다. 10년간의 정말 커리어 끝에 이렇게 리그 오브 레전드 최고의 영광스러운 자리에 오르게 되었는데요. 이번 토너먼트를 통해서 계속해서 새로운 기록을 세우고 새로운 기록을 세운 끝에 이렇게 월드 챔피언이 되셨습니다. 마침내 월드 챔피언이 되신 소감 부탁드립니다.
나이도 먹어서 이제 울면 안 되는데 자꾸 울어가지고 죄송하고. 저는 사실 이 자리에서 뛰는 거랑 이제 이기고 나서 이 자리에 서는 것까지 사실 저희가 데뷔한 이후로 하루도 빠짐없이 상상만 했던 일인데 그게 현실이 돼서 너무 좋은 것 같고, 또 사실 이 자리에 서면은 언젠간 말하고 싶었던 말이 있는데, 이제 제가 세상에서 제일 잘한다고 이 자리에 섰을 때 말하고 싶었는데, 이 자리에 서고 나니까 그냥 제가 잘하는 게 중요한 게 아니고 그냥 저를 포함한 저희 팀이 제일 잘하는 게 제일 중요한 것 같아요. 그래서 저를 포함한 이제 저희 팀원들이랑 감독 코치님 또 프론트 분들까지 그냥 다들 너무 감사드립니다. 그리고 팬분들도 너무 감사드립니다.
First off, apologies to everyone because I am too old to cry like this, but I'm really overwhelmed right now. And ever since my debut, every single night I've been dreaming about myself winning World Championship, going to the finals, winning the very last match, but it was only a dream, but now I made it, so I'm so happy right now. And at the same time, there was one thing that I wanted to say once I get up the stage after winning the World's finals, which was, I'm the best player in the world. But today, I got to realize myself being the best player doesn't matter. It's about our team being the best team in the world, and today we were the best team. And I want to say thank you to all the players, all the coaching staff, everyone worked for DRX, and also obviously all the fans out there. Thank you.
Well, everyone played their heart
GG,
out today,
well played.
and not in the least,
My heart
Zeka, what an
out there
unbelievable
to
year and
those
what an
that have
unbelievable
tried
rise to the
their
top.
hardest to rise to the
There were
top,
many that doubted
exactly
you
as she
along
just
the
said.
way in the past, but you
Good
proved them
work.
all wrong
Good work.
today. How does it feel
Although
to
I
become a
personally
world
would have
champion?
preferred T1
제카 선수
winning.
또 올 한 해 정말 눈부신
I
성력을 보여줬고 또 정말
honestly
엄청난 퍼포먼스를
just
이번 월드에서 보내주셨는데요. 이렇게 많은 분들이 과거에 제카 선수를 의심했지만
I am
이번
impressed.
자리에서 우승을
I
통해서
am
그들이 모두 틀렸다는 걸 증명하셨습니다. 소감이 어떠신가요?
일단 말로 설명할 수 없는 기분이고 사실 저도 울고 싶었는데 옆에서 혁경이 너무 시원하게 울어줘서 저 대신 잘 울어준 것 같고 일단은 같이 해준 팀원들 너무 고맙고 이 자리까지 올 수 있는 것도 말도 안 되는데 너무 다 잘해준 것 같아요.
This year was crazy. It's impossible to describe how I'm feeling right now. I almost felt like I was crying, but at the same time, Def was crying so much. So thank you, Def, for taking my spare of crying. And I want to say thank you to all my teammates for working so hard, and thank you, everyone.
Okay. And Pioshik, if I am honest, I think it was quite a difficult series for you in the beginning, but it is unbelievable how you turned it around. Can you tell me about keeping your focus and keeping your confidence in order to bring it home?
이제 표식 선수 사실은 이번 경기를 전부 다 놓고 봤을 때 초반에는 표식 선수에게 굉장히 어려운 흐름도 나왔던 것 같은데요. 어떻게 이렇게 계속 집중력을 유지하면서 마지막까지 좋은 경기력을 보여주고 자신감을 유지해서 이런 대역전이 나올 수 있었다고 생각하시나요?
사실 오늘 경기는 이제 며칠 전 스크림 이런 게 아니고 저희가 시즌 초부터 하나하나씩 닦아놓고 배워나가면서 또 감코진과 선수분들이 다 저한테 많은 정보를 알려주고 너무 잘 가르쳐줘서 되게 이럴 땐 어떻게 하고 어떻게 할지 이제 롤드컵 와서 되게 잘 보였던 것 같습니다.
I want to say the result we have today, it's not about how the scrim went like last week's. It's more about every games we played throughout the year, every lessons that my coaching staff taught me and how I should perform at Orioles, how I have to cope with all the difficulties, and it worked out.
It definitely did. And then Beryl, a Bard in Game 5, which was unbelievable. Can you first tell me why the choice for the Bard in that all-important game?
베리 선수 가장 먼저 5세트에 등장한 바드에 대해서 여쭤보고 싶습니다. 가장 중요한 순간에 바드 픽한 이유가 무엇인가요?
일단 할 수 있는 픽이 여러 가지 있었는데 그 중에서도 그냥 라인전이 힘들더라도 오늘 경기에서 후반을 좀 많이 가는 것 같아서 조합을 그냥 최대한 맞춰주려고 선택했던 것 같아요.
So I had plenty of options, and then I was like, as long as my pick can go through lane, because I realized today's series we're going to the late game, so I was like, I would rather round out the comp for my teammates.
Yes, a visionary. And Beryl, you went to the World Championship final 3 times in a row, and you've won it 2 out of those 3 times. You are the best support in the world. What do you think makes you so good and has made you so good these last 3 years?
베릴 선수는 지난 3년간 계속해서 월드 결승에 진출하셨고요. 그중 2번은 우승을 달성하셨습니다. 이렇게 베릴 선수가 지난 3년간 서포터로서 셋째 포수로서 놀라운 활약을 보여줄 수 있는 비결이 뭐라고 생각하시나요?
일단 솔직히 오늘 한정에서는 상대팀 캐리어 선수도 되게 잘했다고 생각하는데 저희 팀이 좀 더 되게 차분하고 잘했다고 생각해서 오늘 경기를 이겼던 것 같아요.
Just looking at today, I want to say Kyria also performed really well, but I think our team was the one being a lot more calm and collected.
Okay. Pioshik, maybe you know what's coming. When you won your quarterfinal, you did a little victory ceremony, and I saw you did it again actually in Atlanta. Do you feel comfortable doing it again?
팩시 선수 어떤 게 다가올지 이미 좀 예상하신 것 같은데 8강도 승리하고 멋진 세레머니를 보여주셨고요. 아틀란타에서도 멋진 세레머니 보여주셨는데 이 자리에 다시 한번 우승 세레머니 부탁드려도 될까요?
I'm not sure again what it was, but I'm sure we'll find out. Oh, maybe Hecarim.
어떤 세레머니였나요?
헤카림이 이기고 망자의 갑옷까지 얻고 이동속도 600까지 올라가는 그런 모습이었습니다.
It's myself as a Hecarim with the movement speed boost with the E skill, also the active items, and hitting 600 movement speed.
Nice. This is one of my favorite parts of Worlds, I gotta say. I have a couple of more questions for you, Deft. When we look back at the 10 years that you've been playing, what has been your motivation through all that time? Because many other players would have given up and would have not kept fighting.
그리고 데프트 선수에게 다시 한번 여쭤보고 싶은데요. 지난 약 10년이 가까운 이런 커리어 중에서 어떻게 계속 스스로 동기부여가 될 수 있었는지, 사실은 대부분의 선수였다면 정말 포기하고 주저앉을 수 있었을 텐데 데프트 선수가 이렇게 계속 동기부여를 할 수 있었던 원동력이 무엇이었나요?
우선 제가 제일 잘할 수 있는 게 롤이고, 여기서 마저 제가 최고의 성적을 못 거두고 그만두게 되면은 그냥 앞으로 살면서 무슨 일을 하든 실패할 거라고 생각해서 너무 포기하고 싶었는데 포기할 수가 없었던 것 같아요.
So I knew that my best talent is League of Legends, and if I cannot be the best player in the world after playing League, I was telling to myself I will not find any success in my life, and I didn't want to give up.
And we are very happy for that. Deft, would you like to take this moment to talk to all the fans, not just here supporting you around the world and especially back home in Korea?
마지막으로 이제 여기 있는 많은 팬분들뿐만 아니라 또 한국에 계신 팬분들께 한마디 부탁드립니다.
사실 10년이라는 시간이 이제 저뿐만 아니라 팬분들까지도 다들 엄청나게 긴 시간이었을 거라고 생각하는데, 그 시간 동안 정말 제가 힘들 때 쓰러지지 않도록 항상 버텨주셔서 이렇게 이 자리까지 올 수 있었던 것 같고, 네, 다들 오랜 친구 같아서 네, 정말 감사합니다.
It's been 10 years for me, and it has been a long time for my fans as well. And they were there always when I was having a hard time. They were there for me. It feels like my fans are my good old friends. I want to say thank you.
And well, while the Summoners Cup has a new home for next year, there is still one more honor left to award this evening. Experts from every competitive region around the world have weighed in, and now it is time to meet the 2022 ONE+ Finals MVP.
Looks so rough, but Trevor, you're still not done. No, we're not. Way away. Will he survive? Counter strike start. Current shot. Now steps forward. Hop, skip, jump. Kingen first blood. DRX chance.
Rogue can be like, yo, 5v2, 2 picks. Trimby should know. Trimby saw them. I think he saw them come in.
The fabled support Heimerdinger Death Brush, though. We finally got it. Stays alive. Double stun. Death will not fall. Zeka will not allow it. Going with the quadra kill. It is first ever World Championship.
And now Pioshik is here and Mark is in trouble. Zeka arrives and he has the solo ulti. Jackie's gonna go down.
Oh, look at that. Jackie's caught him. DRX win the fight.
Oh my god, Barrel played that so incredibly well. He held his wall for so long.
And he's going to burn the stopwatch now as well. Flandre needs to live. Get the bit of healing, but it's not going to be enough. Chicha mostly left alone. Knocked up and slain. And Jeff will take another head. And another. And another. And that's going to steal the deal.
It is my pleasure to introduce your 2022 ONE+ Finals MVP, Kingen! Absolutely fantastic. Congratulations, Kingen. How much did you expect this after, I guess, especially your Game 5 performance?
킹겐 선수 정말 축하드립니다. MVP에 선정되실 것을 어느 정도 예상하셨는지 특히나 5경기 경기력이 대단하셨는데요. 이렇게 파이널스 MVP에 선정될 걸 예상하셨나요?
예상한 것 같고 그만큼 제가 좀 4, 5경기 때만 되면 항상 뭔가 좀 뭐에 홀린 듯이 좀 검투사 정신이 발휘한 건지 상대를 못 죽이면 내가 죽는다는 마인드로 약간 야수의 심장으로 임하다 보니까 좀 마지막에 포텐이 좀 많이 터진 것 같아요.
I kind of saw it coming because whenever I had to game 4 and 5, I become a duelist, you know. I go all in or go home, you know. I always look for fights. I become a beast. And then I was able to get this, you know, performance.
Unbelievable. He was a beast indeed. King, when you look at kind of the whole year and the struggles that DRX has had, but also the fact that you never let up and you always kept achieving your goals even though people counted you out. How do you look back on the journey you have traveled this entire year?
그러면 킹겐 선수 올 한 해 여정 어떻게 돌아보시는지 궁금합니다. 사실은 많은 분들이 또 의심을 하기도 했고 많은 분들이 응원을 보내주지 않은 순간도 있었는데 올 한 해 여정을 놓고 보면 어떤 감상이 드시나요?
제가 정규 시즌 때부터 지금 이 자리에 있기까지 제가 사실 좀 생긴 거랑은 다르게 되게 뭔가를 추진하는 거에 대해서 굉장히 고민도 많이 하고 뭔가 많이 망설이는 성격 때문에 뭔가 보시는 분들도 좀 많이 답답한 장면이라든지 좀 아쉬운 장면이 많이 나왔던 것 같은데 좀 이제 월즈로 오게 되면서 이제 감독님이 항상 하시던 말이 이 승부의 세계에서는 망설이는 사람이 지게 된다고 그렇다고 이제 막 생각 없이 하는 건 아닌데 이제 망설이는 사람이 진다 이 말을 되게 많이 해주셨단 말이에요. 그게 제 플레이에 많이 영향을 준 것 같고 그래서 오늘 과감한 플레이도 좀 잘 성공을 해서 이런 자리까지 만들어진 거라고 생각합니다.
Throughout the domestic league, I'm pretty sure that I was underperforming because unlike how I look, I actually hesitate a lot, you know. I know a lot of fans were also frustrated because I was not giving a go for the aggressive plays, but heading into this Worlds, our coach Song, he always told me the one who hesitates is the one that loses, and that has become a motto for my play. That has impacted my play the most, and I always kept that in mind, and today I was able to pull off the aggressive moves.
Okay. Awesome to also credit the coaching staff, which are always so important in these victories. So I want to give you the floor to maybe say something about all the people that surround DRX and make sure that you can play your best game.
그렇다면 이제 DRX에 계시면서 이제 킹겐 선수가 최고의 퍼포먼스를 보여줄 수 있게 도와주신 모든 분들께 혹시 하고 싶은 말씀이 있는지 궁금합니다.
어떻게 보면 식상할 수도 있지만 제가 힘들 때부터 좀 보시느라 힘들었던 우리 엄마 아빠랑 그리고 우리 할머니랑 할아버지까지 너무 고맙고 그리고 이제 봐주셨던 팬들도 좀 많이 감사하고 제가 막상 이런 멘트를 좀 준비해 오면 뭔가 잘 할 수 있을 것 같았는데 막상 좀 잘 안 되네요. 그래서 마지막으로 하고 싶은 말은 그냥 제 주위에 있었던 모든 사람들한테 너무 기다려줘서 고맙다는 말 하고 싶고 이번에 우승했지만 이제 내년도 절대 자만하지 않고 항상 배운다는 마음가짐으로 내년도 화이팅 해보겠습니다. 감사합니다.
This might sound a little bit boring, but first off, I want to start off by saying thank you to my mom and dad, and also my grandma and grandpa, who has been supporting me throughout all this time, and also all the fans who have supported me. And I want to say everyone that was around me, who supported me, and who was just like being next to me, watching me become a professional player and supporting me, I want to say thank you for following my journey. And I thought of preparing a script for this to be better at it, and it's harder than I expected. But yeah, I want to say thank you to all the people that were around me. Thank you.
I think he did great, for sure. Fans in San Francisco and everybody around the world, join me once again in congratulating your 2022 OnePlus Finals MVP, Kingen. And now you can rejoin your team and raise the Summoners Cup crafted by Tiffany & Co. one more last time as the League of Legends World Champions.
이제 팀원분들과 함께 트로피를 들어올리면서 우승의 순간을 만끽하도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you.
And there you have it. DRX will not be denied. Deft will not be denied his world championship. It went the distance. They were pushed in every possible way. But every member on this team showed up today
I don't know,
to bring it home.
There could have been like another Baron steal. Like a lot more neutrals.
Jesus,
This is the greatest underdog story in the history of League of Legends.
Yeah.
There's never been a team in world history that has been underestimated in the way that DRX has. And the thing is, it feels weird to call them underestimated because they were rated aptly. They were not good coming into this World Championship, yet the level of growth has been phenomenal. What an incredible experience it has been to watch this team go from where they started to where they are now. World champions DRX, a team that no one believed possible, have made it.
That's the big thing about their story for me, right? Is that they haven't always been this good. Like, they haven't always been they never were, let's be real, projected to win, even at the beginning of today, this World's Trophy. And I think that's what makes their story so much better. And like, this is a massive historic run coming from play-ins, being the first team to come up from that. The way they look domestically, barely qualifying to this event at all as Korea's 4th seed, and then looking shaky throughout until they just kept taking wins and kept taking wins. And it really seemed like they gained momentum even in their losses, right?
Yeah.
Like they took a step back, they readjusted. They didn't always play perfectly, even in this series.
Nope.
And that makes them just really endearing and such a testament to, I think, in my opinion, I don't know about your experiences, League of Legends, the game as a whole.
And I think I've never seen a team bounce back from bad things better than DRX, ever. And maybe part of that is the fact that two of these players came off of a 2-16 summer split just a year ago.
Yeah.
Right? The org was 2-16 in LCK in 2021. And because no one ever expected to win, there was never any pressure or fear of doing badly if I'm trying to figure it out. Because you saw how crushed T1 was afterwards because there was a massive expectation of success.
Yeah.
But for DRX, I feel like they were able to enter this amazing mode where it did not matter how many obstacles were thrown in their way, because if they hit it, oh well, right? Life will go on, and because they had that mindset, they were able to overcome more adversity than any other team ever.
I think it didn't start that way though, because they themselves talked about how like, oh, scrims are going poorly. We didn't think we were gonna do so well. Even in quarterfinals, we had Juhan kind of backstage talking to Piosik, telling him like, you know, it doesn't always happen all at once, like telling him the story of the Olympian, trying to pump him up after Piosik had been subbed out as recently as the group stage.
This world,
by Juhan. So like, I think, I don't know, the thing that makes their story so phenomenal for me, and I hope the thing that people don't rewrite when they look back on this is like, oh, they were always supposed to be this good, because they absolutely were not. Ask anyone who watched them in the LCK this year.
I mean, we had that story at the top of the day. Piosik going from streamer, one-trick Kindred to pro player. Chat telling him, hey, you want a Kindred skin? You don't think there's enough? Go make one. Go make it happen on your own.
We're getting a
And
Kindred
if
skin.
we don't get a Kindred skin, I will lose my mind. But that's just one. That's just one of the many individual storylines. Of course, Def being the person at the forefront of everyone's minds when it comes to a near decade-long career that culminates in taking down the only other person probably on the planet that could rival the longevity of your career and be the perfect opponent to take down in ascending to that level.
And that is the craziest thing when we think back to the trailer that we saw as we getting closer to Champion Select. Deft was saying, I wanted to be the best guy in this sport. I wanted to be the best. It took him 10 years, and it took a world championship, but now he finally gets to say, I was better than that guy. And I love the way that he said it as well. He wanted to come on this stage and say, I'm the best in the world, but it wasn't about that anymore. It wasn't about him being the best in the world. It was about being a part of the best team. And when you hear about the environment that these players have built for themselves, the journey that they've taken together, where they never created this expectation where they needed to win, it was just put everything on the table and put it all on the Rift.
Yeah.
And just walk away feeling happy and accomplished. And that was the mindset that resulted in them being world champions.
And to that end, Emily, I think we got to talk about our MVP of the series in Kingin. So much of this tournament, when it was top laners, it was Zeus. It was 369. The conversation was not about this guy at any point until the finals. And then he showed up in the biggest possible way.
Is this where I get to put my KT fan hat on?
Throw it on.
Yeah, KT made
Throw it on.
I do think, though, that we touched upon the fact that it's not just that people were not really looking at Kingin because he wasn't necessarily a massive part of their wins when they did win. But the fact that he had a similar kind of like hype around his debut. When he was a trainee, people were looking at him to kind of be the next really good top laner, or potentially be the next really good top laner.
I gotta love it. All the players hitting the floor in this moment.
They must be exhausted.
I can't imagine the exhaustion you're feeling after a 5-game series like that.
But like I said, like I was talking to Chronicler, LCK caster, during the game 5, and we were just like, they're playing through Kingin, like they're playing through topside, and that's this team in their evolution throughout this event, you know, put him on Aatrox, he can deliver. We talked about how important that pick was going to be.
You know what? And the tournament came full circle. Aatrox.
And Maokai.
And Maokai came back. Maokai came back. When everything was on the line, 100% presence, Aatrox is there to save the day.
And I'm so happy that we went through the lane by lane, and something we talked about, Dash, was very much that we need to see Kingin get to the level of Zeus. And if you had told me, let alone the whole DRX winning Worlds thing, that coming into today, that Kingin would gap Zeus, solo kill him in game 5, I would have said, okay, bro, come on. Like, there's one thing that...
Behind us, taking a much-deserved bow to still many cheers of the remaining fans.
But it's been an incredible run.
Over a half hour ago at this point, and people are still here to cheer on their world champions here. I think it might be wise, as we see the team making their exit, for us to relive some of the moments of this series and talk through them, because it did go the distance. It went the whole way. With blue side, I'll remind everybody, as Pyosik goes for the
man
run.
on your screen has impeccable mental, can I just say?
Impeccable mental. Also, we were talking about everyone else being exhausted, and then this guy's like, Pyosik's like, I'm gonna do laps, guys. I played Hecarim, okay? I'm gonna do some laps. What a force for positivity in that team. You talk about mental, I think you're right. When you see his smile, that's infectious.
Well, and like he was getting absolutely destroyed for missing those smites and like not syncing up with Def's Kalista, right? And that was one of the reasons why they lost that game. And then to come back and just be like, yeah, it's fine. Like, I'm good. I couldn't do that. I don't have that mental.
Give me the horse. A horse is a horse, of course, and I'm gonna run people over.
It is bittersweet because,
so bittersweet.
Because on the one hand, like, I was fully bought into the underdog story, right? And seeing the rise from play-ins all the way to finals. But on the other side, it was Faker who was defeated. And this could have been his 4-piece, this could have been his 4th title. And like, you can see how much it meant to the players. And like, it was heartbreaking.
My heart broke for Carrier.
It was so painful to watch them, and you know how hard they've tried, and what an incredible year for such young players as well. But you know that the burden and the responsibility that rests on their shoulders is just so high, considering it is the T1 legacy that you have to give credit. Like, they had a phenomenal series, and Carrier had an incredible best of 5.
Yeah, and it was T1, if we all recall, that struck first blood 5-6 hours ago here at the Chase Center.
Dash, that was their first mistake. They just made DRX stronger by beating them the first time. If they let DRX get up in the series, then maybe it comes down to, in all seriousness, DRX shows the adaptabilities we've talked about so much, but let's not forget how close this really was. Game 1 was fairly one-sided in the favor of T1. Games 2 and 3 were extremely close, as well as Game 5 being extremely close. So probably the most competitive World Finals we've ever had.
I can't think of a more competitive World Finals. Like, there were a few examples. Emily, you mentioned earlier.
By Def. That was to keep this series not being 2-0 up T1.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
But yeah, Emily, you mentioned earlier, like, even last year's EDG versus Dam1 final, that went all the 5 games. Like, obviously an incredibly competitive series. That one was. We also managed to see, well, T1 versus Samsung many years ago. Like, that was also an incredible final. Very few finals actually go the full distance. But to have a series like this just goes to, like, both teams putting everything on the table.
I think the big thing for me, as we run through the Baron Steel highlights, I think the big thing for me as well is, like you said, it's not just that it went to 5 games, but kind of reflecting how close, oh God, it hurts, some of these games were, right? And like what they came down to. And then by contrast, how, again, here we see the DRX recovery, how they were able to recover, take that Game 5 and have it still be just such a remarkably close series.
What I loved was that it wasn't clean league. Like, in my opinion, like, I got a bunch of tweets as well being like, these guys are playing like bronze, like this is meant to be.
By the way,
I'm like,
I hate that phrase to begin with, clean league, because clean league, you can't play clean league if both teams are playing well. Because
well, that's
somebody's
the thing.
got to kill the other person.
I think that what league is inherently is, well, some people look at it as like who makes the fewest number of mistakes.
Sure.
And in one argument, like that's where we see some of the crisp, like old school Korean dominance, where like they made no mistakes,
Right.
and they constantly
Start to
punish
finish.
their opposition.
Well, that's
Whereas
not
this,
exciting.
This to me felt like an expression of like people just trying to do stuff. Right, and I know I was going to say a naughty word. Okay, I'll say it. They were just trying. They were throwing everything at the wall. Okay,
Yeah,
like
there you
it was crazy to see like so many individuals stepped up at so many different moments. Like think of Faker game 1, dived into 3 people just to get a kill on the support, managed to get out with his life. Zeka and Hecarim in the 5th game with their dive in the flank that got caught out. Like this steal, like it was just so many insane plays from start to finish.
And yeah, that's so remarkable about this series that there were so many individual moments for all team members, right? And both of these teams have evolved so much in terms of their macro understanding, their map movements, even the setup for this Drake from DRX. You could see this wasn't something they would have been able to pull off in the domestic season, I don't think. But the fact that DRX of all teams, again, trying to go toe-to-toe with T1 mechanically and having both teams just be like, we're going to out-mechanic each other. Zeka at the forefront of that, because he's a name we actually haven't mentioned a lot, but his journey has been phenomenal.
Just scrolling through some of the many conversations that were happening on Twitter throughout this series. Jad, I know it's a minor point, but it feels so right that DRX was able to get it done in the 5th game from the red side.
True.
It just backs up again this idea of the underdog story and everyone and everything kind of being against them, and that only one game in this series was won by a red-sided team, and it was the deciding game by leaving up the Caitlyn, playing some mind games, right, as well, and still being able to secure for yourselves. It's just so spectacular to see.
The draft Game 5 mind games were crazy. Like,
so good.
giving away Caitlyn, and honestly...
Oh, we talked about it, right? Where it was just kind of like, you're putting $1 million on the table, right?
Like, that's a trick. That's a trick. It's like, just right there. Just take it. But honestly, the karma was really effective at keeping the Caitlyn out of the game if T1 could have won the game before 38 minutes. I want to jump back to something you said, Vedius, in terms of, for people that would say this wasn't like a clean series. Like, if this isn't, I'm going to interchange words, clean and good. Like, if the 2 best teams in the world isn't good league, I'm sorry, you're probably not the fan that we're going for.
Well, then I don't know what good league is, and I don't want good league.
And also, good league is wrong in that case, because it's the 2 best teams in the moment. Like, this is American sports reference, but for people like, maybe Vedius even knows this, the helmet catch.
You can leave.
Did you ever see the helmet catch? No, he didn't.
No, American
Yeah.
Sports
Oh,
Reference.
wow,
and
okay.
It's actually contractually, Vedius is
Yeah, he's out.
he's cleared as
He's
soon
out.
as somebody mentions American
Yeah, we're actually going to
sports.
bring in a new person. So, but like that was a Super Bowl winning moment because someone caught the ball on their helmet after they just flip it up and hope. Like Gumayushi shooting that Verescu at Barron was an equivalent of a Hail Mary. He's just like whipping a ball up at the buzzer and it goes in. But that's still the moments that end up defining these things. Thank you, Vedius. I'm really excited to talk to
I'm
you.
so glad we brought an American on the desk to talk about our American sports references.
Very had to sub out. What are we chatting about?
Did you know that have you ever heard of the helmet catch?
The what?
Yeah, okay, we'll move on.
We're done.
What is he on about?
Pedro, how was that? Finals.
How
do you have a voice?
I don't have much of a voice.
I barely have one too.
I was just kind of, this is spontaneous.
Yeah.
Hello, I'm just subbing in all of a sudden. Did you guys enjoy it?
We were just, oh my God. I mean, for me, best World Finals.
Oh, yeah.
In history, I think. I think it would be hard to argue against that, but depth. Here, you came in at perfect time. Let's bring it all back to depth because this was nearly 10 years in the making. It's his first World Trophy.
It starts with depth and it ends with depth, right? I don't think you can, even if you gave this League of Legends year to a script writer, he couldn't write a better story than what we've just seen this year.
Yeah, that's the nice thing about sports is because, actually you can try writing the script, and if you write this, you're like, it's too easy.
Yeah.
Like, it never happened. The two guys from the same high school coming back 10 years later and winning, you wouldn't do that.
I said this to Emily, I was like, Piosik's a world champion. You know, if you told me that last year, that he's going to be a world champion next year.
2-16?
I'd send you to the loony house if you said that last year. Are you kidding me? But this, right now, Keria, I was heartbroken for Keria. He was.
I know.
He was
this was tough to watch.
So
But that's
emotional.
But that's also. But that is again. It speaks to this moment, and it speaks to the passion of every single one of the players on that stage. There's going to be 5 unhappy people at the end of every series, and unfortunately, this time it fell the way of T1 to take the loss.
Yeah, and Def's had to see so many of his former teammates win without him, right? Chovy. EDG won a world championship without him.
His turn.
And now Keria has to be the one to watch Deft win without him. When they said together, they promised each other they'd win.
Do it. Tugs at my heartstrings,
Somebody had to win.
The back-to-back EDG winning Worlds and then Deft winning it the next year. I think to return to that idea of perfect league though, and what makes sports in general so amazing for me, is that if you're playing League perfectly, it can't be played by humans.
Yeah.
If you are a human being, you cannot play it out. So there's always going to be mistakes. There's always going to be moments where you're looking at it, you're like, this shouldn't have happened, and here's why it did. And if people play perfectly, if they were able to, you don't get a stage like this. You don't get a DRX story. How can you not love this story of Deft finally winning after so many years? I've
look at
been
that hug.
watching him since 2013.
Human error is what makes this game beautiful. If everything was perfect, everything would be boring.
Exactly.
No one would enjoy it.
So much mutual respect with these guys too, right?
Keria.
The fact that I feel like Piosik teared up seeing Kiria's pain.
Oh,
right?
absolutely.
It's so many conflicting emotions, and I feel like that's what Zetka and Deft were all talking about. They're crying, but they're so happy. So it's just.
I mean, they came up together.
Yeah.
They played together previously.
Deft nurtured him and grew it.
By the way, brand new trophy, first team to lift it.
Yeah.
That's got to feel good too, right? A little bit of a change in style.
Do you think of the iterations teams like Longzhou and Kingzone had with PDD and Khan on the rise, first seeded Worlds, I think it was 2016, 2017, they're going to win. And the one team you doubt the most is the one that does it for them. It's unbelievable.
Exactly. Barrel is 1 Worlds away from tying Faker.
In terms of all time.
What a Barrel is such a legend.
He's
Such a legend.
So first of all, he's also the
3 in a row.
second player to ever win Worlds on 2 different teams. The first one being Duke on SKT, and then IG. And then also, aren't we super glad that he was able to connect to Genshin Impact, because apparently.
Yeah, apparently he was he was having some trouble getting connected over here.
LCK casters apparently helped him out, so good on you.
Glad we got that solved. All right, an enormous thank you to the fans everywhere for celebrating Worlds with us today, no matter where you are. While it's been an incredible opportunity to reunite with fans here in person, community is the crown jewel of everything that we do, and it has been an honor to share the day with fans around the world. Here are just some of the samplings of photos that we got from fans all across the globe.
That's outside here.
That is also part of the globe, chat.
True,
But then many a movie theater packed with fans.
It's like a living room right
Living
there,
rooms
too.
right there as well. Gotta love it.
Yeah.
Gotta love it.
Got the snacks ready. Oh, they got a cinema.
Yeah, they have a
Look
whole
at those seats. That looks comfy, doesn't it?
I know. Just about it. It's just like you're here.
Yeah. Oh, it's been amazing. I hope everyone at home in the cinemas, together at parties, at your friend's house, you know.
Yep.
I hope you all enjoyed it because that was unbelievable.
I just like
It's
seeing
hard not to.
For me, I just like seeing smiles on faces and like moments
That's
like that.
a
Oh,
Barrett
what
feeling.
that is such an incredible photo.
Yeah.
But like, because that is it. That's what this is about, is having that shared moment with
They
everybody.
faked that photo.
They probably
Yeah,
did. They
I was
probably
looking at the
did.
guy closest
they
to me.
probably
There's
did.
no way.
No, yeah.
The dog wasn't losing it either. I feel like when you all lose in a room, the dog just starts going crazy, but the
That's
dog
how
was
you
just
could tell.
sleeping.
You thought you fooled us.
Yeah,
No,
it was close. It was
We were
close.
on to you.
But I guess the guy in the front ruined it.
No. Too good, though. Too good. As long as it's bringing people together and we're having a good time, that's all that matters. Now, though, it's time to get a final word from Faker.
Thank you very much. I have Faker here with me and also Helen standing by to help with the translation. First off, Faker, thank you so much for taking this interview, and I'd love to know just generally your thoughts about today and what maybe did not go exactly as planned.
오늘 전반적인 생각이랑 어떤 부분에서 미스가 있었는지에 대해서 여쭤볼게요.
저희가 아무래도 일주일 동안 이전처럼 연습 경기를 하면서 시간을 보내기가 어려웠기 때문에 좀 컨디션 관리나 기본기 쪽에서 많이 좋은 결과를 보여주려고 노력했고, 오늘은 좀 여러모로 잘된 부분도 있었지만 좀 부족한 부분이 있어서 패배했다고 생각합니다.
So since a week ago, I feel like our practice didn't really go as planned, and there are a lot of challenges that we faced. And I feel like today's match, honestly, there are parts that went well, but a lot of parts that we lacked in. So I think that's what brought to this result.
Okay. It might not feel like it now, but it is still incredibly impressive for you to make it back to this final. What lies in the future?
이제 결과는 좀 아쉽지만 이 결승전까지 올라왔다는 거에 대해서 정말 대단한 것 같아요. 그래서 이제 앞으로 나아가면서 어떤 미래의 계획 있으신가요?
또 다시 준승을 했다는 거는 굉장히 아쉬운 일이지만 이번 경기로 인해서 많은 점들을 배웠고 다음에 제가 더 성장할 수 있는 기회가 될 것 같습니다. 그리고 여기 와주신 팬분들도 굉장히 많이 열심히 응원을 해주셔가지고 다음에도 꼭 와보고 싶습니다.
It is a shame that we finished as runner-ups, but there are a lot of things that we learned through this entire tournament. So I hope that we can get back on our feet and do even better in the future. And I would like to also say thank you so much for our fans for cheering for us. They were all so loud and we could hear their energy.
They definitely were. We are looking forward to the future as well. 감사합니다, Baker and Helen as well. Back over to you.
Thank you to Shocks. Thank you to Faker as well. As we get final words from him. Unfortunately, today it ended in defeat, but he is still very much the GOAT of our sport. And when we talk about it meaning so much for DRX, again, so much of that is because it was done against that man and that organization in T1.
Faker will be back. I don't think this is the end of Faker. I hope, and I don't want to say he's not going to, but I hope he doesn't retire, but I think he'll be back stronger than ever.
I don't think he will. He's
Really?
going to win another one.
Oh.
I don't think he'll retire.
I think.
Oh, no. I thought you said he won't be back.
Yeah, I mean, damn, that would be like the meanest thing to say.
Yeah,
No, I